and hopefully we are going to be good to go. What I might do is just shrink our title a tiny bit. There we go. That's fine. That's okay. Erin Grape Juice, how are you? Good to see you. And Pamela, of course, always lovely to see you as well. Great to hear you're doing well, Luke. Fantastic. Have I done the stream with Matt Dillahunter yet? Yes, Superkai. I did it last night. It was on the line with Matt on the Hang Up Show last night. It's on YouTube if you want to see it. We had lots of fun. It was a bit crazy, though. Some of the people calling in were like not entirely well. But it was good fun. It was nice to work with Matt. It was really good fun. Hello, YouTube friends. How are you? Hope you are all well. Lots of lovely names I'm seeing in the chat. Always great to see you. Roy is here. 46 Strings is here. Wraith is here. Flippity Giblets in the house. Of course, Pastor Fairy as well. Flip 40. I hope I'm not leaving important people out. Babs, of course, is wonderful. Always to see Babs. And Mike, I'm not seeing any mods on the TikTok side, funnily enough, right now, but I'm sure someone will be here shortly to keep order over there. But good to see you, everyone. I hope that you're all well. Weren't they wild? Very good wizard, who's just said those callers on the line were wild. They were pretty crazy. They were pretty crazy. There were some real oddballs calling in last night to over there on that show. What can I say? I guess it comes with the territory. But yeah, it was a good assortment of calls, and Matt, true to his word, kept his zen. He didn't shout. He didn't get overly angry. He was very chill. Everyone was going like, how's that going to work with like John is quite chilled and Matt's going to be shouting and screaming at everyone? He wasn't. He was completely fine. And I spoke to him before the show and he said, he's doing this like year of being zen. And I said, I'm sure some of the guests are going to kind of push you there to try to lose your zen. He said they will fail. And he was right. He was right. He kept his composure and it was good fun. It was good fun. Right. Sean is a little bit delayed, but will be with us at some point soon. I'm just going to open up the guest box on TikTok. So if anyone wants to come in, they can. Well, welcome. This, as you know, is my favorite topic. I love doing this topic because it's it feels like positive and uplifting and kind of celebrating what we're about, right? Atheism makes more sense. Just does. Just makes more sense. So we are looking to have conversations with people tonight who disagree with me on this point, because that makes the conversations more interesting. Tomorrow night from 5 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. UK, we have the After Hours show. And in that show, anyone can call in and talk about anything. Doesn't even have to do with religion or belief tomorrow. You can call in and ask me about anything you like. It's completely like a complete like AMA tomorrow. But for tonight, we're going to be sticking between the lines tonight and looking for debate calls. So sometimes it takes a bit of a while for the stream to get going. I understand it's still only 5 p.m. On the eastern side of the US and the afternoon on the other side. So normally it takes a little while before there's a good queue of callers. But of course, that means if you do want to get in to have your say earlier in the show, you have more chance of doing it, because sometimes once it gets really, really busy and later on, not everybody gets in. So if you want to join and have a discussion or a debate on TikTok, you just hit the request button, and on YouTube, you know what to do. It's the usual link. It is tinyurl.com/JCGuest, and that brings you straight in. And it looks like we do actually have, Nalim is going to be our first guest over there. So we will bring them in right now if we can make sure that the audio is working with this and see how it goes. Nalim, are you there? Or not? Let's see if we try and have a look. No, you don't have a microphone. There we go. Let's try that now. Nalim, are you there? Well, it says that you do have a microphone selected, but we can't hear it right now. So Not sure what to say about that. There we go. Are you there? I can kind of see your signal. There you go. Hello? I can actually hear someone there, but I think I might know why. I think it's going to be because of this. Bear me a second. It's actually my fault. We are going to get Nalim in right now. It was my fault. I made a mistake. Hopefully now. Hey, Nalim, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, welcome in. Apologies, that was my mistake with the delay there. Welcome up. You are our first guest of the night. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. And you?
Yeah, very well indeed. So our claim is atheism makes more sense. What's your view on this?
Yes, I think it's not true for at least some part of some group of people, because there are a group of people. So, at first, sorry for my English. I am not native English speaker.
That's
So
okay.
maybe I'm so little funny. So I hope you will understand it.
We'll do our best, but you sound great.
Okay, thank you. So back to your question.
Yeah.
So I think for some people, it's more. It may make sense to think that, for example, for questions like why the stars is moving on one direction on north hemisphere and another direction in south hemisphere, or why when I eat food some nice green fungus I will die. Yeah, and answer to questions is simply God made it this way, yeah, or God wanted.
Yes,
And I think that for this group of people, this simple answer that God made it and made the universe by this way, it make the most sense for them. Yeah,
it makes the most sense for them. Obviously, I grant that theism makes sense to a lot of other people, but my claim is that atheism actually does make more sense. Certainly makes more sense to me, purely because I grant you that there are lots of other people who explain lots of things using gods, but that doesn't mean that they're good explanations. And I don't think they are good explanations. And there are lots of things that we used to explain with God, like thunder and lightning and earthquakes. And we don't explain those things with God anymore because we realize there are better explanations available.
Yeah, I agree with it, because there is also another group of people. I will say some maybe great minds. We can say it. That this answer that God made it, or it is that the universe is working and do not think about it, and they want to found the real root cause why it is happening. Yeah. So basically, for this group of people, I think you are one of them. And for this group of people, this good answer done it is not enough, and they want to see why lighting happens and how to protect against lighting and so on. So for those group of people, I will say great minds, or people with great minds, or not great, curious minds, I think. It is not enough answer, and atheism may more sense for them. I agree with this promise.
Okay.
Or this claim, sorry.
Yeah. So I think that basically we're going to have to just agree that for some people it makes more sense, and they are looking at things the way they're looking at it, but I don't think they're looking at it rationally.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So my argument is not that everybody looks at it this way. It's just that this is a more sensible way to look at it. So that's my argument. But thank you for being the first caller in, Nalim. I appreciate you.
Yeah, it was very quick.
It was a quick one, but yeah,
quick talk with me. Also, one thing on the end, I watch your channel for some way, and I really appreciate how calm you are. I never saw you that you was angry or you are yelling on people.
thank
I'm
you.
not sure it is your personal
Yeah,
personal, how to say it, attribute.
thank you.
Wrong word, but you will understand.
I
Or
appreciate
if
that.
you learn it by some way, I don't know, but
Just the
it's
way I'm
really
built.
something how to
Yeah.
say, positive, about you, that
Thank
you
you.
are calm all the time, so
I appreciate that.
that's really something.
Thank you, Nalim. Keep
So
well.
thank you,
Thanks.
goodbye, and
Bye-bye.
keep your work.
Have a good evening. Thanks. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, well, that was Nalim getting us kicked off here. We are going to get in Love is the Way next, but just a couple of super chats to share with you first. Jason Gleason, great to see you, Jason, and congratulations on becoming an Inner Circle member. I did clock that earlier. That's awesome. L. Sean. Having a dig at Sean for being late. I love that. Who's going to find out about this later? But thank you very much for that. Sean will definitely get to hear about this. And of course, huge thank you to our good friend Real Jiffy Cones for sending out 10 Unconvinced gift memberships. That's amazing, Jiffy. Thank you, friend. I really, really appreciate that. It's awesome. Okay, let's get... we don't want that. We want it like that. Sorry. Let's get Love is the Way. It looks like Love is the Way FR. I wonder if that's forward. Love is the Way something. Coming in now. Hi, Love is the Way something. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, what does the FR stand for?
For real.
For real. Okay, I get that. I thought it was forward. But yeah, that makes much more sense. Love is the Way, for real. I agree.
Do you agree?
I do agree. I think Love is excellent. I'm a big fan. I try to participate in it as often as I can, especially on the weekends. How are you, and what do you think of our prompt here? Atheism makes more sense.
I'm good. I hope that you're well, and I hope everyone that's listening is doing well. I personally disagree. I'm a Christian.
Sure.
I think love is the way, and I think that Jesus was love, and I think the central ontology of God in Christianity is that God is relational and love, which is a fascinating claim for me. It's claiming that the foundation of reality is relational love.
Yeah, I know that's the claim, but I don't think the claim survives even the lightest collision with examination. Because if you look at the God of the Bible, I know that Jesus comes along and he's a kind of gentle figure with his robes and his hair and there's all stuff like that. But if you believe that Jesus is God, then you also believe that Jesus is the guy who commanded the killing of children, the slaughter of entire ethnic groups, being very careful to not leave any survivors. He demands the stoning to death of people for minor transgressions. He wants gay people killed. He wants people who pick up sticks on the wrong day of the week killed. He threatens to kill his own people, slashing the wombs of the women open and smashing the babies against the rocks. He says that he will personally be delighted to see the destruction of the people if they upset him. Not that he will, have to punish them with a heavy heart, but that he will take delight in doing it. I don't think any of those things can be squared with love. Do you?
Well, I think it's complicated because love requires justice. Justice requires judgment. I agree that there are difficult readings in the Old Testament. You said a lot. Some of what you said is in Psalms, and it's not God speaking. It's people lamenting over their children being slaughtered. A lot of these laws, I think, are looked at anachronistically. Whenever we compare them to other A&E, ancient Near Eastern codes, they are remarkably and radically humane. That's hard for modern readers to see.
They're actually not. They're actually remarkably worse than some of the other Near Eastern codes of the time. For example, the slavery laws in the Code of Hammurabi gave slaves their freedom after 4 years, and the Mosaic slavery laws, it was the indentured servants were given freedom after 6 years, not 4, and the slaves bought from other nations were never freed at all, ever. For their entire lives they remained the property of their owners, and so were their children. So I disagree. Your claim that these law codes were an improvement on the codes of the time, again, does not survive even the slightest brush with scrutiny. It just falls apart, I'm afraid.
Even more importantly, even if we accept the fact that it was not as bad as other codes, is not as bad, does that equate to good?
Well, it's important to note, first of all, what you said about the Code of Hammurabi, I believe is incorrect.
That was a question.
Yeah.
Does not as bad mean it's good?
Well, you asked a question and he made a statement, so I'm responding to both.
Okay, all right.
The thing about the Code of Hammurabi is not true from what I'm seeing. I could be wrong. It's important to note that Jesus himself says that the law of Moses is concessions given. He says, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives because your hearts were hard. So Jesus himself is saying these laws are not ideal. And that's a theme throughout the New Testament, that the law was pointing to something greater and it's given to a fallen humanity. Now, could you repeat your question for me?
Sure. Does X not being as bad as Y mean X is good?
Well, I think that things are going in a good direction, and it's unrealistic.
Is that a yes or no? So, for example, person A, I hate using violence toward. Okay, so let's not make it a abusive spouse. Let's just say person A hits somebody with a pipe, right? And person B hits somebody with an open hand. What person B did is not as bad as person A. Does that make hitting somebody with an open hand good?
That's a complicated question, really.
I would say absolutely not. No, hitting someone with an open hand is bad.
But relative to the pipe, it's good.
Well, who cares about relative to the pipe? Is Jesus good relative to something else, or is Jesus all good according to you?
Jesus is all good, but we need to recognize what's happening.
All right. So slavery or whatever you guys were talking about, it doesn't even matter. There's all kinds of directions you can go. Even if it were an improvement on, like, not as bad as before, that doesn't make it good, right?
Well, radically improved. In the Hebrew slave codes, if a master injures a slave, then the slave is to be set free. If a slave runs away, the slave is to be set free.
Actually,
not returned to his master.
Actually, you're missing out on the particular commandments in Exodus that say that you're allowed to beat your slaves to death as long as your beating doesn't cause them to die within 2 or 3 days. If they die from the beating after 2 or 3 days, that's completely fine because they're your property. That's a law passed by Jesus.
Yeah, so I've looked into the rabbinic interpretation for that law. Whenever a master would beat their slave to death, the master would be punished by death. Now, the only reason that law says that the master isn't punished if the slave dies 2 days later is because they don't have forensics and they can't determine the causal.
No, is that the reason given? It actually gives the reason in Exodus 21:20. Is that the reason it gives?
It's acknowledging that the slave is economic property, but I encourage you to look into the rabbinic literature.
Is it acknowledging? Is it acknowledging, or is it giving explicitly the reason you can beat your slaves is because they're your property? Which one is it? Or is it just acknowledging that they're your property? Which one?
Do you want me to pull up a? I can pull this up.
I'm going to circle back to it if you don't answer it. Is it merely acknowledging that the slave is their property, or is it saying the master is not to be punished because the slave is their property?
The master is not punished because they can't determine if the master actually killed the slave because they don't have modern forensics.
Let's see what it gives a reason. So when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. If it dies immediately,
I think it's interesting that people are upset that I'm giving apologetics when my faith is being attacked.
I'm sorry. Please don't talk over. Why are you talking over me and preventing me from reading the Bible? All right, so Exodus 21:20. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So it's given the reason why there's no punishment is because the slave is their property, right?
But you need to square that with the rest of the scope. If you look just later, if a master injures a slave, they're to be set free. So this whole idea that, it's okay to beat your slave because their money doesn't line up with the rest of what's happening. And whenever we look at the rabbinic literature,
what is this saying
the
here?
Reason is because they could.
What is this saying here? So
you're interrupting me.
Well, because you're saying, hey, this other verse doesn't say bad things. Don't show me bad things because this other verse doesn't say anything that's bad. So
you should look at the Assyrian slave codes.
The Bible. Okay, so the Bible. We're saying the Bible contains some good things and some bad things.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So God allowing people to beat slaves is immoral, right? Yes or no?
Again, if someone beats their slave and the slave is injured, they're set free. These are limiting conditions.
Is that a yes or no?
This is This is remarkably and radically humane compared to even American slave
I'm
systems.
sorry, did I ask you if
2,000
you think
years
it's
later.
remarkably humane, or did I ask you, is it an immoral teaching?
And
Go
on
ahead,
the subject of the other things that you wanted to compare them to, I did mention that the Mosaic slavery laws were worse than the other laws from other cultures, like the Hammurabi Code. There, I've just looked it up while you were talking. I'll display it on the screen right now in case there's any doubt about what this is saying. And it says here. See, this is not allowing me to show all of it, but it basically says if financial difficulty, this is code 117 of the Hammurabi Code, law 117. If financial difficulty has seized a man and he sold his wife, his son, and his daughter, or he has been sold into debt servitude, so this is the equivalent of the indentured servitude laws in the Mosaic law, they will work in the house of their buyer or debt extractor for 3 years. In the 4th year, their freedom will be established. And I said to you that the Mosaic slavery laws stipulated 6 years rather than 3 or 4, and you disagreed with that. Do you concede that actually my point was valid? That the law from Moses was worse?
You phrased your point in a way that made it seem like that was a global slave rule, but this is specific to...
Yeah, to some of the other cultures in the time. And can we also note here that you seem quite comfortable with the idea of a human being being the economic property of another human being. You seem remarkably relaxed about this notion. Is this something that you think
that's evil?
Well, your loving God permitted it. So does that mean your loving God permitted something evil, or are you going to retreat back to the slowly revealed laws of the God, the progressive revelation?
God permitted evil things. Humans are evil.
Right, so God's not capable of telling people don't own each other as property. It's just too big an ask for God, is it?
No,
I thought he was sovereign.
Too big of an ask for people.
No. If I was a god and I wanted people to do my bidding, I would just tell them don't own each other. But your God seems terrified to offend anyone. Your God seems terrified to issue some of the most obviously ethical commandments you can imagine. Don't abuse children, don't take sex slaves, and don't own people as farm equipment for fear of upsetting the moral norms of the day. That makes him sound rather weak-willed, if you don't mind me saying, and a bit lacking in moral fibre. I think he could do with taking a long think about things, sitting down and having a bit of a think about what he wants to do with his creation, because he sounds like he doesn't have a clue. He sounds like he's trying to legislate based on what he thinks people will find palatable. And that is the stuff of weak governance.
Easy to say.
It is. It's because it's so obvious. It's the stuff of weak governance.
It's easy to say when you stand on the foundation of Christianity and enjoy the freedoms of country that are built on those values.
I don't. My country was not built on those values. So I think,
was mine,
and neither was yours. So it's easy to say.
Was reformed through them.
It's easy to say because it's so obvious that the God you pray to is completely indifferent to human suffering, and that's why your claim that love is everything is laughable in the face of this war deity.
Even though my God entered human history and suffered one of the most brutal deaths ever created,
which he decided to do in order to satisfy rules that he put in place himself. No one forced him to make this ridiculous law that forgiveness is only possible after murder has happened. That was his choice too. A further reflection of his lack of love and compassion, because when my child does something wrong and I need to forgive him for it, I don't go out looking for someone to kill first. I just forgive him. That I don't put in place this ludicrous requirement to enact violence before being able to feel forgiveness. Why does God do that?
Because unfortunately, my friend, your narrow scope doesn't reveal that choice requires the option of inequality and agents to make incorrect decisions.
Why?
And everyone wants this perfect system, because the moment that you remove incorrect choices, you don't have real choice for your agents. It's incoherent.
If God allows them, they're definitionally incorrect according to your worldview, right? If God allows X, then X is not incorrect, right?
No, God allows us to do evil things all the time.
No,
what do you mean?
No,
He allows free will.
If God allows, because certain things are forbidden, right? So they're considered sins. They're considered not allowed by God. But if God explicitly allows something, that makes that thing not wrong, right?
I would say there would be weight to that if that thing wasn't later presented by God as incomplete. and throughout the Old Testament also
That makes no
presented as
sense.
incomplete.
So someone could follow God and God's orders and be wrong and be moral. So you can be morally wrong while following God's orders.
Not as right. Progressive revelation, just like science. Isn't that how things work?
This progressive revelation is just a cope. It is absolute BS. What God wasn't progressively revealing things when he said don't kill, and people were killing each other all the time. He wasn't terrified to offend anyone by saying don't kill or don't steal. Stealing and killing were commonplace. You're saying this because you realize that the moral leadership shown by this God is pathetic. And so your way of explaining it is, oh, he couldn't actually tell people what to do because they might not obey. Well, you know what? God has already demonstrated what he does to people who misplease him. He just drowns them all, right? So this just doesn't work. This is a shitty argument, frankly. It doesn't work. I understand why you make it, because you have to make it. Otherwise, you're lumbered with the fact that God is totally fine with slavery. No, you make it because it's a code.
You are not God. You don't see the full scope of reality.
Neither do you, and you're not God either, and no one is God, including
You're
God.
right.
Funnily enough,
I'm not even close.
because he doesn't exist. Now, here's the thing: you still haven't answered the question. Why is God not capable of granting forgiveness without needing to have someone killed first?
Why is it more likely that mindless, unguided processes produce agents capable of morality, love, and asking questions about the universe?
That's you not answering the question.
You can attack my ideology for a half hour straight, but I can't ask you a question?
We'd all love to hear an answer to the question I asked you, rather than an attempt to change the subject. So, are you going to answer the question I asked you, which is why is God not capable of granting forgiveness without having someone killed first? You don't have to answer it. If you're not willing to, just say, I can't answer it. Anyone.
You mean
someone.
his son?
Anyone. Someone.
Because it reveals God's nature, self-sacrificial love.
So he has to kill people to reveal his nature. Is he capable of revealing his nature without killing people?
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jesus. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Jesus specifically.
I asked you why God can only grant forgiveness once someone's been killed. It's a depraved, psychopathic, insane idea that everybody just accepts. Jesus? I'm talking about the idea that you said God loved everyone so much that he sent Jesus. He sent his son, who is also himself, with whom he also impregnated his own mother, to come down to earth to be killed so that he's able to forgive the sins of mankind and mankind's sinful nature that he imposed on them as a punishment according to rules that he made up. Now, you think that makes sense. I grant that. You think it makes sense because you've been indoctrinated into a cult that tells you that makes sense. I'm asking you to stop for a moment, stop sipping the Kool-Aid for a second, and reflect on the fact that this God, who you claim is sovereign, who you claim is in charge, and who you claim has unlimited powers, constrained only by the laws of logic, is unable, apparently, to grant forgiveness to his own creatures unless violence has happened first. Because if that wasn't the case,
I think it's so interesting. You want everything to be so simple.
I'm just asking you a question. Don't worry about what I want.
Everything to work the way you want it to work.
These are all the sounds that people make when they're unwilling to answer a simple question. So at the moment, you're just being unwilling.
I've answered probably 50 questions. This has been the lightning round, I'd say.
You haven't answered this one, and this is the key question here, right? Because you came in and you said God is love. And then I showed you lots of ways in which God isn't love. And your explanation was something, progressive revelation, something. And then that didn't work. So then we got onto the issue of...
well, nothing's going to work for you. You've hardened your heart.
It's not that I have a hardened heart. It's funny enough. It isn't that I have a hardened heart. It's that I have a functioning brain. That's the organ that's doing the work here. My heart is uninvolved in this process. Is that I'm considering the things you're saying, and they're obviously nonsense. And this is why you're reluctant to engage with them properly, because you know it too, on some level. So I'll ask you again, why is God unable to grant forgiveness without killing someone first, or having someone killed?
Oh, I was muted. God is revealing himself to us. That reveals his nature, self-sacrificial love, what I said from the very beginning.
That's not an answer to the question. God is revealing himself, doesn't answer.
I don't think anything I say will be an answer in your eyes.
I'd love you to say, I'd love you to say, God is unable to grant forgiveness to everyone, to people, without having someone killed because, and then give the answer. That's how normal people answer questions. Have you ever done a written test and they say, like, or an interview, and they say, like, reflect the question in the answer?
I'm an artificial intelligence engineer, my friend. You don't need to attack my mind.
Okay, well, then you'll know that in these situations, you'll know then it's quite useful to include the framing of the question in your answer, and then everyone knows what's being answered. So I'll ask you again: why is God not able to grant forgiveness without violence? If you understand it, answer it, because all your answers so far have just been attempts to change the subject.
I already told you, it reveals his nature, self-sacrificial love. And also, it's like asking the same question, why is there bad choices? Why does God allow us to choose wrong? Because that's necessary for choice.
Still not answering the question.
Let me ask you this.
No.
If you do wrong, like, let's say you're married or something.
No. You're trying to pivot, and I'm not going to let you pivot. So the things that you're proposing as an answer are just trite statements about God. It reveals his nature. And that takes me back to the secondary question then. Why does he have to have violence to reveal his nature? I thought you said his nature was love. Why is revealing your nature demonstrated by killing people or having people killed if your essential nature is love? That doesn't make sense. So I don't need that. I want you to say, God can only grant...
Why do you keep saying killing people? It's his son. It's Jesus. It's not other people.
But Jesus was there as a...
offering himself.
Jesus was there as a substitutionary sacrifice, because someone got to die. God needs the blood. He needs the murder. He's not happy unless killing and murder are going on. And if there's no one stepping up to do it, then he steps in himself with his own semi-son, who's also himself, which isn't weird at all.
Because actions have consequences. If God just snaps his fingers and removes sin, what does that teach us?
Right. That again is not answering the question. Now I realize why you're not answering the question is because you don't have an answer for the question, and on some part of your mind knows
ears, but not hearing.
Yeah, you know that there's no.
I've
sentence.
Answered the question multiple ways, my friend.
You've answered the question by saying.
Repeat my answer back to me.
You said actions have consequences, and it's how he shows his nature. But neither of those things addresses the question of why he can't just grant forgiveness out of love, which is what I do when I need to grant forgiveness.
He did.
He didn't.
That's what happened.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Gave himself.
No, he didn't.
And we learned a lot.
No, he didn't.
And now we all stand on the foundation of Christianity.
No, he didn't.
We do.
No, he didn't, because if he had done it, if he'd been able to grant forgiveness out of pure love, then nobody would have needed to get nailed to anything.
There is one way that this country was built on the foundation of Christianity. The foundations of this country were built on the back of African slaves. So in that regard, this country was built on Christian values. So I'll grant you that part at least.
The Bible says that slave traders will go to hell.
And yet God commands people to buy slaves freely from the nations around you, keep them all your life, and pass them on to your children as property. But I know he had to do that. He had absolutely no choice in case any of his laws offended anybody's social sensibilities. I get that. He's terrified of causing offence, isn't he?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I said it, right?
Terrified of causing offence. What a weak God. That he has to tell people they're allowed to...
You know what Christianity is all about?
To own other people.
I still love you. I love everyone listening.
I don't need your love.
As my brother.
No, you're not. I'm not your brother. I have two brothers, and none of them are you. I'm not your brother, and I don't love you, and I don't need your love either. It's absolutely fine. Thank you.
I give it freely because Jesus gave it to me freely.
No, Jesus didn't give you anything. A cult told you that somebody was killed on your behalf, and you believed them.
I could be wrong.
You are wrong.
I'm not certain.
I will say this, Love is, I don't think you deserve to burn and spend a minute in hell, any sort of afterlife punishment, anything else for simply not agreeing with my theological takes.
Hell is
just death. Same in reverse?
It's called the second death. It's called the second death. Jesus.
Can you say the same in reverse?
It's just annihilation.
I said any sort of. It's not just annihilation. What people believe in anyway. Penalty. So that's a punishment, right? The death penalty.
That's what you already believe in. That's what you already are saying is going to happen. So what's the difference?
So you keep saying, I'm a Christian and I love you. Here's the thing. I don't think you deserve.
That's why I'm doing this.
Okay. How about you don't interrupt me? Love me by not interrupting me. Okay, so I don't think you deserve to spend a day in hell. And you don't believe in hell, you believe in annihilation. I don't believe you deserve to have
I believe in hell, it's just annihilation.
Stop talking over me, please. I understand why you do it, but please don't do it. All right. So, as an atheist, I don't think you deserve any sort of punishment, whether that's hell or the death penalty for your immortal soul or anything. I don't think you deserve any sort of punishment merely for disagreeing with my theological beliefs. Can you say the same in return?
Does justice require judgment?
Can you say the same in return?
Does justice require
Can you say the same in return? All right.
Again,
you avoid so many questions.
It is pretty avoidant. Yeah. And 1 Peter 3:15 tells you that you should always be willing to give a reason. That you should always be willing to give a reason. And so far, there's been a lot of evasion.
Given many, I'd say.
No, that you haven't. You've given many answers, but the answers haven't actually been valid responses to the question. They've been non-answers. They've been words that you say that are supposed to resemble giving an answer, but actually are not an answer.
Well, I'll repeat his question. He said, should he spend any time suffering in hell? But as I just explained, it's annihilation, non-existence.
So
my question.
Like the trash bin.
Yeah,
I don't want anyone to go there.
But your God
Genuinely,
does.
I don't want anyone to go there.
But your God does.
No, it's what they're choosing. God is truth. God is life.
No,
People choose otherwise.
No, it's your
you
God.
Don't want to be with God.
Your God has instituted this
relationship.
Ludicrous system.
Can't be forced.
Of course, God has instituted this ludicrous system,
and in
where people have to believe in imaginary beings and have relationships with them, and if they're not sufficiently convinced of them, they get set on fire at the end of their lives. What an
gnashing of teeth is talking about prejudgment.
Prejudgment.
People will know what they've chosen.
Right, so they're going to gnash their teeth just for a little while. Jesus is going to cast them into the furnace, or the burning lake of sulfur, as revealed in Revelation 21. Right, the non-believers like me are going to be grouped together with the murderers, the liars, and the sexually immoral, and sorcerers, funnily enough. And we're all going to be thrown into a burning lake. This is your God of love.
Have you read The Sheep and the Goats?
The separation thereof.
Yes, and what does Jesus say is the criteria for being saved? He says feeding the poor, visiting the sick. He doesn't talk about religion.
Yeah. You're picking and choosing. You're picking and choosing.
So if atheists feed the poor and help the sick, do we get in heaven?
Straight to Exodus.
You are picking and choosing, because I can show you the verses that disagree with you. So in the book of John, it says, those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already. In the book of Mark, it says, the one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. In the book of Revelation, it says, but as for the cowardly, this is the one I mentioned, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur. And in 2 Thessalonians, in a fiery flame inflicting vengeance, it's a very strong word here, on those who do not know God, and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus. These will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction separated from the presence. So this is horrific language. Horrific. And this is the God of love, apparently. This is not loving, my friend.
Yes, and those that reject love. You have to remember, Jesus defines himself as truth and life, and those that reject truth and life are rejecting Jesus. Modern people think of this so simply, like, oh, it's rejecting a name, a religion. No, it's choosing things like hate.
It's not choosing things like death. No, I don't choose hate or death.
Power.
No, this is BS.
I'm not saying you do.
No, but this is BS.
I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do.
Well, then leave it out of the conversation, because this is oversimplification, right? For you to say that,
I'm saying what the text is talking about.
I don't care. Not choosing Jesus. First of all, nobody here is not choosing Jesus. We're just not convinced Jesus exists. And if Jesus wants to let me know he exists, he knows where I am. He knows where I am. So for people to be punished for not having a relationship with someone who's hiding like a terrified child, we've already established that God is terrified. He's terrified of offending people with his laws, and now he's terrified
Jesus is the most known name in the world.
And now he's terrified of making an appearance. Maybe in case anyone doesn't like that either, but he's still going to set everyone on fire at the end if they don't have a relationship with him. This is ludicrous. You're an adult in the 21st century.
It's destruction language, my friend.
It's cult talk, and you should know better than to say this.
It's destruction language, and it's only logical.
It's destruction language, and it's
Look at the
foaming
water cycle.
it.
Look at your body filtering.
Look
We
at the
see
water
systems
cycle.
like this all around us.
Sure.
Is that your argument? I'd say that qualifies as look at the trees. What do you think?
It's the
I'm
bingo
not
boards.
proving it.
We've had
It's just interesting
13.
to
We've had
consider.
13 calls on the bingo so far. I can't wait to get to them. Golden Gordon, we're going to get you in next. I will say, love is the way for real. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for the conversation.
We appreciate the conversation. I don't think that you've demonstrated that your God is a God of love. I think you've demonstrated your God is a God of violence. And I think most people intuitively know that violence and love don't exist at similar locations on the spectrum of human experience. So I do appreciate you coming in, and we look forward to speaking again.
Thank you, my brother. I plan
All the
on
best.
devoting my life to...
No, we don't care about what you plan on doing. Okay, we will get Golden Gordon in next, but we do have a couple of things to deal with, because while that was going on, we had 14 calls on the bingo. So let's try and deal with them quickly so we don't keep Golden Gordon waiting. We wouldn't want that. So what have we got here? We have got Turge Helic called Crash Out. We haven't had a crash out, so no, we're not having that. Ash Wild called That's the Old Testament. Yeah, I think we're definitely having that. And oh, that's always a little bit too loud. I must turn that down. And PVG called Read It in Context. Good call, PVG. And PVG also called Words Don't Mean Words, for sure. Well spotted there, friend. And Odis Cordia called DNA is code, and that has not been discussed at any point so far. So we're not going to have that one. PVG called no morality without God. I think that's fair. That was definitely implied. And Mike called free will. That's absolutely right as well. Ash Wild called crying about the meta. There was a little bit of that going on. And PVG called Jesus fulfilled prophecy. I don't remember him talking about Jesus fulfilling prophecy. I do remember there was a lot of talk about Jesus, but I'm not sure that prophecy actually came up. I stand to be corrected on that, but I'm not sure that he actually did say that. Mike said you need faith. I guess there was a bit of that going on. Yeah, fair enough. And also performative laughing, which is a new addition I put on the bingo today after Sean highlighted it with the Philbro cackle last week, brilliantly titled. I didn't want to call it Philbro cackle because I wanted it to be applicable to people other than just Philbro. So I just called it performative laughing, and Mike called it. So we'll have that. We're going to be cleaning up here, people. Mike also called You Were Never a Christian, but that was not discussed. And Ashwild called You Send Yourself to Hell. 100%. Well spotted, Ash. And Look at the Trees. There was definitely a Look at the Trees in there. Very, very good indeed. And just before we get Golden in, we've got PVG called Look at the Trees as well, but just a hair too late, unfortunately. Okay, excellent round, people. That was very, very good indeed. I don't know why the kill switch has just been activated. Oh, I do know why. Because the name hadn't been removed yet, so the kill switch was still there. All right, Inner Circle, you don't need to vote after the call has ended. That's silly, isn't it? Okay, we're going to get Golden Gordon in and see what's going on there. I know. Okay. Welcome, Golden Gordon.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Perfectly well. Perfectly well. Welcome in. So our claim today is that atheism makes more sense. What say you?
Well, I saw the bingo that you put up already. So you can also cross out how you account for logic right now.
Okay. Are you
because
going
to me, that's the reason why.
You're going with pre-sup?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
God.
Sort of, yeah.
Are you going to run tag?
Not exactly, but kind of, I guess. Like the Van Tillian presuppositional
Must we?
argument is I was actually agnostic for a long while, and I was really more concerned with accounting things like your previous conversation was about like what makes a God loving and how hell isn't reconcilable with the concept of love and whatnot, and that really made me think of tag. That's why I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
All right. So we both agree that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It appears to me, and I'm not claiming it is, I'm just saying by outward appearance, it appears to me just to be a brute fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. That would be the law of non-contradiction. However, if you're claiming that requires a grounding, so three things. Please explain what you mean by grounding, like in a clear, concise way. Please demonstrate that it needs a grounding, and please demonstrate that the grounding is God.
Okay.
And
first off,
and none of these,
sorry.
none of these will. No, sorry, I paused. That's my fault. And keep in mind, the evidence for your claim should be independent of any. It shouldn't involve me at all. So if you start asking me, how do you explain? You're just going to God of the gaps. I don't require an explanation. I'm saying it appears to be a brute fact. I don't know. You're making the positive claim, so you have to give evidence for your claim. All right, so go for it.
I think that concept itself is the appearance of that claim is okay. It's difficult as it is when we get to stuff like precept, because when we make the argument that basically certain things like brute facts exist, it already presupposes.
I didn't claim it. I just said, to me intuitively it looks like a brute fact, but I don't claim to know the ultimates of reality. So so please explain what you mean by a grounding. Demonstrate that the fact that I outlined, the brute fact, or not the brute fact, I won't claim that, but the fact that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously, that requires explain what a grounding is, show that requires a grounding, the fact that I mentioned, and that the grounding is God. Please do those three things.
In terms of grounding, I go by coherence in worldviews, basically. So when you have a worldview that essentially affirms a certain set of ideas, I guess in a certain way, I'm also sort of brute facting myself, like by presupposing logic itself, when I also try to justify that logic itself cannot be presupposed in a certain sense, because ultimately, like we can both agree that when we talk about meta level stuff, we're sort of using logic to essentially argue about whether logic itself is a brute fact or not. So we're using the thing to justify the thing.
I mean, that's a well-known problem in philosophy. You can't use logic to prove logic, because it would be like a ruler measuring itself. As far as I can tell, we both have that problem. So let's both agree logic works. What is this grounding that you're saying logic needs in order to be as it is? So you're saying the abstract fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously requires a grounding. What do you mean by that?
Well, in terms of coherence, basically. So, like, for me, if we as people, like, brute facts as a whole, does that like coincide with things like materialism?
No.
So, like a coherence of worldviews.
No, there could be a supernatural world, and things can still be brute facts. One has nothing to do with the other.
Yeah, but what are brute facts in themselves? So
they're just necessary facts of reality that don't have an explanation. It's kind of like when it's almost like when people say God is a necessary being. They're basically just saying God is a brute fact that God exists. It could just be a necessary fact of reality that the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously. Again, I'm not claiming it is. I'm just. You don't have to worry about brute fact anyway. Just prove that. You still haven't explained what grounding is. Like, what is ground? Just start there. Let's just focus on that like a laser. What do you mean by grounding?
Essentially the foundation by which, like, a certain worldview is built upon.
A foundation.
A cornerstone. I'm not asserting like a foundationalism exactly.
Because it could be because I can have zero concept of any gods and still recognize the laws of logic. So that's not like a foundation for my understanding of how the moon cannot exist and not exist simultaneously.
I mean, yeah, you can have like the laws of logic without believing in any gods. That's true.
Or even having God concepts. So that's not like you're saying. I guess I'm not understanding you. Can you explain it another way? Like what this grounding is? A foundation. So basically, let's say no gods exist. If God existed now, he disappeared. He's gone. Would suddenly the moon be able to exist and not exist simultaneously?
We wouldn't. This is a difficult thing because for me, God is absolutely necessary. So if I took away, but in this possible scenario, it would be we'd basically be, if we existed without any source, without God as a necessary being as a whole.
If naturalism were true.
If naturalism were true, you wouldn't be able to trust your perceptions at all. So
why?
Because ultimately, naturalism, our evolutionary, in terms of evolution,
this is planting his argument. This is planting his argument against naturalism.
We'd be oriented to
survival, not truth.
To survival, not truth.
Not truth. This is dull. This is dull.
So basically, I've heard this before, and it's a ludicrous argument. It's basically that evolution gears us towards survival, not toward intelligence or toward
truth.
Basically, right,
yes.
Toward truth.
Yeah,
right?
because
as if discerning what's true about reality is not an adaptive survival trait. It's an asinine.
Yeah, I was going to go there.
Yeah, but it also discerns about false positives.
Hold on, let me ask you.
Religion itself, let's say naturalism is true. Religion itself is false, but it came through naturalism, right?
All right.
We believe false things because of naturalism.
Here's what you're missing. So you said evolution doesn't gear us toward truth. Okay. Does evolution gear us toward speed, toward physical speed?
It really depends.
So basically survival, right? But being able to run fast is a survival trait, right?
Exactly.
Okay, is being able to discern facts of does being able to discern facts of reality, is that a survival trait?
Yeah, sure, exactly.
Okay. So saying saying evolution is geared toward survival, it's not geared toward truth, is like saying evolution is geared toward survival, it's not geared toward speed. But in the case of a cheetah being able to run really fast, or a gazelle or what have you, you will recognize that attribute is a survival trait in itself, and so is intelligence. So how is that an argument?
Because it's within our own perspectives. Because we've observed, basically, like you say, like we've observed the fact that we humans, if naturalism is true, we believe in false positives. False positives are a reality. For like, how do we know? Was like we don't.
Well, because our truth detectors aren't perfect, it's not a survival trait. Can something be accurate enough but imperfect, but accurate enough to give us a survival advantage?
I want to apologize because I feel like I'm cutting you. It's a little bit laggy on my end.
Okay.
Can you repeat that, please?
Okay. It sounds like you're saying we have false positives, meaning our truth detectors are imperfect. Therefore, our truth detector cannot be the result of evolution. But evolution doesn't demand perfection. It only demands traits that are conducive to survival. If we have an accurate enough perception of reality to help us survive, it doesn't require perfection.
Of course, it doesn't require perfection, but
right. So the fact of not being perfect isn't an argument, right?
It is an argument because like we aren't perfect, and we aren't able to discern like what's necessary for us is not like how do I say this? Sorry, English isn't my first language.
Okay.
So
You basically said you argued that our truth detector, because some people are wrong about some things, are imperfect, therefore it cannot be a survival trait. But then you acknowledged it's not required to be perfect to be conducive to survival. It just needs to provide us an accurate enough perception of reality to help us survive.
Sure, it only,
and it does that, right?
Yeah, it helps us survive.
Yeah, our intellect helps us survive. Exactly. Well, not just to, but even well beyond sexual reproduction, which is what evolution requires. So
it appears that.
So how can you argue it's not? So how can you argue? Show the intellect that we have, and even other animals have. By the way, animals can perceive accurately that a tiger is charging toward them, and then they have a fear response to run away. How is that not a survival trait?
Yeah, I'm not saying it isn't.
Okay, then you argued that biological evolution is geared toward determining, geared toward survival, not determining truth. But you acknowledge that determining truth is a survival trait. So it's no different than arguing biological evolution is geared toward survival, not speed. But you don't complain that, you don't claim God necessarily intervened to give gazelles fast running speed, because it's a survival trait. It makes sense. Our intellect is a survival trait. It makes sense.
Of course, yes. But along with that, I'm sorry, but I need to cut something here.
Sure.
Along with our orientation towards truth, I don't believe that we it's only evolution that allows us to orient us towards truth. That's why I agreed that we are oriented towards truth, however imperfect we are. But in terms of, let's say, evolution and the survivability of us being able to essentially acknowledge a threat, it brings along with it false positives. So it's not these aren't different things to us. Truth to us is what appears to be necessary for survival.
I addressed the false positive things. Biological evolution doesn't require. It's like we already went down this road. Biological evolution, you acknowledge, does not require perfection in order to be sufficient to be conducive to survival, and our intellect is more than sufficient. Well, you're saying exactly, but you're arguing that evolution can't explain it because it's not perfect, but evolution doesn't require it to be perfect. You're acknowledging one, but still claiming the other.
And this argument also fails because it confuses not guaranteed with probably unreliable.
No, it's more that our epistemology is systematically flawed under the naturalistic lens. So even now, this entire argument, we can say if it's a process of naturalism, the fact that you guys are assured that you're winning the argument is not really conducive to the fact that maybe you are or not. It's fundamentally
that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
We can never really
we started
be
with
sure
tag.
About our own
We started with tag, a fairly poorly executed tag, and then we drifted out of tag into Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism. Also, a really terrible argument because, for the reasons I've said, that
you could say it's terrible, but
it is terrible because as I said, it confuses not guaranteed with probably unreliable, and
it ultimately questions our own epistemology, and there is no.
We don't. It doesn't though. It doesn't because you're soaring off the branch you're sitting on because that's your mind too. So you've used your mind. You've used your mind, which evolved to come to this logic also, right? And
I'm not asserting naturalism,
but it doesn't matter whether you are or not. You still have a mind that is evolved, and the fact that false beliefs
you're arguing for naturalism.
The fact that false beliefs are.
I can assert God if you're going to assert naturalism.
But I'm not asserting naturalism.
See?
I'm not asserting naturalism.
But you're saying I evolved. Maybe.
But we know we evolved. To say we evolved is not to assert naturalism. It's just to state a scientific fact. Naturalism could be false, and we've still evolved. We have evolved. Deal with it. We are evolved primates.
No.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
It's a fact.
Yeah, that is a fact. It is a fact
Yeah.
that we are evolved primates. Now, I'm not saying it's a fact that naturalism pertains. It may be the case that the world is full of magic. If that were the case, we still evolved. And this argument doesn't work because it assumes that any possibility that we could ever construe and misconstrue anything or get any false positives means that our cognition is wildly unreliable. The fact that like false beliefs are possible doesn't show that reliable cognition is unlikely. It just says that false beliefs are possible. If our brains didn't reliably track reality, they would be selected out of the gene pool. That's why this is a silly. That's why it's a silly argument.
Maybe in the future we might be selected out of the gene pool.
I beg pardon?
You acknowledged that the accuracy of our cognition is sufficient, more than sufficient, to be conducive to our survival, which is all evolution requires. You acknowledged that already, did you not?
Yeah, I've already admitted that even though we are not perfect, we are oriented towards truth. But that's not what I believe is conducive to naturalism.
So what's your argument? What's your argument that's not consistent with evolution? Because you acknowledge it's a survival trait, and we have it to the degree that is conducive to our survival, which meets the sufficiency for evolution to be the explanation. So what is your argument that it's not through evolution?
I'm not saying the false positives are not, our orientation towards survival is not conducive to evolution. It's not consistent with evolution. I'm just saying that our orientation towards truth is not.
No, what I'm saying is truth of survival, is our cheetah's orientation towards speed, does that have to do with evolution?
Yes.
Okay. Does our orientation toward intellect, does that have to do with evolution?
Limited intellect, yeah. Limited epistemology, yes.
In both cases, both speed and intellect are survival traits, right?
Survival traits that include false positives.
This is
so
silly.
What?
This is we're going round and round the.
It's like you know the rebuttal and you're just stuck on your script like a broken record.
Yeah, this is a silly argument. You're saying that unless we can never get false positives and never make mistakes, that all of our cognition is suddenly desperately unreliable, which would include yours. And therefore, so that's just a fact.
That's why naturalism is nonsense.
But I'm not asserting naturalism. Again, round and round we go. The same argument.
Materialism as well.
None of this is an argument for your God. None of it. Literally none of it. Because the way you rescue this
against atheism.
It's not an argument against atheism, because atheism isn't making a positive claim. It's just saying we don't believe yours.
I mean, you say that, but ultimately atheists group that with their atheism. It's not like I'm not debating someone who's just an atheist, right? You're not just an atheist.
Currently, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about whether your claims of a magical being who created the universe and loves foreskins are justified by the available evidence, and they're not. And the argument you came in first was
and you believe that we're monkeys that don't really
learn some science, because if it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey. If it doesn't have a tail, if it doesn't have a tail, it's not a monkey.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, so you're being disrespectful towards me.
I'm not being disrespectful to you, friend. I respect you. I respect you. I just think no. You're arguing. I don't find that my ideas being criticized is being disrespectful towards me.
Actually, it's
interesting. It's interesting that you would assume that criticizing someone's ideas is disrespectful to them. I'm happy to have my ideas disrespected. If they can't stand up for themselves, they deserve to be disrespected. That is a global rule that applies to all ideas. If ideas cannot survive scrutiny and rigorous examination, they should not be respected. I apply that rule to my own ideas as much as to yours.
This isn't just an idea to me. That's what you don't understand.
That's fine, but your idea,
obviously, this is not just an idea to me.
It can be a cherished idea.
Like insulting what I believe.
It can be a cherished idea to you. I didn't force you to come in here. I didn't put a gun to your head, and I didn't come into your church and start telling people you're all wrong. I don't make outgoing calls. I invite people to come and defend their beliefs if they feel like having the conversation. But if you're going to feel offended at me demonstrating that your ideas don't have epistemic warrant, then this isn't the right place for you, respectfully. I would say go back to church and sing songs about Jesus and be happy.
It wasn't just epistemic warrant. You know that because you insulted, oh, your God loves foreskins and whatnot.
Yes, your God does love foreskins. Your God does love foreskins. That's not my problem. It's not my problem that your God... But your God does love foreskins.
And then you're pretending like you didn't.
But Gordon,
you're pretending that's just intellectual.
Gordon, your God's got a big thing for foreskins. He loves them. Now, I find that slightly disturbing and a little bit odd.
Okay.
A little bit odd.
But there's something you're missing here. Okay. So Gordon, if you're listening, your religion requires you to show deference to your God. It doesn't require me to. It doesn't require John to, or anyone else. So demanding other people show respect and deference to your silly God is a non-starter. I will treat you with respect. I'm not going to insult you or call you any names, but I am not required to show respect and deference to your God belief.
Yeah. Okay, well, there we are. That call is now finished. Gordon decided to leave. I understand why. And to be honest, these arguments are dull as dishwater. Nobody wants to hear us have to relitigate tag again. And that argument against naturalism is such a silly argument. It fails. It's just useless. So, it probably wasn't that interesting for people to keep on listening to it. So perhaps Gordon did us all a favour. So we can thank him for doing that and thank him for his participation. Look, people, we want to have debates here. But if the kind of mind you have is that you get terribly upset and insulted when people say true things about the things that your book says, the Bible is pretty clear. God's got a thing for foreskins. He likes them. He's very interested in them. He's preoccupied with them. Okay, we're going to talk about it sometimes. God's a little bit... He's got some weird things, and we are going to talk about it. We're not going to hold back from mentioning the Bible passages that might cause you to feel a bit embarrassed. Sorry. Okay, there we go. We are going to get in... It looks like Bible Basher over on the YouTube side. Hopefully the audio is all going to work. Bible Basher, are you there?
Hello, could you hear me?
Perfectly. How are you?
Fantastic. I'm doing good, thanks.
Excellent stuff. Welcome in. Are you here to bash a Bible?
No, I bash with the Bible.
Excellent. You bash with a Bible. Has it got a hard cover or is it soft? And is there leather on the top?
I have one of each. I also have a really big one. If you're really bad, I've got a really big one. It's
fine. Well, get that one ready then. So we think that atheism makes more sense because the claims of gods, and specifically the claims of the Judeo-Christian God, are ludicrous. Absolutely preposterous that anyone would take this stuff seriously in this day and age. How do you respond to that?
Now, I'm just curious. Are you looking at this in a logical sense? Like logically, atheism makes more sense.
What other sense could you look at it in? An emotional sense?
Just historical, cultural, just other things. And so I'm just making sure we're doing this logically.
Sure. Well, looking at things historically and culturally, you would have to apply logic to the claims you were making about the culture and the history, wouldn't you? So we're a big fan of using reason here. We don't like to be driven by emotion or performance. So yes, we are looking at this logically, which is why I make the claim that atheism makes more sense. Because when you apply logic and sound epistemology to the claims of any religion, but specifically this religion, they kind of dissolve.
Okay, it's great to know. Talk to some people and they just want to talk all about history and not talk about the logic or anything.
Sure. Whatever you think is the strongest reason for holding to these claims, that's what we would like to talk about. So if you think the strongest reason is claims to history, we'll talk about that. If you think the strongest reason is personal experience, we'll tell you you're silly. If you think the strongest reason is logic, we'll talk about that.
Okay, so I will let you know my background as a Christian is I'm a Latter-day Saint, and so I don't believe in the traditional Christian God as other Christians have it. And I do believe that the Latter-day Saint version of God that we believe in is the most logically sound version that there is.
Oh dear.
I guess I would ask you, in what ways would you think that is not true?
Okay, so I think that to engage with LDS stuff really takes someone with a background in LDS, and that's not me. I find the whole Mormonism thing weird, and I haven't spent enough time with my head in the Book of Mormon to really come up with the sound sort of positioning against the claims that I have perhaps against other versions of theism. With that said, I do think some of the racism in there makes me feel extremely icky, and the tradition of the Mormon Church to be extremely racist is something that would sit very heavily on me if I was part of that organization. Phrases like, delightsome and pale come to mind. But that aside, I think we can speak about theism more generally then.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah. So what reason is there for thinking a God exists of any sort?
Well, I think the main reason that I personally believe, that is not a reason you should believe, is my own personal experience. But like you said, that's something that I can't apply to you. God will not judge you based off of my personal experience. He'll judge you based off of your personal experience.
And also, I can demonstrate that if you think personal experience is a valid reason for you to believe in God, then I'm going to be able to prove that you have a double standard and inconsistent epistemology.
Are you going to say that other people and other religions say that they have personal experiences and bring that in?
Yeah, and you don't accept them on the basis of their personal experiences. You don't accept their religious claims. When a Hindu says that they've had experience of convening with the Hindu gods because they had a personal experience with them, you don't take that to be evidence for the truth of their religion. You explain it in a different way. And I agree with you. I wouldn't either. And when someone from a different faith makes claims about their gods and their religion that is incompatible with yours, you would apply the same rule, and so would I. And you and I would be in complete agreement about the thousands of different religions and faith traditions and beliefs in which people claim to have had personal experiences that prove that their particular version of the divine, which is, by the way, incompatible with yours, is true. You and I would be in complete agreement that it doesn't make sense to take their claims at face value, and that their interpretation of their experience, we're not calling them liars, we agree that they had an experience, but we're just coming to in agreement, you and I, the conclusion that they probably are misinterpreting their experiences. I would just apply fairly and consistently the same standard to you.
Yeah, one thing that I think Latter-day Saints, at least me personally, have is I think we're one of the most inclusive religions in the world. We don't make the claim that no other religion can have personal divine experiences.
Right. So all the Muslims have got it right then, and Jesus wasn't divine. Excellent.
I'm not saying that makes it true.
But what about the billions of Muslims who have had personal experiences of convening with the Prophet or with Allah, who tells them that Jesus was just a prophet and not divine? What about their personal experiences?
I would say that those experiences are valid as evidence, but not valid as proof.
That's what I'm saying.
For my personal experiences, they're valid as evidence, but not proof.
How do you draw the line then? So how do you weigh up their evidence? If you're taking them seriously, then that means you're giving serious consideration to Jesus not being divine. Is that right?
Well, I look at other evidence as well, not just personal experience alone.
Right. So we can take that off the table then, right? Because you're needing to rely on other evidence because you realize how valueless personal experience is, because it can't reliably guide you to any conclusion at all, because there's a million different personal experiences all pointing in a million different directions. And if you try to triangulate, you get nowhere. So we can disregard personal experience. So what would be a reason why I should think a God of any sort exists? Because to me, the idea is ludicrous.
Well, I think that the reason that the Latter-day Saint God has, I guess, a point above other divine beings that other people believe in is ours is the most logically consistent and moral conception of God out there.
Logically consistent and moral. But I mean, that's just you talking about the attributes of the God in the stories about the God. I'm asking you, why should we think that God exists? Like, I could make up a magical God who's really, really, really kind. He gives out lovely things to people every day. He's super moral. He kisses it better all the time whenever anyone has a hurt. He strokes the hair of people in pain. He's a lovely, lovely, lovely God. But that's not a reason to believe that such a thing exists. So I'm saying, why should we think, what evidence is there in the world that would make us think this is anything but a lovely story or a horrible story, depending on how you look at it?
I'd say that miracles are evidence to believe in some sort of higher power.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, miracles
it doesn't narrow down specifically which version of God is true, but it indicates that there is something that's able to defy the visible and understood laws of nature.
Why is there no good evidence for any miracles then?
Well, there are evidences for miracles.
No, I said good evidence. No, there's stories. But again, there's stories from across cultures. This suffers from the same ailment that your personal experience suffers from, which is that you then have to grant the stories of Satya Sai Baba and all the miracles he performed. He had 1 million followers.
Well, what if the miracles are very well documented and stuff? Well, even that those miracles, if they're well documented, that's reason to believe that there is some higher power. That would be my evidence that there is something out there.
So Satya Sai Baba, this self-proclaimed God-man, is a higher power?
Did he have well-documented evidence of his miracles from him and other people who were not at all?
Yeah, some of them are caught on camera. He had 1 million followers. He only died a few years ago. Now, I personally think he was a con man, as does anyone who is able to apply critical thinking to claims. It's obvious that he was a con man, but he.
Well, did he get money and fame and stuff from what he did?
I don't know if he got money and fame, but he certainly got fame. He was very famous, but I don't know about what his financial circumstances were. But the point is, the world is full of miracle stories, just like the world is full of personal testimony, and they're all worth precisely zero because none of them are reliable. We have a standard. We can have a standard for like the standard would be like enough independently verifiable evidence as to be taken seriously, and no miracle claims have ever met that standard. None, not one. If they had,
independently verifiable. Do you mean someone who was outside of the miracle has to verify it?
Yeah, we have standards for verifiability. I mean, it's not a guarantee, but we can. There's something that all of these miracle claims all have in common, which is that they vanish the moment you get them in a lab, or the moment you get people investigating them and applying the techniques of rigorous scientific investigation to them. Suddenly, the effects vanish. They only happen, when cameras aren't around, or when the possibility of mistake or fraud is available. That's why we don't take them seriously. It's why James Randi had $1 million on offer for anyone who could show any evidence of anything supernatural or divine for decades, and no one ever got anywhere close to claiming the money, which they could have given to charity if they wanted to.
Well, I don't know. I've seen that footage of Bigfoot. That seemed pretty compelling.
Come on, be serious.
Messing with you.
Yeah, I know. But to me, that's what it's like. It's all footage of Bigfoot. All of this stuff is footage of Bigfoot. It's all just a man in a suit. And it's why we laugh at these things, because they're nonsense. So we can take miracles off the table. And even if miracles did happen, by the way, they wouldn't be proof of a god. They'd just be proof of something happening that we can't explain.
Well, let me bring up the Book of Mormon that we have in our church. It's something we believe is a book of scripture. And you don't have to believe the words itself to understand that how it came forth is a pretty miraculous story. It was written over the course of just a couple of months at a speed faster than any known authors have been able to write works, and these are all just claims. Completely internally consistent.
These are all just claims.
No, these are all verifiable facts based on witness testimonies. You could open up the book and read it yourself.
Right.
It's completely internally consistent, and it was written all in one draft. There's been no record from Joseph Smith or anyone around him of any sort of preparation that
we are actually planning an evening of Mormon delight As I said, I don't feel that I'm personally equipped to really deal with the specifics of LDS claims. There are people in my community who are ex-Mormons and who laugh at this stuff and say how ridiculous it is. I would love to have one of them in to speak to you about this. We are planning this. We just haven't got a date for it yet. So I would say that if you want to speak about the specifics of LDS stuff, I would invite you back. Keep a lookout. We will be advertising it when it's going to happen. But I want to speak about more general theism here because I don't find anything you've said so far to be convincing evidence for any gods. I don't think any reasonable person would. You've said personal testimony, which we've demonstrated is of no value. You said claims of miracles, which we've demonstrated are of no value. And the only other place we've gone so far is claims about a book. I don't really care what it says in a book.
What do you think about prophecies?
I think that for prophecies to be impressive, they have to have a level of specificity, and there are certain criteria that you have to apply to a prophecy, like how specific is it, how accurately is it timed, is it possible that someone could have made it come true knowing that it had been written, would you know it was a prophecy at the time if you read it, or has it been retrofitted afterwards, where something's been written down and then someone's been able to see something that's happened and they go, aha, this looks like that thing that was written there, and then call it a prophecy. And there's a reason why no prophecy that's ever been written down satisfies these requirements for being taken seriously.
Okay, well, there's one very striking example in the Book of Mormon and other smaller ones that I could bring up, but I'll just mention the one big one and I'll ask you if this is enough, what you think about it, okay?
Sure.
So the Book of Mormon has a story of this family, and they're traveling from Jerusalem, and they're about to set sail to a new promised land. It says as they're traveling in the borders by the Red Sea, one of their companions, a man named Ishmael, passes away, and this is between the year 600 and 609 or 590 BC. He passes away and is buried in a town called Nahom. And then after that point, they head due east to a land, and they have a lot of details about this land. They says it's rich in ore to make metal tools. It has trees to build a ship. It has oceanside cliffs, and it has fruits that you could harvest to bring on a transoceanic journey and stuff. And this was written or translated, we believe, but you'd say written in 1830. Since that time, archaeological sites have been discovered there with first they found a town by the name of Nahom, or not exactly Nahom, but translated into English, it could be Nahom, with a gravesite in that town labeled Ishmael, and it has been dated to around 600 BC. And heading due east from that point, they found along the shores in Oman, I believe, a site that matches, as accurately as we can tell, the description of the exact same place as recorded in the Book of Mormon. And all of this was discovered decades after the death of Joseph Smith.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, as I said, I don't have
of course. I don't expect you to know it off the top of your head.
An expertise here. My strong instinct is that there will be an explanation for this, which is much more prosaic than that it was magic.
The best explanation that I've gotten for it is that someone knew where that town was before Joseph Smith wrote it, but notwithstanding that, he predicted the name and date of someone who died in that town, along with
what language would the original text have been written in?
It was written in some sort of reformed Egyptian. It's like Egyptian / Hebrew, kind of.
Right. Would that language have had vowels in the writing?
No vowels. So just
how would you have known it's Nahom then?
It's just the NHM is what matches.
Right. So that could have been Nahim, Nahem, Nahim, Nahom, right?
Yeah, it could have been.
Okay.
But the fact to take this shot in the dark and guess it completely right, because the only two places that are in this book that are in the old world are Jerusalem, which Joseph Smith obviously knew existed. He could have faked that. And Nahom. He only pinpointed two places, and the one that was at that point virtually unknown, he got it exactly right.
So this is a writing that someone called Ishmael, which is an extremely common name in that area, in those languages. Someone called Ishmael died in a place near something called Nahum something. Nahum, Nahim, Nahem, Naham, Nahum, something like that. Is that it?
Yes. And if you look in this
That's
town,
pathetic.
there have been, in this entire town, though, there are graves dating within hundreds of years, and there are only two, I believe it's only two, there might be three graves named Ishmael. And so it's not like every other guy there was named Ishmael. And so it is a pretty spot on guess.
Right. I mean, to me, that's extremely underwhelming. To get from that to therefore a magical creature created the universe is wild. I mean, you might want to recalibrate your credulity there.
But that is evidence of something supernatural happening.
It's not. It's evidence of a lucky hit in a book with an extremely wide latitude of possible ways that it could have been either coincidentally lined up or possibly after the fact. I don't know. That's not a supernatural claim. If that's your bar for miracle, there's going to be miracles happening everywhere.
By any ways proof.
It's neither evidence nor proof. It's just a story in a book. In a book, by the way, that gets lots of things wrong.
Yeah, there were actually lots of things in the book that were, he said, these things exist on the American continent before Christopher Columbus came over.
Right.
These things include metal swords, concrete,
chariots, wheat,
gold and silver-based money.
Right.
All these different things.
And
I believe with the entire list, though, since the death of Joseph Smith, about half of them have been discovered on the American continent. And if a book was truly falsified and he just shot in the dark with all these random things, it would look worse over time and not better. Archaeology is confirming many of these things.
I doubt that. Every week I speak to a Muslim who says, science is confirming all of these things prophesied in the Quran. And I speak to a Christian who says, science is confirming all of these things prophesied in the Bible. And I speak to someone else who says, science is confirming all of these things prophesied in my favorite book. This is bullshit.
These things are confirmable, though. You can look into archaeology and see if metal swords, if gold and silver monetary systems, and if concrete existed in North America at this point.
This is laughable nonsense, friend. I as I said, though, I do think that for us to engage with this stuff, I would prefer to have someone who has a background in the Mormon faith here to engage with these ideas, because I do feel a bit when the subject gets to, this is one of the topics where I feel a little bit when it gets to this area that I'm a little bit out of my area of, I won't even say expertise because I don't think I have an area of expertise, but out of my area where I feel confident speaking from a position of actually having a knowledge base. And I don't really feel like I do here. So I don't feel like I can give as thorough a rebuttal of the points you're making as I feel confident other people can, because we have had times before where we've had LDS members have come up, and then people in the community, like we've got a friend here called Nerd Unleashed, and she's come up and she's extremely knowledgeable, having been in the Mormon Church for a while, and she's just completely destroyed every point the caller made with receipts. So my instinct based on induction is that would happen here as well. But I find that particular example that you gave to be fairly underwhelming. And if that's the level of evidence that's available, I don't think it's great. That to me doesn't get to, therefore a magical being exists. We need Jimmy Snow, don't we?
More evidence, but since you don't want to talk about this specifically, we can move on to something else. If you want to talk about philosophical critiques of God,
let's talk about that before we get our next guest in, who's going to be, by the looks of it, Job is waiting in the queue next. So it might be Job, in fact, more likely to be Job, isn't it? So do you think that there's an all-powerful God who created the entire universe and is watching over it right now?
John, you're not able to hear me on video, by the way.
I just brought you in there on video, Sean, so I should be able to hear you now. You weren't in before.
Okay. All right.
But yeah,
I got you.
I'll hear you next time. Okay, so you believe that there's an all-powerful God who created everything and is in charge and is watching over the reality of the world right now, and that this God is good, right?
Yes.
So why does this God allow so much easily avoidable suffering?
Well, I guess to explain how that fits into my theology, I would say two things. Number one, we don't believe that God created everything out of nothing. If God literally created everything out of nothing, then all evil that exists in creation will ultimately have its source in God. But we believe that God organized this universe out of just pre-existing matter. So all evil that existed doesn't come from God.
Okay, but
is
that
he
doesn't...
powerful enough to organize the universe in such a way that suffering doesn't happen? Like, for example, parasites that burrow into the eyes of children. Is he powerful enough to organize the world in such a way that those don't exist anymore?
Yes, he is. I bet if he wanted to organize such a world, he could.
That's great.
Okay, so he wants it to be that way.
So
Let me
he
bring
likes
up my
that.
second point. Or I guess I have 3 points. I guess my second point would be we didn't just snap into existence when we were born on this earth. We had a pre-earth life, and we were conscious beings in the presence of God before this life. And no person who has been sent to this earth was sent here against their will. Everyone was told about the plan. We knew that we would suffer and eventually die, but we all still accepted that. Because...
Do you know how many children have been raped by adults since we've been having this conversation? It's about 6.
Yeah.
It's about 6. So
God
watched this happen, could have intervened to stop it, and didn't. How does all of this stuff about what we were asked about and what we consented about in previous lives and all of that stuff, how does that make adults sexually abusing children while we've been having this conversation and God is watching and does nothing? How does that make that work? How does that make that right?
Oh, that's absolutely evil. That's complete rebellion against God.
Right, but God could stop it and hasn't. Why not?
Well, because all of us agreed to come here and to suffer these things.
So God said to the babies, when you're 9 years old, you're going to get raped. And the babies went, I'm fine with that. And that's your suggestion?
I don't know exactly how much details people knew about before coming to this life, but we knew generally that we would.
The babies didn't know, right? Nobody that's here right now chose to come here on a spaceship. Right?
I would say absolutely everyone who's in this world, according to our theology, did choose to come to this life and suffer and eventually die.
That's just gibberish. And the fact is that if we have no memory of such a choice, if we have no cognition of such a choice, then it doesn't make any sense to hold us accountable for having made it. Right? Even if that ludicrous suggestion were true, to make a choice and then suffer the consequences of that choice with no memory of having made it is to disconnect the experience of the choice you've made from the fact of making it. That does not provide a justification for children to be hurt by adults or killed by their own parents, by the way. That happens 3 to 4 times a day.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely not just at all.
But
it's
God's watching all of this and he's going, I'd love to sort it out, but I just can't because rules. Was that what's happening?
Well, I guess let me get to my third point as to what I was bringing up. Not as to why this stuff that happens is okay, but just to explain its presence in this world. The third point would be that God didn't just send us here so that like a small fraction of humanity would accept him and play harps in heaven and worship him forever. He sent us here because the purpose of this life in our theology is for us to learn and grow, eventually become like him one day. And
all of that has nothing to do with children being raped. Nothing. This is just words that people say to create the effect that they're answering the question they've been asked by just saying lots of words. I asked why does God allow children to be raped?
Because in order for his purposes to be accomplished and the purposes that we all agreed to, he can't.
Wow. So that is a shitty God. Because if I invented a God, if I had a God who was all powerful, the sovereign ruler and creator of everything, I'll grant you he didn't create everything. If I had a God who had taken some pre-assembled material and then fashioned it into just the kind of universe he felt like, and then my God saw that his creations were starting to fiddle children, my God would intervene, and my God would have a plan that allowed all the good things he was planning for his creations later to happen without kids being fiddled. Why doesn't your God do that? Is he incapable? Is he just not very good? Is he learning on the job? Is he an amateur?
Well, it's because he's given us all agency.
Right, but my God would give us all agency too, but he would still stop those things happening. In the same way that people pray that they're going to reach the train on time. I pray that I'm going to get to the station in time, or I pray that the traffic on my way to work won't be too bad. And God intervenes. I am here to bless your journey. And the traffic moves along, right? God could use those types of interventions without ever abrogating anybody's free will to protect the children. But your God hasn't figured out how yet. Is that what you're asking us to believe? That he wishes he could find a way, but he just can't work it out yet?
Well, I mean, if it was in God's will to intervene and to stop such a thing, then it absolutely would happen. He'd probably strike those guys with lightning or something.
Makes it infinitely worse. So it is in God's will for those children to get raped. Fantastic. Lovely. What a God. And you think it's...
I didn't say that.
You said if it was in God's will to intervene, then he would. So you're saying it's not in his will to intervene. He could intervene by giving the attackers a flat tire in the morning. That would save the life of the child. But that would be too much effort. That would be too much of an infringement on the civil liberties of the rapist or murderers, rather to let the children die and be raped by adults because, that's the most important thing. And God's got a big plan which can only be enacted if children get molested and killed by adults. That's the claim you're currently asking us to believe.
Let me just clarify. Everyone in this life agreed to come here. Nothing that's happening here.
Irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. No, we've already established that asinine claim is irrelevant. The fact that you tell a story about everyone agreed to come here. When the people agreed to come here, were they told they were going to get raped and killed as children? Was that in the contract they signed? I agree to be born and then get fucked to death by adults when I'm 7 years old. Was that on the paperwork?
I don't know.
Yeah, why would God even put that in the contract anyway? Why wouldn't he just instantiate a world without suffering and offer to bring everyone here? Why would God do that?
Well, because he can't guarantee that all of us will use our agency righteously.
Okay,
we weren't forced to come here. There were many people who chose not to come to this life.
Okay, so God lacks are you saying he lacks the power to stop all of the suffering and the awful things?
In order to accomplish his plan, yes.
Okay, so your God's
cannot be accomplished if he intervenes. Like if, let's say, you're going to the gym, your personal trainer can't lift the weights for you.
We understand.
He's not. So your God's not all powerful. Your God's like So like the standard Christian God's more powerful than your God.
Well, the standard Christian God is a God that's defined by everything that God does is good.
No. I'm talking about power, because we talk to Christians and Muslims who both believe their God is all powerful. Yours is weaker than their God.
Well, I guess I would say in answer to that, we believe in eternal law. Eternal law is something.
Is that a yes or no?
I would say no.
God's a personal trainer now.
So your God is all powerful.
Yes.
Okay, but you gave me something your God is unable to do. What do you think all means?
Okay, well, it doesn't mean that he can draw a square circle and stuff.
No, it's not a logical contradiction. God instantiating a world with no suffering isn't a logical contradiction. What is the contradiction there?
Well, he could do that, but that's
okay. So
because God didn't create this world so that we could have a pain-free life. He created this world so that we could learn.
He likes pain.
So kids could get raped. We understand. You've said that. So look, we need to tie this up shortly because I want to get Bo Livers in next. But this is catastrophic because you're describing a deity that you are saying is all powerful, bound only by the laws of logic, and we're not suggesting anything that would violate the laws of logic. You're suggesting that it would violate logic,
not the laws of logic, just eternal laws.
Yeah, eternal laws, right? Your suggestion is that your God is incapable of building a world in which his objectives are achieved without a certain degree of agony and terror and death of innocent people at the hands of others, and animals dying, and people being ravaged by disease and earthquakes and famines and tsunamis and trees falling on animals. All of these things happen. God could stop them, but he doesn't want to because he's got a plan and he can't figure out how to make his plan work without all of this death and suffering. So,
and we didn't want him to.
And we asked him to please make sure that all the children got raped. It's our fault that this is happening. Got you. So the way I normally respond to this theodicy is with the seesaw of shit. And this is how the seesaw of shit works. I'm going to leave you with this as a parting gift for you to dwell on. So the seesaw is balanced finely on a fulcrum in the middle. And on one side you have God's power, and on the other side you have God's goodness. And every time you make an excuse for all the horrible shit that God lets happen, his goodness goes up. But what happens to a seesaw when one side goes up? The other side goes down. And you make your God less and less powerful, more and more amateur, more and more hapless, more and more incapable, more and more incompetent, and more uncaring. So if that's the God that you want to worship, a God that's kind of training on the job, trying to figure it out, doesn't quite know,
no, he's not trying to
wishes he could find a way to achieve his goal without the cancer wards for children, but just can't quite figure it out right now. Maybe one day he'll find a way. Fine, but that's not a God worthy of worshipping. That's a God worthy of dismissing and saying, go away and come back when you know how to do it properly, because that's rubbish.
Well, there is no way. Like, I brought up the example of a personal trainer. Is it possible for a personal trainer?
A personal trainer is not an omnipotent being. So if a personal trainer is an omnipotent being, then yes, it is possible for a personal trainer to have their client achieve all their fitness goals with no pain. But you're making your God into a limited personal trainer.
Using the laws of nature, is that possible right now?
God is not constricted by the laws of nature. Personal trainers are. Personal trainers are. God is not. My God would not be limited by laws of nature. He would write the laws of nature, and he would be able to subvert them whenever he wanted to, by doing things like miracles, which you have already alleged he does. So your position is completely incoherent right now. Total mess. Anyway, I'm going to move on to get the next caller in. Thank you for trying to defend your God notion, and do keep an eye out for when we are going to be running an LDS night. I just feel like I'm not up to the job without some support from people who have really lived it and understand it and can speak about this cult from having been on the inside. But I do appreciate you coming in. Yeah, thanks for bashing us with the Bible. We always appreciate that. Take it easy. Thank you. Okay, there we are. That was Bible Basher. Okay, we are going to get our next guest in, but there is a mountain of super chats. I do need to get to them, otherwise the list is going to get too long. We'll be here all day, and we definitely wouldn't want that. So with that said, let's have a look. We have Jason Gleason. Sean, Jason was flaming you before you got here for being late. Can we use the kill switch to kick Sean? We love Jason. Jason's a friend of ours. Jason. And
I'm not going to lie, that was funny.
That was funny. And T says, where's Sean's video on YouTube? It took me a while to get it up there. We need our eye candy. Everyone loves you, Sean. Jonathan forever, praise Puff.
I've been called many things, never eye candy. And I'm like going to turn red now.
But you everyone loves you, Sean, and you're always super well dressed. You make me feel always very unpresented and unput together. And
just a caller.
Just a caller. There you go. And Chris, good to see you, says hardened heart, unfalsifiable, made-up concept. Quite, I completely agree. It's another tool in the theological box of copes. You have a hardened heart. Excellent. Well, fortunately, I think with my brain, not my heart. And Reckless Religion says, goddamn fuck yes, John and Sean are epic. I love you so much.
Reckless Religion. I love that girl.
There's no one like Reckless. If you're listening, please call in to the After Hours show tomorrow. We need some Reckless Religion energy in the live tomorrow. That'll be from 10 p.m. From 10 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. Eastern. I thought that I had the Skeptic Haven tomorrow. I actually miscalculated. It's actually Sunday. That'll be doing Skeptic Haven with Godless Engineer on Sunday evening. So it's not tomorrow. So we will just run the normal time for the After Dark show, for After Hours rather, sorry. For anyone listening, the After Hours show happening tomorrow is one, it's not a debate show. Anyone can call in. We invite calls from friends. You can ask us anything you want, and it's no debates tomorrow. So call in for that if you fancy asking us anything and speaking about anything you want. And Zerko Effect said he's an AI engineer. Now I know why AI sucks. This was this was not the previous call. It was Golden Gordon, wasn't it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, AI is a bit weird. You know, when humans make a mistake, it's normally something like in the margins. Like you say, can you cut the piece of wood 2 meters long, and they cut it 2 meters 01, or there's some small minor misunderstanding. When AI messes up, it's like completely wild. It would be like asking a waiter in a restaurant to say, I'll have the haddock and potato, please. And they bring you a dish and it's just got like a hiking boot on it. That's what happens when AI, and it's like, oh, you wanted some actual food. I'm so sorry. And then it brings you back some food afterwards. Wild. Okay, and Reckless Religion again says, Dogware sends you tithings. She's a better god than Yahweh. She also says John and Sean are the fucking best. Thank you, Reckless. We think you're the best. Absolutely awesome. And again from Reckless Religion, my goodness, Dogware wags are better than Philbro tags. Whoa. Bringing it tonight.
That needs the applause soundtrack.
It does. It does. Killed it on that one. And 2 more super chats before we get our next guest in, which will be Babs. Coffee is the one true God. I go to worship. Enjoy your coffee. I agree. I love coffee. I'm very happy because I bought one of those bean to cup machines last year. You just put the beans in the top and then 50 different possible things can emerge from the machine. I have no idea how it works. As far as I'm concerned, it's actually magic that happens inside the machine, but it is really nice. Really nice. And Chris says 99% of philosophers say tag is unsound. It's over. Yeah, tag is not an argument that's run by anyone serious. Go to a university philosophy department and ask them about tag and you'll be laughed out. It's just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And Roy Williams, thank you very much for the contribution. I appreciate that very much. And Bethos, good to see you. Belief in false positives like tag. Indeed. Okay, let's get our next guest in. It looks like it's going to be. We had a couple of guests who have dropped out, but it looks like we've got Papo on the YouTube side. Papo, are you there?
Okay, can you give me a quick sentence to describe?
Well, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, self-evidence of God.
You're going to need to get a little bit nearer your microphone because you sound like you've put your phone at one end of a gymnasium and gone to the other end.
Do you think God is self-evident?
He's talking to someone else. He's talking to someone else. That's hilarious. I don't think we need to eavesdrop on their conversation. As interesting as it is, he's entered another debate while he waits on hold for this one.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
quite...
hear on the other side, but...
Listen.
Do you hear a lot of background noise right now? It's a bit hard to hear you.
Okay, well, we don't... that's just greedy, isn't it? To be on hold for us whilst debating with someone else. We don't do that kind of poly round here. So, yeah, we're not going to do that. We will get... let's see. We've got another caller whose name hasn't come up here. Let's see if we can get them in anyway. Hello, are you there, person whose name hasn't come up? Looks like maybe not. Okay.
Test.
No, they are not there.
Right.
So we'll drop that. And we did have Geo for a moment in the queue on the YouTube side, but Geo seems to have vanished. So right now, we don't have a caller. Funnily enough, we had a few waiting. So while we wait for the next guest to come in, we will look at the bingo because, again, look what's happened, people. This has gone bananas. We're going to need a bigger board. This is what's happening here. So Mike called, how do you account for logic with Gordon? Yeah, that was a kind of taggy thing going on, for sure. As he said that he was going to do. And PVG called Crash Out. Was that the same call from earlier? I see Geo's just coming to the queue. Hold fire, Geo. We'll get to you in a moment. PVG called the how do you account for logic, but I think it might have been just a minute too late. And PVG actually called Crash Out for Gordon. I think Gordon just left. So is that Crash Out to just leave? I think Crash Out is more the like wild behavior of untamed rage and going kind of odd and weird and sort of short-circuiting and being weird. I think just taking your ball and picking it up and going home, not sure if that's really crashing out. Not sure. Pastafari called Phil Bro Babble with Gordon, and that is definitely valid. There was definitely some babble going on there. And PVG called Personal Experience of God with Bible Basher for sure. Well spotted, PVG. PVG's not messing around here. There were some problems with the bingo last week, but PVG's account is now properly working, and it's good. PVG said Jesus fulfilled prophecy with Bible Basher. I think that I'm going to allow it, because actually he was saying someone else fulfilled prophecy, not Jesus, but I'm going to allow that, saying prophecy was fulfilled. Feels mean to not allow that one. I think that's fair enough. And PVG also said nothing comes from nothing, but I don't think I remember him making that argument. Mike said nothing comes from nothing as well, so maybe he did. In which case,
I'm not sure on that.
In which case, and in fact, he must have done, because they both called it, and Mike called it 4 seconds later, which means I must give it to PVG, because that's fair enough. And PVG also called Fine-Tuned Universe, but I definitely don't remember that. I don't remember getting to fine-tuning with Bible Basher. And Mike called DNA is code. Code needs a coder, but I don't remember talking about DNA with him either. So that's probably where we are. Zerko said everyone knows God exists with Bible Basher. I don't think he called that. I don't think he said that either.
Same with you never were a Christian. I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
And that one's pending.
All right. So those ones will go. So we're still doing very, very well, folks. I mean, we're only not even 2 hours in, and we've got only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the board. That is very, very good going. I am impressed. Okay, we've got Durango Soul waiting on TikTok. We will get to you very shortly. You will be next after Geo on YouTube. Geo, are you there? Hopefully Geo is there. Or maybe not. If we can't hear you, then we may have to move on. Geo, we can't hear you, and I can't get access to your audio settings. So for now, let's try one last time. Him. You heard Geo? There we go. Geo, are you there? Now we can hear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Yep. You skin of your teeth. We nearly moved on. Welcome in. How are you?
Okay. How's my audio? Thank you. How's my audio? I am outside, so I don't know.
It's a little quiet, but I don't know for you, John.
I mean, I can turn you up a little bit. We can turn you up a little bit, and let's see how we go.
Okay. Perfect. I can take off my. Okay. Good.
Okay. Let's try. I'm more concerned about the signal. Actually, you're kind of cutting out a little bit, but let's try it and see. Okay. Durango Soul, just hold where you are. We'll get to you next. What do you got, Gio?
Okay, so we talked on June 13th, actually, and at that point, I had some questions for you, and I think you answered them really quite satisfyingly. So I actually think I'm leaning more on the atheism side now. I just had like a couple I wrote down in my notes section that I like lingering questions to like maybe answer just so
I would then ask you, I would respectfully ask you to call us back on the After Hours show tomorrow, which is for questions and discussions and lingering things and stuff like that, because this is a debate stream tonight, which is why it says above my head, debate stream, opposition only. Okay. So, call us back tomorrow. We'd love to talk to you then.
Sounds good. All right.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Thanks. Thank you. Okay.
Love to hear you deconstructing, though. I want to put that on record.
Absolutely
it's just
awesome.
Not for tonight's, not for tonight's stream.
Good for him.
But happy to hear that.
Absolutely. And I really genuinely, Gio, if you're listening, please do give us a call tomorrow. If I spot you in the queue, I'll bump you up because you waited tonight. So that'll be fair. Durango Soul, welcome in. How are you?
I'm good, sir. I'm so good.
Excellent. Well, welcome up and welcome in. Our claim, atheism makes more sense. What say you about this?
Well, John, I'm actually an atheist. I only just need like 3 seconds of your time. I just want to let you know that I just saw a video and I looked into it a little bit, and the University of Minnesota has cracked abiogenesis. I don't know if you've seen anything about the spud cell yet.
I haven't.
But this just came out yesterday.
Okay.
Abiogenesis has been proven as of yesterday.
That sounds like something we need to look into and research. I'm sure Sean is on it right now. Thank you for letting us know that.
Which university? Which
Minnesota.
University of Minnesota. Yeah, look up the spud cell, like a potato spud cell.
Okay, I'll dig into that like in good time, and then we'll see.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that's obviously something we will need to know about. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, that would be interesting if that's true. I mean, I've been saying for a while that to me, abiogenesis is one of those things in science where there's so much plausibility there, and there are so many competing models and frameworks and hypotheses. All of them are plausible. All of them have got validity. One of them is going to show itself to be robust and is going to have the explanatory power that's required to call this mystery solved. In the same way that we heard other mysteries in the past, you know, we were waiting to discover certain types of fundamental particles that we had theorized would exist, and then we found them, thus proving the theory correct. Have you got something there, Sean?
Yeah, so according to this, now, caveat alert, this is AI overview. It's drawing from the business journals. I'm not sure what the business journals is or how reputable it is, but this is, I can't do a deep dive like live on the air, but so it says here, Dr. Kate Adamala, if I'm pronouncing her, and her team, they recently developed Spud Cell, a synthetic cell made entirely of non-living chemicals that can metabolize nutrients, grow, replicate its DNA, and divide. So, so it sounds like, and I don't know the method that they use to develop this. If this is as it's being represented here, somebody constructing what it sounds like an entire a cell that is basically alive from scratch. If that's the case, I'm going to add a caveat. I don't think that's necessarily abiogenesis, because abiogenesis would be, here's the conditions and we let it run its course and then it develops into a life, versus somebody hard building something, but it would still be very, very significant.
Yeah.
Someone who did something similar, but they used a hollowed out cell. So you have a hollowed out cell, so that's already harvested from a living organism, was Dr. Craig Venter.
Yeah.
In 2010, he repeated it a few times. He fully synthesized from scratch, from the raw chemicals, the nucleotides, a fully functional bacterium genome that he had sequenced and then copied, constructed himself, inserted it into the hollowed out cell, booted it up. It became the bacteria and self-replicating, etc., which itself was a pretty big feat. But anyway,
amazing. Yeah. Even if it isn't abiogenesis, because it sounds to me like it would be easy for someone to say, well, those are different conditions from the conditions in the early Earth or whatever. It's certainly what it does do is cut off at the knees the argument, well, if they can't do it in a lab, how could it happen naturally? You say, well, if it could be done in a lab, then it probably could happen naturally.
Or that life, there's some kind of magic sauce on life itself. Like life cannot exist solely from non-living non-living, what do you call it, elements and molecules or what have you. And I don't know how big this announcement is too. A lot of science news that's out there is sensationalized, especially to get the clicks in the headlines. I don't want to downplay it. I don't want to pump it up too much for what it is, because we just heard about it and looked it up just now. So I'll be interested to look into this later.
Yeah, it feels to me proving abiogenesis is a reach for this. Is how it feels to me. But it sounds pretty cool and interesting. And each of these developments is a step towards, isn't it? It's a step towards, even if it shines the light on the right direction of the path that needs to be followed to the next bit, which gets you to the next bit, which gets you to the next bit, which gets you to the proof of abiogenesis or something like that. But yeah, it's coming, folks. It is going to happen. Okay, so the call queues are currently empty, but that's fine because we've got a stack of super chats that need to be given their due care and attention. So let's have a look. So too skinny to be fat said, Dig 28 Wells guy. Remember him? I don't remember Dig 28 Wells guy. Can I just say, by the way, thank you to everyone who came in and supported me on the line last night with Matt. It was awesome to do that with him and to see you guys there as well, commenting and sending super chats into the line. And I felt really supported and really, really grateful and really proud to just have such awesome people there. It really just made me feel such a sense of gratitude for what we have here and for you guys. I mean, it's so cliche to say it. Without you, this is nothing. It would just be without you. This is just Sean and me on a FaceTime call, which is nothing. So I really appreciated it. I really enjoyed it. I had fun. I have to say, Matt could not have been more gracious as a host. He was a pleasure before the show, during the show, after the show. It was really nice. Sean, you're definitely going to be doing that with him at some point soon.
Great.
He mentioned it a couple of times, so we can talk about your setup and getting you kind of the tech side sorted so that you're good to go on that. But yeah, really, it was good fun. So thank you, everyone. I don't know if it will happen again. I really hope it will because I had such a nice time. It was excellent. It was really, really good fun. And the callers were wild. For anyone who didn't watch it, it was a human zoo. It was pretty great.
It really was.
Yeah.
And Matt kept his zen pretty. I think he did a good job keeping his zen.
He did.
And I got to say, John, you really knocked it out of the park with every call there. You were just concise. Like you were.
Thank you.
You were A level, John. You were definitely on your A game. I think during that live.
I appreciate that.
Hats off to you.
Thanks, man. Excellent stuff. So Bethos, thank you for the super chat, said there is no royal road to evolution. Miss Euclid. No royal road to evolution. I agree. I mean, it's an unguided process, and people who say God used evolution to do things, that's dumb, because evolution does the things anyway without a God. It just gets on with it. It's just a thing. It's a process. It's filtering and weeding out the things that don't make the cut by natural means. Mivik 440, thank you for the super chat. Even with theism, our truth detection appears to be faulty regardless. Why would God that values truth create beings that make cognitive mistakes? This is exactly right. Neurodivergence disproves such a God.
That's a really good point, because he kept bringing up that our truth detectors, our perception of reality, is fallible. It's not perfect. We all know that. But if it was given to us by an all-powerful God, I would more expect it to be perfect than if it were just an evolved trait of biology.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think that's a really good point from Mivik.
It is a really good point. Gordon Loves Science, thank you, Gordon, for sending out 5 Unconvinced gift memberships. Again, hugely grateful for that. They will long have been distributed to happy strangers in the chat. I love that. Thank you, Gordon. And Bethos, thank you for the super chat. Okay, assume tag proves God is needed for logic. It does not prove God created this world. Tag gets you nowhere for explaining the cosmos. It's just such a dull argument. It really is. I don't understand why people are still running this. It's first of all so obvious. It's so easy to just take it apart and show that it actually provides no value at all. It's making a huge claim that without their God, you can't draw inferences from things. Well, that's just completely nonsense, because the fact is you can draw inferences from things. I don't need to rely on anybody to know that if I say A is equal to B and B is equal to C, that A is equal to C. There's no magic wizard required to provide anything to give me confidence in that logic. It's true by its nature. It's defined as being true. It's just how language works. So yeah, I think tag is dull as hell. Sorry for inflicting it on you earlier. It could happen again. I can't guarantee it won't. And Dade Murphy, good to see you, Dade. Lol, where's the Holy Spirit when you needed it? So this was while I'm trying to see who was on then. It doesn't say. Normally it says who was on when that was sent, but I'm not sure who it was. I suspect it might have been Gordon as well while that was going on. I suspect that might have been. In fact, that probably was what it was. But yeah, indeed. And Bab said Gordon gave me a break to make coffee. Yeah, actually, I could do with a coffee right now. Funnily enough, I could really do with one, even though it's just gone midnight where I am right now.
I forgot. I went shopping. I have energy drinks.
Energy drinks.
Yeah, please carry on.
Yeah, all right for you. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Allow me to prophesy. The Bible will not successfully bash anyone at this time, literally or metaphorically. I think you're right. I think the Bible bashing didn't really happen. I didn't feel bashed as much as sort of wafted by a little bit, let's say, rather than bashed. And Indy, good to see you. Tag, take all my money. Dull as dishwater. And Space Lord, good to see you. Book of Mormon is chloroform in print. Mark Twain. Was that really what Mark Twain said? That's hilarious. That's funny. I do feel, as I said before, I always feel underprepared when it comes to LDS stuff. I just haven't had the time to get my head into just like it's such a weird culty thing. And there are people who just know the stuff better. Bethos said, LDS most inclusive? Asked the one with dark skins. I know. I did allude to the horrific racism in there, and the verses about people being delightsomely pale and the curse of being dark skinned. It's all pretty horrible, and the shocking history of the church not allowing anyone other than Caucasians to rise in the ranks of the church until extremely recently, and then pretending that didn't happen. Grim, absolutely grim. Dade says, thank you for the super chat. Excuse me, I had a personal experience that convinced me of the truth of atheism. Therefore, Bible bashers God doesn't exist. Checkmate. Exactly. And this is why personal experiences are worth absolutely nothing in these discussions. Complete waste of time. John O'Neill, thank you, has said, take the risk of thinking for yourself. Much more happiness, truth, beauty, and wisdom will come to you that way. What a great quote from my favourite human being of all time, Christopher Hitchens, and we miss his voice so much. What a man. P-Swim, Christian dilemma. If the serpent was Satan, then God introduced evil. If it wasn't, then how did a snake know? And this whole thing is so, again, just so ludicrous that God sets up this scenario in the garden and obviously would have known that the serpent's going to come in, and obviously would have deliberately placed the fruit in a place where it could easily be reached. I mean, I always joke he could have just made the tree a bit taller and Adam and Eve wouldn't have been able to reach the fruit and everything would have been fine and there would have been no sin and no cursing of the entire world, no salvation needed. God would not have had to have given up himself, stroke his son, who also impregnated his own mother, to be nailed to anything. All of that could have been avoided by just placing the fruit like 4 or 5 feet higher in the tree. They didn't have ladders in the Garden of Eden, I don't think. I don't know.
But
Weird.
he wouldn't have been able. The whole point, though, was for him to conduct a test that he already knew the outcome to.
Right. Exactly. He had to do the test that he already knew the outcome to, because if he hadn't done that, then he wouldn't have been able to curse the world to make everybody really glad that he offered them forgiveness for him cursing the world. And allow the snake in and the serpent, the serpent, knowing exactly what was going to happen. It's wild. How can people think this is serious? How can anyone say this with a straight face? Madness. And Kurt says, had an LDS bring up this exact BS about the grave of Ishmael probably less than a week ago. Yeah, I think I need to. I probably need to have a little bank of common sort of LDS talking points and responses to them. But again, I always feel a little bit unsteady doing that unless I really know what I'm talking about. But that one was really underwhelming. I thought he was going to give us something good. Like, he kind of big upped it a little bit. Here's a prophecy I'm going to give you. I was like, great, okay, what's it going to be? And it's like, well, there's this thing in this book about a place, and it could have been pronounced this way or that way, and someone called Ishmael, and they found a grave near there at some point. Really? Come on. If I had a God and my God made prophecies, they would be amazing. They'd be things like, on a given date, at a specific house in a particular road, in 5,000 years, at 4:33 p.m., a specific thing is going to happen involving these people. Here are their names, and these are their parents' names. It would be something like that. And even then, people could read the prophecy and then make it happen because they knew it, right? But it at least would have some specificity about them. These prophecies are just lame. They're really lame. They're rubbish. And Kurt also says, and reformed Egyptian doesn't exist. Okay, well, we seem to have a guest in on the TikTok side. We've got Duke White. I think we've spoken to Duke before, if I remember right. Duke has an awesome voice, if I'm remembering right, but we'll find out in a moment.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Welcome in, Duke. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. You know, I listen to you guys. First of all, I always think you guys do a great job because you do provoke people to really think about what's being said. And, you know, it is going to come down to belief, right? And of course, you go, well, why would you believe? What I know is that people believe all types of things for different types of reasons, but it doesn't make them bad or stupid, right? Well, sometimes it does.
It can be bad reasons.
Yeah, it can be bad reasons. It can totally be bad reasons. I would definitely retract that. But the thing that I notice the most about Christians in particular, because I'm getting blasted on a daily basis by Christians, and you guys know that I am a pastor. I get blasted by Christians when I say things like, if you've only read the King James Version of the Bible, then technically you haven't read the Bible at all. Because it's the King James Version. And if you don't take the time to learn the Hebrew, the Greek, and when we think about what was colonized over the world, it was that version, you know, and that's one of my biggest problems is that Christians are supposed to be people of truth, but it seems like they hate the truth the most. Because when you study the scriptures from the Aramaic or the Hebrew perspective, not only are things more toned down and not as exaggerated or things like that, they actually make a lot more sense and fall in place. But most people are combating whether they, I don't even know how you can defend or reject the text if no one's actually done the work to find out what the original text said. Does that make sense at all?
It makes sense, but the original text is still nonsense, even if you're reading the Hebrew or Greek. I mean, it's still, the claims themselves are completely preposterous.
Well, that's why I said no matter what, it's going to come down to belief. But at the same time, like, to see the authenticity of what they're saying and what they're trying to say, like a lot of, like, seriously, when I think about the way that the translation was mishandled and then spread all over the world, it kind of makes sense why Christianity is so suspect. And Christians don't even read the Bible. So that's the other thing.
Duke, yeah. you said it comes down to belief. Of course, whether you believe or disbelieve in a God or think atheism makes more sense, it's going to come down to belief. I mean, that's sort of tautological there. But would you agree that atheism makes more sense? Because that's sort of the prompt that we have going here.
Absolutely, 100%. Because atheism atheism is not, to me, my understanding of atheism is saying, I refuse to believe in a God until someone gives me evidence. Yes. That is honest.
Well, okay? That's not. I want to be fair. Not every atheist is rational, but ideally, it's somebody's an atheist because they are waiting for sufficient evidence. People can hold like true beliefs or rational beliefs, but not for good reasons. But
Yeah, and to me, atheists are just more honest than people who claim to believe. Like if you ask the average Christian, they're offended by the Bible. They if they actually read it, they would be they're 9 times out of 10 they probably end up being atheists.
But aren't you a pastor?
Yes.
Okay, so you seem to acknowledge that atheism is more rational. What keeps you being a pastor?
Well, because I don't believe that supernatural is excluding the logical. I think that it goes beyond our understanding of logic. I think that logic is very important. I think that science is very important. I think that it's stable and it addresses how things work. But I think the supernatural, it explains, who did it, who put these things into place and why. Like I even think about, like, say, the fact that we do know that man needs laws to govern itself. We no one's saying that man should not have government, because without government, it'd be total chaos. People would be operating just off their emotions and doing whatever they want to do. So we know that law is important. However, if we look at from a religious context, or not a religious context, but from a governmental perspective, we know that law protects people, right? Laws are made when, like, you have to wear your seatbelt. Why? Well, there's protection in that.
Well, those are prescriptive laws by human beings. What's the equivalent of, like, the universe itself?
Well, and that's the thing, is that if God would establish laws, if he sees that mankind's nature is fundamentally evil, especially to him. So if we're not judging our own hearts, but if God is judging our hearts, he goes, these laws, and when I look at what he says, he goes, these laws they were created out of this love for humanity. And whether people agree with that or not, that's one thing, or whether people believe in that or not, that's one thing. But ultimately, I do see where, there is like, even when he gives laws about what foods to eat, right? We're now finding out that those foods that he told us to eat are actually healthier for us than the foods that we have been eating. So there's like this, as a matter of fact, the word in Aramaic for law is actually the same context as wisdom. So
sorry, I'm trying to get, I don't mean to cut you off. You go for a while and then parts get lost. So, like, what is the reason you believe this God actually exists? So how do you rule out that the universe has always existed just naturally, or there's some non-agent that created that caused the universe, I should say? Like, how do you rule those out? What makes you believe there's an actual thinking agent, a being, a God that created the universe?
I guess what started it for me more than anything was that, consciousness itself, right? Like, did the earth birth consciousness? And I don't have a problem being wrong, but it's just the way my mind works. I'm like, consciousness, once I drop this body, does my conscience continue to go on? Do I become one with something greater? And the possibility of consciousness not being constrained to the physical body, that, and I use the example of the caterpillar turning into a butterfly and becoming something different. And I look at the beauty of life. And so I just think that we are uniquely made in that era.
So we know that consciousness is created by and associated with biological brains. Like, I'm conscious. I have sufficient reason to believe that John is conscious, and I could get into those reasons or what have you, and he has a brain. We see evidences that other animals that have brains have different levels of consciousness, certainly have awareness of their surroundings, et cetera, right? Now, it is a popular thing, like in philosophy and in general, for people to contemplate, what if there's a universal consciousness? What if consciousness is, they have names for all these different theories of mind and sort of ideas about other things and other causes of consciousness. But would you agree that the time to believe any of those are actually true is when there's sufficient evidence for them specifically? Not, we can't explain it. There's a hard problem of consciousness, so how do we know? Because we can't rule it out that there's this other thing. we should have evidence for it before we believe it, right?
Yeah. So honestly, that's what's so interesting about when I talk about studying from the Aramaic actually lines more up with that thought process. So if you look at the introduction, when God introduces himself to Abraham, he doesn't just say, believe in me. He actually
We're
gives
going off
Abraham.
We're going off on another. You're not. I don't think you're intentionally pivoting, but I think you have so many thoughts that come at you at once, and you go in a lot of different directions. But
I apologize.
No, you're fine. I just want to keep us on track. Would you agree that the time to believe in, what did you call it, like a universal consciousness? Is that what you believe exists?
Original consciousness, that God is the, or let's say if I took God out of it, I believe that God is reality itself. So if you take God out of a religious construct, I believe personally that God is reality, because we don't know everything about reality.
And we already have a word for reality. It's reality. Why call it God?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why, I guess that's one of the reasons why I get blasted by Christians, is because when I go, if everything that we do know about reality is in reality, and we clearly don't know everything about reality, then there's an infinite amount of possibilities of what can be. And we don't have to be afraid of being right or wrong.
That's not necessarily true.
What do you mean?
Yeah, well, there's not necessarily an infinite possibility, amount of possibilities of what can be. Now, there's certainly a ludicrously large set of possibilities of things that could be, but many things are impossible. But I don't want to get too deep into the weeds of like philosophy on that. But so I want to stick to mind. So what you believe? Do you believe God is a thinking agent?
Yes.
Okay. Who is responsible for us having minds?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
Yeah. What is the evidence that would support your claim, or your belief, I should say, that there is a thinking agent who gave us the minds that we have?
I suppose if there was evidence to my claim, it would be, okay, like you talked about the brain, right? So before this whole fruit thing with Adam and Eve, what was the brain for before then? It would be to hear God, because if we would look at what the claim is, that we were created in his image. So we were given consciousness, because the Bible does make it clear that when he formed us, we were...
Hold on. Respectfully, that's the story in the Bible. What I want to know is, what is the evidence that it's true? Because the Bible contains a claim that it contains a creation story. That story is in itself is a claim, and it does claim that God made Adam and then from his rib made Eve, etc. But that's the claim. Like, what I want to know is, what's the evidence that God created consciousness, or if you want, created human beings who have consciousness?
Well, that's what I was saying. The intimacy between the creation of Adam was the breath of God, because it goes out of its way to say that Adam was not yet.
You're breaking up, and that's not evidence. That's more of an explanation. You still there?
Entered into Adam. Yeah, I'm here.
You just called me. So the call cut out. So do you know what I mean by evidence? So, for example, all right, like if I claimed Professor Plum killed the guy in the library with the candlestick, there would be a candlestick with blood on it, a gash on the victim's head. Professor Plum's fingerprints are on the candlestick. The body was found in the library, or, on and on. That's like evidence for the claim. What you're doing is like, if somebody said, well, what's your evidence for that? And then I told the story. Well, what happened is, Professor Plum came in from behind with the candlestick, and he starts narrating what happened instead of providing the evidence.
Gotcha. So I'm narrating. Got it.
Yeah. So you're narrating a story, and what I'm asking for is, like, what's the evidence that the story is true?
Yeah, the problem with that's the preacher in me. That's the problem with that.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No,
So what I would say is this: is that if we're the children of God, so humanity is the children of God. When I look at what humans are able to do, how we're able to advance life and have dominion over the earth, which is exactly what the scriptures tell us man would do. We do have dominion over the earth. We are able to harness power.
You're just pointing out things about reality that happen to align with some of the claims in the book. That doesn't actually answer the question Sean's asking, which is,
I guess,
what's the evidence that this story is true?
Well, it's the fact that humans do have dominion over the earth. When that was one of the claims in the scriptures that we would have dominion, I'm like, wow, we do.
But there are things. There are things about reality that are true that are in the Iliad as well. It doesn't make the book true. So
absolutely,
humans have always had dominion. Humans have always had dominion over the earth, right? As far as we could tell in the historical record or what have you. So which means when the Bible was written, humans already had dominion over the earth. So, of course, somebody who's writing it, whether a God is involved or not, is going to write about the reality they're experiencing, which it appears to be human beings have, maybe dominion is a strong word, but dominion over the earth, forms societies, etc.
It would be curious, wouldn't it, if they wrote the Bible to say that humans would be, subject to the whims of other species on the earth in their holy book, because they would be creating a scenario in their holy book which they could demonstrate didn't match the one they were living in themselves. So that would be quite odd, wouldn't it, if they wrote it that way?
In Genesis 6, and even in the Apocrypha, it does say that we were ruled by other species at one point.
The elephants were in charge, or the rock badgers had it going at the time. I don't think any of this. You can't just point to a thing the Bible says that happens to align with something we see in reality and say that's the proof that the story that the Bible is true. That's just something in the Bible that the writers wrote that happens to obviously align with the reality we find ourselves in. So,
and I guess this is the thing, is that I when I look at my inclination to believe, right? When I do the same type of evaluation, I go, well, that is sufficient enough for me. I'm not saying it's for everyone else, but for me to believe and go, okay, this does align to the claim, but it doesn't mean I'm not open to seeing the way other people see things just because I can say, all right, for me this is enough to believe.
But I would respectfully point out to you, Duke, that's poor epistemology, because you can look at lines in Harry Potter that perfectly align with reality in terms of locations, times, places of things, places of things, areas, addresses in London, specific places. Does that mean that we should start thinking that Harry Potter might be real?
No, we know that the imagination is a real thing. So we do have imaginations. Right. And
that shows us that things can be in a book and in reality, but not count as evidence for the book just because they are in reality. You would need something more. You would need some evidence that showed that the accounts in the book and the stories and the claims in the book are to be taken seriously beyond just the fact that some things line up. Because the book makes huge claims, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Not only does it make huge claims, but also because of the interpretation, the claims that are in the KJV, the King James Bible, when you look at it in the Aramaic, when the words mean something completely different, it actually goes against what's a lot of the interpretation of in the King James. And that's what's so interesting, that there was tampering with the King James Bible.
So let's agree the King James Bible is crap, and let's go with the most authentic reading of these scriptures that's available. Let's appeal to the highest standards of biblical scholarship, and let's interpret them. Let's cut out English altogether and imagine that we are all scholars of Hebrew and Aramaic and Greek, and be interested only in what the original intention of these writings were. What would you say is the single biggest reason to think that any of this is anything more than just myths written down thousands of years ago by people trying to figure out how the world works, who didn't even know where the sun goes at night, and doing the best they could with the information they had?
The hope for eternal life.
That's not a reason to think it's true. That's a reason to find it makes you feel nice when you read it.
So hope is a powerful force. Hope causes people to keep going when they would normally give up. And when I see a person who has defined themselves by their calamity, like say if like I was an alcoholic and I had no hope. And so when I truly connected to the Word of God, it gave me hope and the power that I needed to really believe that there was something more. And that gave me the strength.
That's just a utility argument.
Do people from other religions get hope from their scriptures?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can all the religions be true simultaneously?
No.
The point we're getting at is like people deriving hope from a scripture or from a writing does not in any way mean that what is written is actually true, right?
Yeah. And this is the beauty. This is the beauty of belief and disbelief. The beauty is when we take our last breath, we'll all find out. And we should learn how to cherish each other in our belief and disbelief.
We won't all find out, because if I'm right, none of us will.
Well, that's the thing, is that if you're right, then we it's not that we're robbed of anything. It's like we had a great life and we chose to do what we did with it and it's gone. But that doesn't make it would still be true, right? If I take my last breath and there's nothing, then that's just the truth. And unfortunately, I can't come back and tell you guys, hey, there's nothing. But the reality is that when we do take our last breath, the truth will be ultimately revealed to us. And if God is truly the God that I believe he is, if God is truly the God that I believe he is, he would have more respect for you guys choosing to not believe than he would someone saying they believe but really don't. And they're just afraid to leave the Christian club and they're afraid to leave the religious club.
I actually want to say I appreciate you saying that. And I think that if more people of faith had the view on it that you have, I still think that your epistemology is poor, and I think that you're drawing conclusions that are not warranted by reason and evidence. But I would say that if everyone had the view of this that you have, I probably would be far less motivated to do this stuff than I am, because you're not terrifying people with threats of hell. I presume from what you're saying. I mean, I think you have to do some pretty fancy acrobatics to get around all the verses, which even if you read them in the original Greek, still disagree with you on what Jesus thinks about non-belief and what the consequences for non-belief are. I think you have to squint your eyes pretty hard to read the Bible and come to the conclusion that after you die, God's going to say you did well for being intellectually honest. Rather than just claiming belief to be part of the club. But I'm glad you're saying it. I want you to continue to spread that word. And if all pastors were telling their congregations what you're telling me now, there'd be a lot less religious trauma in the world, and that would be a good thing. So I think your position is unwarranted, but I welcome it.
I don't think that because I think the seeking of truth is what the Creator respects more than the false claim, because if he's in tune with the human heart, then he knows what truly is. As a matter of fact, he actually says it himself, that many will come to him, and I think it's in Matthew 7:33, where many will come to him and say, Lord, Lord, didn't we do this in your name? And he says, depart from me, I never knew you. And these are people that in their lifetime, they thought that they truly were pleasing to him, and he still rejects them. And so there's that, that's one of the most terrifying scriptures for most Christians anyway. And the reason why is because they're like, oh, well, then how do you actually please him? And that pleasing this Creator is really based off this pursuit of truth. And that requires that honesty. So when you guys make a good point, it would be dishonest for me to say that, well, that's science or whatever. It's like, no, this is just true. That's just a good point. Is it possible that there is no God? And it's like, yes, just as much as it's possible that there is a God.
But the thing is, when you read Proverbs 3:5, right? It says, "Trust in the Lord." You know this, right? Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. That is an explicit enjoinment not to think, and you find this echoed in other places, right? Matthew 18:3, unless you change and become like little children, then you'll never get to heaven, right? So and other places in the Bible, they're literally telling people, don't think, don't rely on your own cognition, don't rely on reason, make yourself like a child and believe. And the greatest virtue is to believe in an absence of evidence. That goes against what you're saying about God valuing intellectual honesty, doesn't it?
So when he says trust in the Lord, it's like saying that God himself will give you the ways of life. But it's almost like when I was in the military. Can I use this example? Because I really do give better examples of my analogies. But like when I'm in the military and they're saying, forget everything that you think you know, you're going to learn life from the perspective of a soldier. Even though civilians have their own life, we now have to learn life from the perspective of a soldier. And we have to learn that we have to do things that in civilian life they would say is uncalled for or unnecessary, or this isn't right. So there's things that a soldier understands. In order to get the mind of that soldier to sacrifice himself for the nation and people that they don't even know, it requires them to go through things that civilians may not even understand. So the same thing the same thing is like, okay, I have to trust. I signed up for the military, so now I have to trust with all my mind, all my spirit, and my body to fight for my country. And so when I make that decision, now I can see why the military operates the way it does, even though when I come home, civilians might be in war, do this, do that. They're seeing it from their perspective because they don't understand what we're really up against, or they don't have the mindset that a soldier would. And so that forging requires a trust. And when you do that trust, then God begins to give you insight that is not really available to everyone that will not have that understanding.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I still think that I take these scriptures to be basically enjoinments to just stop reasoning and stop thinking about this stuff, because if you think about it too much, you're not going to have the required beliefs, and if you don't have the required beliefs, you're not going to have a relationship with Jesus. If you don't have a relationship with Jesus, you're not going to have salvation. If you don't have salvation, you're getting chucked in the furnace. That's what I take it. That's what I take it to mean, and that's what millions of people take it to mean. But as I said to you before, as we draw this to a close, I'm glad you're saying what you're saying. If I could take everyone who's in a horrible fire and brimstone congregation where they're told these horrific ideas and traumatized with them, and pluck them out of there and put them in your congregation where you're presenting a much more benign version of this stuff, then I would do that. And I'm glad for people like you, because I think often when religious traditions and religious cultures change, they have to change from the inside. So I'm glad that you are doing what you are, and tell more people.
Actually, and to be totally honest with you, I feel the same way about you guys. I really do respect you guys, and I know somebody just called me a con man or something like.
Oh, we are losing you a bit there, Duke.
But I really do appreciate what you guys do, and I just ask that you never stop. Keep provoking people to higher thoughts and to challenge what they believe. You guys do a really great job. Talk to you guys later.
All the best, man. Take it easy. Cheers. Well, there we are. I mean, I think it's interesting, right? You sometimes have to kind of take a win where you can, in a way. Like, look, I wish that there were no pastors, and I wish there were no churches, and I wish that none of this stuff was happening, and we were all just members of the reality-based community, proudly being, led by principles of rationality and reason and all of that stuff, and humanism all the time. I wish the world were like that, but it isn't. And I'd rather people have a pastor like him. He's a nice guy. You can see he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's not traumatizing people with fears of hell. He's finding a more loving way to transact this stuff. Like, if you have to do it like him. That's my view. But I know not everyone agrees with me. I can see. I'm going to. There are super chats exactly here right now coming in, disagreeing with me about that, and I feel that I ought to share that. I'm going to read this one right now. We have to share different opinions. This comes in from 6 a.m. Gross. Duke White, the kindness that preys on the depressed and gives them false hope. Fuck you, right? So that is a different perspective, and I do understand that perspective too. Some people would say that the religious moderation, the people like Duke, even though they have a less odious message, provide a kind of cultural cover for the less palatable versions of it. And what we ought to do is just go no, just global no to any of this bullshit. We're not having it. Okay, therefore Bryn is going to be next up in the queue. I'm just going to read a couple of super chats and then we'll get therefore Bryn in. So Kurt said, sorry, a caller on Justin's show, that is Re Ishmael. Oh, right, it was someone on Justin's show. And by the way, hello to the Justin raid. I believe we've had a Justin raid. Great to see you, everyone. Thank you to Justin for sending people over. And thank you to you guys for coming in. Great to have you with us. We are going to be going for a while still. So hopefully callers will pick up and we'll get some good conversations happening. We're looking forward to that. Mike says, thank you for the super chat. The CES letter is the best information for Mormon debates. It's a short, easy to read letter. Have you heard of it? Love the stream. Mormons are crazy. I haven't heard of the CES letter. I am making a note of it right now on my notes to look into it, because I know enough to pay attention when people recommend resources. Quite a few times that has happened, and I found something really, really super helpful. So thank you, Mike. I will definitely be looking at that. And we need to make this Mormon thing happen. Definitely do. And Astronova, great to see you, Astra. Statistically, there are 160 people viewing right now that have been raped. That's appalling. That's an appalling statistic among the audience right now. That's absolutely terrible. For anyone for whom that sounds completely weird and out of bounds, it was happening during our discussion with Bible Basher earlier, when I was telling him that his all good, all loving God was invigilating a world in which a certain number of children will have been abused just during the time we had spoken. And so Astra's comment here is in that context. Okay, let us get therefore Bryn in with us now. Hey, therefore Bryn, how are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you, John?
Very good indeed, thank you. Good name.
Thanks for having me up.
It's actually, am I saying your name right? Yeah, it is. Therefore Bryn. There we go.
Yes,
yeah.
Sure.
Excellent. Well, welcome in. What would you like to say about our prompt?
Well, I'm curious as to what you think. If it's all right, I'd like to provide an argument, or would you like me to?
That's the idea.
More respond to the prompt. Okay.
Well, I mean,
so
yeah.
I'm curious how you feel about like vertical contingency kind of arguments. So like the way I tend to explain it is, imagine you got a glass of water. The water's being caused to be held in that position by the glass, and then the glass is being held there by my hand by my arm, which is being caused by my body, which is being caused by the chair I'm sitting in.
Yeah.
So on and so forth, till you get to whatever's at the base of reality. And within this chain of things, there has to be something that is the original cause holding everything together as it is, because otherwise they can't all be borrowing this causal power if it doesn't exist, if that makes sense.
Well, if we were to grant that there is a point in the chain, which is like, let's call it the terminus, right? The terminus is the point where where the answer to, well, what is that relying on, is nothing. It's just a brute fact. It's not relying on anything. Let's grant that that's the case. I don't necessarily think that we can ever know that it is the case. There could just be an unending chain of things relying on other things. There's no way to prove that there isn't, right? So that is a possibility that we can't just discount because it makes us feel queasy. But for the sake of the argument, if we were to grant that such a thing exists, what on earth makes us entitled to say that it has the properties of consciousness, that it's a mind, that it's a... I you know, in principle, I'm happy to agree that such a terminus may possibly exist. You might just get to a point where something is just a brute fact. Like a brute, in the same way that you would call a god a brute fact. Why can the brute fact not just be reality? There is just some terminus of reality where things just are how they are because they are.
Yeah, for sure. And I appreciate you, you know, kind of engaging in like a super polite way. I do like, you know, the way you talk. But so as far as like why it would be something akin to a god, is because if everything is borrowing, what's happening is there's like an actualizer at the base that is actualizing potential of all these other things in the chain. And if this original thing also had potential, if it was just like another thing that had both actuality and potential, then that potential would be contingent on something prior in the chain.
I'm saying it could be something necessary. I'm agreeing with you that in principle there could be some point at which there's a terminus. Essentially, what you're saying is there's a long string of things that are all contingent on other things, and at the end of that, there's something which is like terminates, and it's not contingent on anything else, and that's a personal agent of some sort. I'm saying how do you get from there is why can that thing not just be a principle of nature?
Yeah, so if we are to have something at the base that is has the capacity to actualize all the potentials, it would have to be fully actualized in everything. So it would be fully actualized in all the perfections, and one of the perfections, for example, would be the degree to which you have wisdom or knowledge. And so, if something is fully actualized in that perfection,
are you in a hurricane? You sound like you're like the world's coming down around you. Are you somewhere very noisy?
Yes, I am. I am unfortunately somewhere very noisy. I apologize about that.
Okay.
Are you driving a car right now?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. We can't speak to you while you drive, unfortunately. So, are you able to pull over?
I'm not. I'm able to come back another time, maybe.
Yeah, do that.
Will you be live in, say, like 2 or 3 hours?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's all right, I'd like to come back up and have a conversation.
We'd be happy to pick this up then. Thanks,
okay, thank you.
Okay, take care.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah,
that whole thing's becoming more popular. Instead of the chain of causes leading up to, and then the claim that you can't have an infinite regress. I can't remember what it's called, but the argument he's making about dependency. So it doesn't necessarily depend on time, but it's just like dependency, like the glass of water depends on the water to remain in the glass depends on the glass, which depends on the table, which depends on, and like, oh, there's got to be a terminus, and somehow the terminus is a thinking agent. And there's a number of problems with that argument, but we'll address them when he calls back.
Yeah, exactly. Ash is in the queue. Ash, call us back tomorrow, buddy. This is debates only, friend. We love you, but if there's something important that you need to let us know, put it in the chat. You know we love you, but we're just debates only tonight, friend. Okay, so while we wait for the next guest, we'll continue to read some super chats. Ocean Willows, thank you for this one, said, Adele, I know where this is going. Adele is a good friend of mine. She called me and told me that you hung up on her when she tried to call in and sing to you. That really hurt her feelings. I hope you're proud of yourself. So we had basically a troll who was just coming back up as a guest with different names each time and just starting to badly sing each time. And he would start speaking normally and then start doing the silly Adele singing. So that's why that happened. But it was a complete waste of time. But I appreciate that message from Ocean Willows. And Ron said, sorry if I overstepped the line yesterday. If I overstepped the line, I assume that's a pun. All is forgiven, of course. And Tim, Sean, you look so different on the hang-up.
I wasn't on the hang-up. Oh, no. Is he calling me Matt?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Really? I mean, that's a hell of a compliment. But
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're
I mean, my hair is like slowly getting there. I'll say that. No offense to Matt. Don't send bears after me. But
don't send bears after me. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yes, that will be good. A good matchup. And Alapenope says Christ before Jesus is better. That was I'm trying to think who was on then, who that would have been with respect to. Not sure. Yeah, I have heard that. Thank you for that. Too Skinny to Be Fat said, "We'll join call tomorrow. I hope I make you laugh, John. I can't wait. Look forward to welcoming you in tomorrow on the After Hours show. We really, really look forward to that. I get really excited about that show, to the extent that when a Friday rolls round and it isn't the After Hours show, I'm like, I wish it was. Although it's quite nice to sometimes have an evening off, because this week is crazy hectic. I think I'm streaming every night at the moment this week. Tuesday, Wednesday, tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday will be the Skeptic Haven with Godless Engineer. So it is it's pretty intense, bearing in mind that quite often I won't get to bed till 4 or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. sometimes. It's pretty brutal. But I wouldn't miss it because I love it. And Babs said, John is more than a host. He makes friends with his chat and we respond with loyalty and affection. Thank you, Babs. That's lovely, lovely thing to say. I really appreciate that. And I mean what I say about you guys. I feel a soft feeling in my soul about that. I don't have a soul, but if I had a soul, I would feel that. So thank you. A real bingo is 5x5, perhaps in the future. I think this is coming, Bethos.
It's been a pet peeve of mine. Well, you got to have the perfect square so you can have diagonal and you can have,
It also means that the crash out can actually be correctly in the middle, because if you've only got 4, it's offset. And I know that's upset a few people. So I think the 5x5 is coming. I just need to make sure it's formatted correctly, that it can still be seen, that it doesn't make everything too squashed up. But that is coming in the future, because looking at the bingo right now, that's looking pretty good. The only thing we've got left today, fine-tuned universe, everyone knows God exists, DNA is a code, codes need a coder. I might get rid of that. That's a bit of a boring one. And we've still got a pending You Were Never a Real Christian. PVG called it, but
no one said it.
It says while Duke was on. I don't think Duke would have said that.
I would remember it.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing Duke would have said, I don't think. So we'll pass on that, PVG.
Yeah.
You know we love you, but we're not going to have that one. Yeah. So 5x5 bingo is going to be a thing that happens. Definitely.
I think what he's saying is because Duke was opining like this is true Christianity. These other Christians have, their harsh interpretation is wrong. I think that's where he's going with it. But
yeah, maybe that's fair in that case. Maybe that is fair. Okay.
Yeah.
I think actually
it's normally reserved for people telling me like you weren't a true Christian, but
you've convinced me. You've convinced me.
I think it's fair.
PVG, call that one again and I'll put your name on it, because Sean's just rehabilitated your claim and I think it's fair. Sean argued for you effectively there. So call that one again, PVG, and I'll put your name in the box. And I wonder if, while we're here, Pastor Ferry's just made a fantastic suggestion, which is hardened heart. We have to have hardened heart in there. So I think what we can do is we can remove DNA is a code and we can replace it with anything to do with hardened hearts. I think that is a good call. PVG's called it. It's gone in the box. Rightfully done. Sean, you argued well for him. We run a fair ship here. I have to get a balance between being too soft and being unreasonable. I don't want to be either. So hopefully we get there in the end. We sort of managed to figure it out. Well done all. Okay. I have replaced now the DNA one with hardened hearts, as suggested by Pastor Ferry. Very, very good indeed. I think that's excellent. We can. By the way, I did a poll saying about Duke, saying weak epistemology, but he'd be a better pastor than most, and 71 agreed. 71%, sorry, 71% of 136 people agreed with that. So I think that is true. I think if you had him as your pastor, life is not bad, is it? And Bethos said, if humans can create life, God is less impressive. I suppose so. I think the people would still say you're not creating life, or maybe we would have to admit it is. If it's doing all the things that life does, if it's metabolizing and taking in energy from the surroundings and interesting. I agree. It definitely makes the God magic less impressive, which in a way is what Darwin's insight did, right? Because we didn't have a natural way of explaining biodiversity. We didn't have a natural way of explaining this rich cornucopia, this rich mix of different life all over the planet. And once we understood modification, descent with modification, suddenly we did have a framework for explaining that, and no God was required to explain it. So the territory of the divine shrunk a bit, and maybe this will cause that to happen again. I'm all in favour of that, of course. Tim said, tag is worthless. I prefer the not it argument. Yeah, I prefer that too.
I like it. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
By the way, Tracy sent me a package. You remember the original filter I had with the blue horns and the white, the stuff on the whatever. He sent me this, and I haven't checked my mail in ages. So I apologize for not acknowledging it earlier, Tracy.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Now I got to figure this out because it looks like there's a battery pack here. I don't know if they light up. I don't know if there's an earpiece, but I'll figure that. I just opened it now. So Tracy, thank you. Sorry I didn't thank you before. I think he sent this like weeks ago. Yeah. Remember when I was like, hey, I got to go to the DMV? It's because I finally checked my mail. Anyway.
Wow. That is awesome.
So thanks, Tracy.
Yeah. Big up to Tracy. Tracy, who runs the Discord and is awesome in every possible way. Okay, well, I have a couple more. We're still waiting for someone to come in and debate with us, but
we do have someone in the queue, in the TikTok queue.
We've got Ash there.
Ash.
But I love Ash. Ash is a good friend of ours, but I would ask Ash to call us back tomorrow on the After Hours show because this is going to be a debate stream, and I'm trying not to apply one rule to everyone else and one rule just to the people who are long established friends, because that's not fair, and people get understandably aggrieved when I do that. So I'm trying to, even though I would love to say, Ash, come and hang out with us for a bit here, that's then not fair to all the other people who might also want to do that, and then I'm applying one rule to some and one rule to others. So Ash, we love you, but call us back on tomorrow's show and we'll get you in. I'd love to hear what you have to say. As always, Bethos says, actual quote of Euclid is, no royal road to geometry, meaning do not enter math if you're not willing to learn. Same with evolution, I think. Yeah, I used to be quite into magic, and there's a seminal book in card magic called The Royal Road to Card Magic. It's like, starts with first principles and gets you all the way up to the really advanced stuff. And that's this royal road stuff. So that's what I think you were saying in terms of evolution. I agree. And Real Jiffy Cones, who now I think has left. It was great to have you in, Jiffy. How does Moses make coffee? He brews it, of course. I need a wah 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 sound, don't I? I need to get one of those. I need to up the soundboard. I'm aware of this, actually. It's kind of on my list of things to do, along with finish the merch store and do the other things and all the things. There's not enough time in the day at the moment. It is literally a full-time job doing this. Sure.
Consult with Dalton. Dalton is the king of all the perfect sound bites for every occasion. Like, just have him give you the cheat codes for all of them, and you'll be set.
Yeah, I've got a few already planned, and I've actually got membership from my music work. I've got membership of a thing that allows you to access to a huge sound library of sound effects and things. So I don't need to kind of hunt for them on YouTube or anything. I've got them all in a massive thing that I've got access to. So it won't be too difficult. But yeah, we need sound effects. We definitely need more sound effects for sure. And Rick Sneed says, "Hey John, may I wish you pleasantness? And I'm fairly new to your channel. I love watching theists and their pretzel logic just get absolutely derailed. And you're pretty damn good at the derailing." Well, thank you, Rick. I really appreciate that. We try to do it in a way which isn't nasty. I think that's what I'm aiming for. I mean, look, obviously, if someone comes in with aggressive energy, they'll be met with robust energy back. But I'd like to think that we can focus on just showing the weakness in the arguments themselves, rather than making it personal about people. That is what we aspire to. Because as I always say, people are due respect, but ideas are not due respect at all. Pastor Perry saying, "You could sell the kill switch sound to other creators." That is pretty special, isn't it? The kill switch trumpet is a remarkable piece of music. It is, in fact, my favorite piece of music at the moment. That delightful sound that we all hear when the inner circle invoke the kill switch. It's very pleasing to listen to. Bab says, "I heard Paul's letters were written before the Gospels. Would that mean Paul was nearer the early church than the Gospels?" I guess it would. It certainly would, because Paul was apparently contemporaneous, and the first Gospel was Mark, which was written at a minimum decades later, 30, 40 years later, and Matthew and Luke borrowed heavily from Mark. I mean, entire sections just copied, and then John is the kind of weird theological one after that. I guess it would mean that, which obviously is not a reason to take anything he said seriously. But yeah, I think that is the prevailing view, if I understand it rightly. Kristen Williams, thank you for the super chat. "Thank you, John and Sean. I deconstructed 14 years ago. It feels so refreshing hearing you all talk about what I had to grapple with by myself." Well, that is really the purpose of everything we do here, Kristen. As much as it's fun to dismantle theist arguments, and I like to do it in a way that I hope other people can then borrow from and go on and do elsewhere, because that's what I've done. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. When I'm making arguments, I'm often making them because I heard someone much smarter than me make them in something I listened to in a debate 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 2 weeks ago, or whatever it is. I'm always trying to learn myself. And so whilst part of it is that kind of trying to spread that knowledge around so other people could be equipped with it, a really big part of it is actually just legitimizing non-belief. So rather than it's not just about attacking the belief thinking, it's just celebrating and legitimizing non-belief as an absolutely valid place to be, especially for people who live in a culture that I don't live in, by the way, in a culture that tells them that non-belief is some kind of moral failing, some kind of shortcoming, that you're not good if you don't have religious belief. I think it's a horrible thing to tell people. And too many people are still saying it. Too many people are still hearing it. And so I'm glad that you find it useful. And lots of people do. I mean, I get messages all the time from people who say similar things to you, Kristen, like, stopped being a believer years ago, but it still helps me to hear this stuff, to have it validated, to hear other people speaking about it. And that's a real kind of meaning point. When people ask me why I do this, that's the bit where I say, if you'll forgive the turn of phrase, that bit engages my heart, whereas the other stuff engages my brain. So thank you for saying that, and I'm really pleased. Bethos, thank you for the super chat. "Have just realized New Atheism started 20 years ago, having some issues with every of the four horsemen, but they paved the way for debates like these. Thanks, horsemen." Yeah, I mean, I'd be surprised if anyone's having issues with Daniel Dennett, apart from the fact that he's not with us anymore. He was just like the sweetest person ever. I mean, unless I'm missing something. Don't tell me he's turned up in the Epstein files too. I understand that the other guys, and same with Hitchens as well, I think. But I understand that tastes have changed and things have moved on. But we do owe a thanks to let's say the avenues of argument that those early books The End of Faith by Harris and the God Delusion by Dawkins and God is Not Great by Hitchens. They are required reading. Whatever you think about their writers, whether you don't like them or whether you've gone off them, whether you think they have unacceptable views about other things, I still think that those books did an excellent job of kind of knocking down a wall that had been there before, where religion was seen as being kind of out of bounds for serious criticism. It was polite company never said those things, and they created an environment where you could be in polite company and say those things and be respected and respectful intellectually and still be making those arguments. So I think we owe them that, and we proudly continue the tradition of having these conversations as much as possible. And if you haven't bought Promise's book, Gospel of Lies, go out and get that, because that is another worthy member in the canon. Tim said, Catholics say Jesus saw all of humanity's sins in the Garden of Gethsemane, so he absolutely saw someone bust one out to Waluigi Futafuri hentai, if you say so. But yeah, quite possibly so. Yeah, what can I say, Tim? I don't know, Tim. Do you often post super chats to the live, or would that have been the first that Matt saw of you last night? Because it was just brilliant. I was so proud to see you doing your thing on the live and Matt reading out your stuff, and I was like, that's our Tim. This is what he does. Absolutely superb, brilliant. Aleponope. Oh, I can't read this. Alopenope. Sorry, forgive me. I am literate. Honestly, check out Christ Before Jesus for clarification. I will. Thank you again. And Bethel said, Kill Switch is trumpet, not trombone. Then I did a chatter injustice. It is indeed trumpet. But you would be forgiven for thinking it was a trombone in the high register. It's a trumpet in the lower part of its range. Deliciously badly played. We will never know if intentionally or not, but it does the job, doesn't it? It does the job. I'm not going to tell you how long I spent curating that sound and how many bits of bad music I went through deciding that. It was like, it took me back to the days of auditioning boy bands in the mid to late 90s. That was a thing that I was involved with, not going to lie. But we don't need to talk about that. Tinspired by the Sea, good to see you. Tag and other arguments are like, don't get preached in church. It's a whole different view, not Christian or religious. That is absolutely right. These are not religious arguments. They're they're word games that have an aura of respectability about them for some reason. And they are arguments that are made in lieu of overtly theological arguments, when people have a sense that the theological arguments will just be laughed at. So they come back with these arguments because they look a bit like philosophy. They kind of got a philosophy shape about them, but serious philosophers don't talk about tag. They really don't. Superb Ace says, what's a good source for inaccuracies in the Bible? A good source.
Doesn't Justin have a cheat sheet?
Yeah,
like that?
Justin offers a deconstruction cheat sheet, which I've actually not seen, but I've seen bits of it, because actually on his merch store he's got a mouse mat with like a little bit on, and it does look excellent.
Oh,
and
nice.
and knowing Justin as I do, I know how thorough he is, and he's constantly updating it. So I would imagine that if you become a member on Justin's channel, you gain access to that, and I'm sure that you'd get a lot of inaccuracies in the Bible.
And for those who don't know, Justin is Deconstruction Zone. I know most of you know who that is, but some of you might not. So on both YouTube and TikTok, Deconstruction Zone. The gentleman's name is Justin. I have no idea his last name, but that should be enough for you guys to be able to find him.
So I got up because I have a book here that I'm going to recommend, which is really, really good. This is one that I quite enjoy. If you've not seen this book, I'm not even sure. I'm sure it's probably still in print. It must be. So this is Ken's Guide. Whoops, there we go. I can never figure out how to do this. Ken's Guide to the Bible. I recommend this book. It's absolutely brilliant. it's full of weird stuff in the Bible and nonsense, and I spent lots of time looking through this book and finding juicy bits to pull out that I even didn't remember from reading my Oxford Study Bible. Or it's just quite good because it categorizes them into like weirdness, divine wrath, which is when God is brutal. I can't remember if there are actually contradictions in here. I thought there were, but maybe I'm wrong. It's got the big picture. Some of our most cherished Bible stories and scriptures look a lot different when they're viewed in context. So this is how context can actually make Bible stuff worse, not better. Weirdness, bunk, the sign of the bull signals things that many people erroneously believe about the Bible. So as you look through the book, each thing has got like, hang on, there we go. Each little bit in there has got like a little icon next to it, which classifies what type of thing it is. I definitely recommend this. Ken's Guide to the Bible. Get that. But I don't know if that's necessarily a good resource for inaccuracies. Yeah, I'm sure there are probably websites. If you just Google inaccuracies and contradictions in the Bible, you'll be able to find them. Otherwise, just carry on watching here and watch Justin's, because I've got a load of them. I've got a load myself as well. Okay, moving on. Still no guests. It's a bit weird. I wonder why it's so quiet. It's not normally this quiet at this time. I know Joel's on as well. KMB, that's an absolutely massive contribution. Thank you very, very much. That's extremely generous. Thank you. With just a thumbs up back to you. I really appreciate it. This is the stuff that allows me to justify to my family that I'm now doing this on a full-time basis, and literally turning away work in what my career was before, because I don't want to do that stuff.
In chat pointed out that Mezzo Bad Bible Hub has the 15 most irreconcilable passages. That's probably a good source. I don't remember. Is it BibleHub.com? I don't remember the site.
It's Bad Bible Hub, I think. I also can't quite remember it. We need to find that out and provide a link. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it. This is Joel and Mezzo's website, which is really, really good. I think it might be. It's badbiblehub.com. That's what it is. Yeah, badbiblehub.com is very, very excellent. I recommend it very much. Yeah, good call. Good call. Okay, so while we're waiting still for more callers to come in, hang on a second. Bethos has said something about Dan Dennett. We need to know what this is. I quite liked Dan Dennett. Dan Dennett was pro-free will, compatible. Hitchens thought women aren't funny. Of course, I respect all horsemen for their work, even with some few issues with, like Sam Harris, not hating. RD is getting old. Dawkins. Yeah, fair enough. But again, we can appreciate the work they did at the time as well. And, we hope that in years to come, people might be thinking back to some of the things we did as helping them along the way. And I just think that's how culture works. People, imitation is flattery and all of that stuff. And we all learn from each other. I certainly hope that I never stop learning. Dan Barker was another person who was a big influence on me and my thinking about religion. If anyone hasn't checked out Dan Barker, he was a fundamentalist preacher for about 20 years. And he set out to be able to better defend the faith, and by reading more broadly and kind of widening his scope of study out from just the Bible. He had a couple of, he went to Azusa Bible College, I think. He had a couple of degrees in Bible stuff, but he decided to just become better educated, and in the process of doing that, over about 5 years, completely lost his faith, and is now the president of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. And he is a brilliant thinker, and his books, Losing Faith in Faith and Godless, are required reading as well. They are absolutely superb. absolutely superb. He could have been a horseman, as far as I'm concerned, because his contributions to the canon of modern atheism. I don't really like the term new atheist. Because
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't
What's the
love it.
difference between new and old not believing a God exists? I find oftentimes Christians use it as sort of an epithet, like a derogatory term, or a term to sort of is belittle the right word, but you know what I'm saying? Sort of, the new atheist, like as if the concept of not being convinced of these God claims is new. It's not new. It's as old as humankind itself, actually. But yeah, so I'm definitely with you on that. I was going to bring it up earlier, but then I decided not to. But
I mean, we had Bertrand Russell writing many decades before that. I say many, about 4 decades before that, or 5. Why I'm Not a Christian, and we had, Thomas Paine. We had an Enlightenment. These were not completely new ideas. It was just, I think the thing that was new about them was the way that they were able to take hold in popular culture rather than in the ivory tower. Perhaps that would be.
Have you looked up where the term originated? New atheism?
I can't remember where it did.
A Wired magazine article in 2006.
There you go.
And it was mentioning the 4 horsemen. I don't even remember all the members of them. I read the article long ago, and I don't remember most of it. But yeah, it's a term that was coined that, like, I think it's a ludicrous term. Like, there's no new versus old not being convinced of God claims.
Yeah, exactly, and many of the arguments have been made before, and so many of the theological arguments are centuries old. I mean, there were people explaining why Aquinas' 5 ways don't work many years ago. So I agree with that. Okay, some clarification here from Alopanote, who says Christ Before Jesus by Matthew Britt. Jaron Wingo is a knockout punch for the beginning concept of Christianity. Great book backed with actual data. Paul and Jesus never existed. So I'm guessing this is a mythicist perspective that I actually am not familiar with. So interesting. I'm open-minded. I don't take a strong position on mythicism. I don't know. I'm. It's one of those things where I'm not an expert. You need to be a Bible scholar to really be across or at least a historian to really be across what the evidence really is. So I'm happy to leave it to the people who have done the hard work and understand this stuff. And as far as I understand, the consensus is that Jesus is based on someone who actually existed. But I could easily be persuaded that that is not the case. Let's put a little poll. I'm just interested to see. I wish that I could easily do polls on TikTok. TikTok make it really difficult. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to poll this on TikTok as well. I'm going to make it look like a boot poll. Obviously, there's no one to boot, so we're not going to do a boot poll. We're going to do a poll. I'm going to put the poll on TikTok and YouTube just because I'm interested in whether you think Jesus actually existed or not. Was a historical person. So on TikTok, vote the yes if you think Jesus existed, and that doesn't mean you think that his magical claims are true. Just that it was a figure in history. And I'm going to do the same. I'm interested. We don't have a huge crowd in, but we've got like close to 700 people between the 2 platforms, so that's something. Did Jesus exist in reality, in history? Let's say in history. Okay, so
smiling is exist, right?
Yeah, smiling is exist. That's for the TikToker. For the YouTube lot, you've got the actual poll with a yes and no, and it's going out now to both platforms. I'm quite interested to know what you guys think. So let me know what you think. Interesting. So at the moment, It looks like yes, slightly. Yes, yes has it. We've only got 9 votes on the TikTok side so far, but we have, I think, a few more than that on the YouTube side. Let's have a look. Can we see it? We've got 90. We've got 96 votes on the YouTube side at the moment, with yes leading 53 to 47. Yeah, there should be an I don't know option. That's true.
Fair.
There should be an I don't know option, but that's certainly not possible on the TikTok one, which is really just set up to be a boot poll.
Yeah.
So on TikTok, we've got 11 votes for yes, 5 votes for no.
I thought it was the other way around.
Oh, no, it's the other way around. I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is. The other way around. So, 5 votes for yes, 12 for no. So that's interesting. An inversion. You're absolutely right, Sean. I completely got that wrong. It looks like an inversion between the two platforms. So mythicists abound in our TikTok.
That's right.
In our TikTok sample,
or some I don't knows that just had to pick one and pick the no.
Yeah, that's also possible, isn't it? Interesting.
Yeah.
Elvis Presley Touchby says we've more evidence for a shitty copper trader in ancient Babylon, and Alan,
suspect. Sorry, I suspect Jesus actually existed, but the stories written. Obviously, I don't believe the magical stories, but I think in general, the stories written about him, what they describe him saying, are wildly inaccurate. But if I had to guess, I would guess there was an actual person, a religious leader, a cult leader, something to that effect that Jesus was based on.
Yeah, I mean, my thinking is that when the people with the PhDs say the balance of evidence tips in favor of there likely being someone who was the cause of these stories,
right?
I mean, maybe that's a weaker claim, right? I don't know, maybe because so, where was it? I'm trying to find what Alan said. Basically, Alan was saying all atheists are mythicists. It's just to what extent. I do understand that argument as well. Yeah. And Zeitgeist Omega saying I was a no vote, but more of an I don't know. Yeah, there should have been an I don't know. It's just
TikTok doesn't really give us that option.
TikTok doesn't let us. YouTube would actually. I can. The polling thing on the YouTube chat is actually much more flexible. Yet again, TikTok software is weird. I don't know what were they smoking the day they said let's do a mute function that allows belligerent callers to immediately unmute themselves. I don't know what they thought they were doing there.
It's 4th of July weekend that could be affecting traffic here. People tend to go on trips, things like that. Yeah. I have no idea how it would, if at all, affect like the live tonight, but it is Independence Day weekend in the United States.
Of course, it is. It is definitely uncharacteristically quiet at this point. We would normally have more than this. I mean, it's very, very, very quiet, but that's okay. We'll keep on going. So I've got a few YouTube comments. Let's see. To share with you. Let's see. I've got a couple here. Okay, yeah. This was one that I think I wanted to talk about because I thought it was just horrendous. Where is it? Here we go. So this came up from Troy Terry, who said atheism is a mental disorder. The suicide rate is 30%. It's on a par with schizophrenia. We don't suggest that schizophrenics are living within the bounds of reality. That high suicide rate proves that something is wrong in their minds. Now, this was one of the most ludicrous comments. It was just like posted under one of the videos. This is so completely bizarre. So, I mean, atheism, if you're listening, Troy, which you're probably not, but atheism, it's not a belief system or a disorder. It's just simply not being convinced that a God exists. And I would want to ask you, if you're making a claim that it's a mental disorder, which diagnostic manual contains atheism as a mental disorder? Because I could tell you it's not in the DSM, and it's not going to be in the other one, which whose name I forget now, ICD. So this is ludicrous. And this claim of a 30% suicide rate is total fiction. Where this probably comes from is that there may be sociological research or psychological research that says that rates of suicidal ideation amongst non-religious people may be higher. They may even be 30%. But asking people if they've ever thought about suicidal ideation is a very, very different thing to claiming that people have actually gone through with it. If 30% of atheists ended their own lives, then nearly a third of non-believers would be dead, and that's completely total nonsense. Absolute nonsense. And then the other thing that this would be completely misconstruing is that correlation isn't causation. So even if it was the case, I mean, this is such schoolboy stuff. Even if it was the case that you found higher rates of suicidal ideation amongst non-believers, you could never say that this was caused by their atheism. It would just be showing that there are higher levels of distress. But that doesn't prove that atheism causes it. It could be family rejection. It could be being ostracized by their religious community.
Exactly.
Right? It could be religious trauma as a result of the religion that they had before. Like, if I'm abused by religion and leave it, then religion could be the cause of my distress, not the atheism that I found as a result of, leaving that stuff. So, and religious people suffer. The idea that not being religious is going to be a trigger for mental health problems doesn't survive at all when you look at the world that we live in right now. You've got religious people suffering from scrupulosity, it's like religious OCD, fears of hell, feelings of shame, terror about end times. I've given you the stats on religious trauma in the US. They're shocking. Absolutely shocking. Like 80 million people are estimated. 80 million people in the United States will experience PTSD like religious trauma at some point in their lives. So the idea that simply not being convinced of these claims is a mental disorder is absolutely ludicrous. And then the point about schizophrenia, what did he say? It said atheism is on a par with schizophrenia. This is the bit that got me laughing the most. So schizophrenia involves believing things without evidence, right? It's a hallmark of schizophrenia that your reality testing isn't working, right? Delusions and visions and voices. It's literally whether the apparatus in your brain for testing reality isn't working. And atheism is literally saying, I'm not convinced until I have evidence. It's if anything, it's the opposite of schizophrenia. It's hard to imagine anything less like it. So all of this is total nonsense, but I wanted to share it with you, as these are the sorts of completely inane things that some people post in the comments of the YouTube videos. I've got lots more to share with you as well, but for now, there's going to be a collective groan when I say this, but we do actually have a guest in the YouTube queue. When he's tried to join us before in the YouTube queue, the audio hasn't worked very well. So I'm wondering if the audio is going to be faulty again, because last time he tried a few times, and it didn't work. But I have a feeling it might work now. So please don't groan too hard. Any port in the storm, as they say, as we welcome in Felix again. Everyone's going, no! Welcome in, Felix.
How are you?
I'm well. Have you recovered from the conversation yesterday with Matt and me?
Did I do I remember it?
Have you recovered from it?
Of course.
Because it wasn't great, was it?
It was. Did you like it?
Well, I thought it was. I mean, I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was hilarious. But if I'd been in your position, I wouldn't have gone away patting myself on the back too much from it, because you kind of beclowned yourself a bit, didn't you? To be fair.
So where you got stuck?
So
the universe is
contingent. So for anybody who didn't watch Felix's contribution to the line last night with Matt, Felix came in and his argument was that God is self-evident to everyone and he can prove it, and he can prove that it's self-evident to us. And his way of proving that it was self-evident to us was to invoke a contingency argument, which he personally finds convincing, and declare that should therefore be convincing to us, so much that it would be self-evident to us, even though we don't find it self-evident. So are you coming back to just repeat the same bad argument again, or have you got a different bad argument to share with us?
No. I'm going to show it to you. So I don't need the universe to be contingent. I just need, you know how many contingent beings I need to prove a necessary being, an independent being like God?
You're not going to be able to. You can have an unlimited supply of contingent beings, or you can have one. No number of contingent beings is going to prove your God. But I'm happy for you to try.
Okay, I just need one, and that's you. You are contingent. Do you accept that?
Yes, because my parents had a special cuddle, and then I came along. So I was contingent on my parents' happy time. I absolutely agree. I'm a contingent being. How do we get from that to your God?
Therefore, if you are contingent, it follows that a necessary being, an independent being, exists.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It just follows that my parents held hands and had a special grown-up hug.
No. You are contingent.
Yes, we've agreed with that.
Therefore, an independent being exists.
An independent being exists.
Because dependency has...
So, is your argument the existence of any contingent being means God exists?
Do you hear me?
Felix, can you hear me?
I think his your audio cut out for a minute, Felix, but I don't think we missed much of value. Did you hear what Sean asked you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you
I have to say, hands up, who thinks that Felix just going, can you hear me? Who thinks that Felix just saying, can you hear me, is a more effective argument than the one he has so far presented us with? Because I definitely think that. Felix, if you just do nothing in the call for the rest of it, but say, can you hear me, it's going to be dialectically far superior to anything you've offered us so far. Can you reflect on that?
Is he still there?
I think he is, in some kind of way. It sounds like he's on one of those things that goes round and round in the children's playground.
I keep hearing a squeaking noise. Yeah.
Yeah. He's on a merry-go-round. It's a merry-go-round of nonsense.
This is wild.
Pretty cool.
The existence of one contingent being proves that God exists.
That seems to be his argument. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out whether it's... I'm seeing the hands. I love that. I'm getting loads of hands turning up in the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Felix,
keep on going. You're doing it for me big time, Felix. Go for it. Keep on doing that. Just there. Just like that. Can you hear me? We get first the seesaw of shit, and now the merry-go-round of nonsense. This is it. This is how we roll, folks. Can you hear me? Say it again. Go on. Please say it again. This call's actually turning out to be better than I imagined.
Felix?
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I don't have anyone else in the queue. So if I did, I would have dropped this and we would have moved on by now. But perhaps we'll have to drop it.
Playing with our food at this point.
It does feel a bit that way. Okay, so we'll say goodbye to Felix because his audio is crapping out, which was ironically still more effective than his dialectics. So there we go. That was Felix, ladies and gentlemen, on the merry-go-round of nonsense. His claim being that one contingent being proves his God.
So an entailment of that is that unless everything is necessary, then God exists.
Yes, correct. Yeah, which is kind of weird and circular and odd. Very, very strange. I see we have we've got Grez the Dent Head. Grez, we love you, friend, but you'll have to call us back tomorrow on the After Hours show because this one's debate only, and I know that you don't believe in a God, so we won't be having a debate with you tonight. And given that it's a debate stream, even though it's quiet, I can't start making exceptions for regulars just for that.
I think that's a good call.
I think it has to be that way. Otherwise, it's not fair. And I understand why people get upset when I occasionally break the rules for people. It just doesn't seem fair to all the others. It was a merry-go-round of special pleading fallacies, says Sir Equinox. I agree. It really was. And Ashwild just echoed what you said, Sean. We're pretty much just playing with our food at this point. It was a great call. Absolutely right. Felix has come back again, but there's really no point talking to Felix because I'm not sure that we're going to. I don't think that Felix actually furnishes a proper argument. So we will instead get in Satnam on the TikTok side. Hopefully, we were getting in Satnam, but Satnam then disappeared. So. Satnam, if you would like to come in, request up again. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe that was not intended on Satnam's part. I got excited then that we were going to get ready and have another call. It is really, really strange that it's this quiet.
Someone said Joel was on, and Joel has like over 500 people watching him. So it just could be like, there's a lot of big names. They can only watch one at a time, and Joel's very, very popular.
He is, yeah. So we're splitting it. That's absolutely fine. I'm sure there are people in Joel's live right now going, John's on, and he's got over 650 people watching, and they're probably having exactly the same conversation over there. So that could be the case. And Will is saying had to pick between you and Joel. Yeah, I get it. People only have so much attention and time, and you can't watch two live streams at once. I mean, you can, but it doesn't really work. I appreciate anyone who's here, and if you desire to go and hang out with Joel, I will still love you anyway because I understand why you might want to. Joel is fantastic, so I don't blame you at all. And if he's got a steady stream of callers, feel free. But there we are. Annabella says, I always choose John. We love you, Annabella, and we couldn't be here without you. So thank you so much. Annabella's one of our wonderful mods as well on the TikTok side. Poor old Felix is still in the queue, wanting to come back in. He's giving me YouTube Q puppy eyes right now. I'm happy to take a vote on this. I am legitimately happy to take a vote on it. It was quite entertaining to hear him just saying, "Can you hear me?" Over and over again in lieu of an argument. What do we think, people? Thank you, Lacadian. You're the best, buddy. Richie says I've been cheating a little bit tonight. That's okay. You get a pass, Richie. Totally understandable. And yeah, Calais is saying Felix never gives up. I'll give him that. Do we want? Okay, another poll time. Can't say that I don't give you guys a say in what we do here. So this is going to be let Felix in again. So that's a question mark, and that's going out there. And for the TikTok, the question is, do we let Felix back in again? Happy faces, yes. Sad faces, no. Tell me what you want me to do. I am your humble servant. I will do as you bid. Grez is still in the TikTok queue. But Grez, if you're listening, as I said, it is extremely unlikely that you're up to debate with us because I know that you're not a believer. We've spoken 3 times before, and we're really just looking to speak to theists who are going to explain to us why atheism doesn't make more sense. That's the mission tonight, and I know that you won't be coming in to do that. So you're great, but give us a call tomorrow.
Happy Faces running away with it.
Happy Faces.
And in the homecoming stretch, it's coming on the outside. It's Happy Facing.
Well, this is the thing. It's like massively Happy Face on the TikTok side, but the no's have it at the moment
on the YouTube.
On the YouTube,
really.
So isn't that interesting? The yes is 46.
Really interesting.
Is 46% against 54 no on the YouTube side, and the yeses are 14-3. Yes, 14-3 no on the TikTok side. That's really, really interesting. And now I feel horribly torn because, of course, if we might have to just go on sheer numbers because I don't want to express any kind of preference between the two chats. I love you all the same, as parents say to their kids. Maybe we just need to do it on sheer numbers. So if we add up the numbers, I think that's the fair way to do it. So adding up the numbers, we have 58 yeses, and combining the 45 on YouTube with the 14 there. So that's now 59. So 59 yeses, and we have 58 no's by 1 vote at the moment. Well, while we think about that, we're gonna bring in Curious, we can delay enacting our Felix thing and see how tenacious he is, how badly he wants it. Curious, can you hear us? And are you there?
Yes.
You are. Okay. Welcome in. You might be the person we're waiting for. We just want to have a conversation. It's been a bit quiet here tonight. So I'm going to assume that you've seen that this is a debate stream. So our claim is atheism makes more sense. Are you here to argue against that?
Yes.
Great. What's your view about this?
Can you kind of give me an idea of where your stance is on that? Why you think it makes more sense?
Yeah, because there's no evidence for any gods at all. And when we ask for evidence, people just give us basically it says so in a book, which they would first have to provide evidence for why we should care, or fallacious general arguments like, contingency arguments and fine-tuning arguments and cosmological arguments and morality arguments. And the thing with those arguments is they're all broken. Every single one of them, you can immediately identify what's wrong with them and why they don't work, why they are actually invalid as arguments. They're fallacious arguments. So a fallacious argument doesn't get you a reason to believe in for something, or they give us personal experience that they had of a god. And so they say, the reason I believe in a god is because I had this amazing experience. And the only explanation I can think of for the experience I had is that there's a God. So that doesn't convince us because we hear people making that same argument for lots of different God claims that are all contradicting each other. So there must be at least some of them that are drawing incorrect conclusions from their personal experiences, and that could be the case with all of them. So what would be your evidence or your biggest reason why you think someone should believe a God exists?
Well, may I first ask you what type of evidence you would need?
Whichever you find most convincing is what I would ask you for, and then we can establish whether that would meet the threshold for what we think is good evidence. So if you give us,
well, the problem is you've already denied the main evidence that I myself at least would provide, which is evidence in my own life.
Yeah, but can you see
of that, what type of evidence would you need?
Well, can you see why one I don't want you to think that we're being unreasonable. Can you see why?
I agree. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
I don't think me giving you that answer is going to be helpful, since you've already said that does not convince you.
Because it doesn't convince you either, right? Because you disregard.
It does me, because
you believe your own, but of course, but you disregard the evidence of all the Sikhs who say they've had evidence of their God, right?
Well,
and the Hindus.
First, you don't understand like my history, and my history has come from atheism. Like I did experience that for years of my life. So
Sure.
To compare that to what I live now and the evidence that I experience now, it's something that I cannot deny, whether you believe what I'm saying
I get
or
that.
not.
I get that. No. I would never argue that your personal experience isn't powerful for you. I completely grant that.
Right.
But what I'm pointing out is a double standard, because you don't count the personal experience of Muslims and Hindus and Sikhs to be evidence that their God is real. So what you're doing, I'm just pointing this out for you, is you're applying a standard you're applying a standard of evidence for your own experience, which you're not applying consistently to the experiences of others. I'm just pointing out that that's a double standard. So I agree with you.
Actually, that's incorrect. I have actually studied multiple religions, actually including Islam. I actually found Jesus by trying to prove the Bible wrong. So I have looked at it through theirs, and that's what I'm saying. It's not just a one-note thing where
the Muslims are correct when they
my experience.
Right. So when the Muslims say Jesus
isn't, that is the most
I get
strong
you.
evidence.
I get you. So when the Muslims say that Jesus isn't God, you agree with them?
No.
So then you do disregard their personal experience of the divine, which leads them to the conclusion that the Quran is divinely inspired, the final word of God. Muhammad is his messenger. You'll know all of this, and Jesus was just a prophet. So I'm just pointing out that you disregard their claims, which is fine. I disregard them too.
I disregard them now. What I'm saying is, at the time when I was looking into it, I did not disregard it. What I found was it to be false.
But you disregard them now. That's what I'm saying. So when Muslims are praying to Allah, are they in contact with the right God? No, but they have personal experience that tells them they are. So,
correct.
So their personal experience doesn't convince you. I'm just pointing out that you have double standard of personal experience.
I said there's multiple other things that compound with it. I just said the highest level of evidence is the evidence I've seen personally, but it is backed up by biblical, historical, archaeological, scientific.
So we'll look at that. We'll look at that in a moment.
Okay.
So we've established that we have a double standard for evidence, one which is applied to your own personal experiences and one which is applied to everyone else's. And I'm applying the same standard of evidence to everybody's personal claims, which is that people telling me about the experiences they've had, I grant that they've had them. I don't grant that their interpretations of the experience are justified. That's my position. So I'm glad we can put that aside. So then, outside of personal experience, what do you think is the single strongest argument for the existence of any God?
Just the fact that creation exists in and of itself. There is a lot more scientific evidence that the world probably was created a lot faster than through evolution. And you see that in ecosystems, that they cannot survive in and of themselves. You can't have trees without animals. You can't have animals without trees.
Okay.
You can't have fish
basically
without plankton.
just science illiteracy is what you're bringing?
I'm sorry?
Just science illiteracy is what you're bringing.
I wouldn't say just. I think we were just going down that
route. Just mainly science illiteracy.
There's more, but that was the route I thought we were kind of.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You said what's the strongest? So I'm just starting with.
So the strongest one is being completely illiterate about science.
I don't know what you mean by literate.
Illiterate.
Yeah. So you're saying I'm basing my opinion on my illiteracy of science?
Yeah.
So you're saying I don't know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, but where do you show that science would prove that all these things could have existed in and of themselves?
Well, there's two ways of looking at this. One is to first of all say that the hundreds of thousands of people who work in the life sciences have dedicated their lives to knowledge production and pushing forward the boundaries of human understanding and knowledge. have developed a rich tapestry of science across multiple disciplines. Biological sciences, life sciences, geology, chemistry, physics, all sorts of areas, literally hundreds of thousands of people, millions of hours spent building our understanding and interlocking networks of explanation where science from one area supports science from another area. Like you might have something like, we look at something and we can apply, say, 4 or 5 different dating methods to it, right? Not just one that creationists like to complain about. Oh, carbon dating doesn't. No, there can be instances where we will date things according to many different versions. We'll use different techniques of dating, and they all triangulate on the same thing, right? They all triangulate on the same conclusions and the same data. Your claim here is that they're all making the same mistake. By some coincidence, these totally different things, whether you're dating the world using radiometric methods, or whether you're using dendrochronology or ice cores, or all of these different ways of dating things, your claim is that they're all making errors, and they're all coincidentally making exactly the same error. That's completely preposterous. Yeah. The other thing is that we have so many different areas of science that would all be completely wrong. Total BS if your claims were true, right? Literally, as I said, hundreds of thousands of people diligently working to do what we call knowledge production, right? Under the most scrupulous conditions, where ideas are tested rigorously, attempts are made to falsify, work is checked, it's duplicated, it's replicated, it's peer reviewed, it's torn down if it doesn't stand up. We have rigorous academic standards which allow us to advance slowly but with confidence in our claims. And you're just brushing all of that aside and going, all of that is wrong because it says so in a book. That's the evidence.
I said that.
That is what you said. That's exactly what you said.
You haven't let me respond at all.
Go ahead.
Okay, so would you deny that it is a factual statement that scientists have indeed been wrong in their theories and beliefs in the past?
Not in the way you think. So it is the case that sometimes mistakes happen in science, and you know what rectifies them?
Go ahead.
Better science, more science. It does occasionally happen that things are wrong, but it also happens in science that you get foundational principles that will never be proved wrong. The mistakes you're talking about tend to be in the margins, right? So you get things that you get the odd, like we had in physics. There was yeah.
I'm referring more to like really popular scientists who would have said the Earth was flat, or that it was
the Bible that said
us.
It was the Bible that said the Earth is flat, and it took science to establish that wasn't the case. And for a while, they were burning people at the stake for suggesting things like that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, and the church was burning people for saying things like that. And then it took, eventually we had an enlightenment, and we realized that the wisdom was not to be found in ancient superstitions, but in investigating the world using the tools of science. So your claim that science occasionally gets it wrong is true, but within a limited boundary, right? So it's true that sometimes there are ideas in science like the ether or the phlogiston theory or things like that are ideas that survive in the scientific domain for a while because they're floated and they have some explanatory power, but they don't stand up to testing. They don't survive. They don't survive the filtering the filtering of ideas. I will in a moment. The filtering of ideas that science does. They don't survive them, so they get chucked out. But that doesn't entitle you to say that the foundational cornerstones of science are therefore up for grabs and possibly wrong. We know the world is old, a lot older than the Bible says. We know that we have that we are all genetically related. All life on Earth is genetically related. We know this, and we know that the claims of the Bible don't survive scrutiny.
Okay, well, what I was going to say was people believe science is correct until it's proven wrong, correct?
No.
Yeah, That's usually what happens is there's a belief that's formed, it becomes a theory, and until it's proven wrong or proven factual, it just stays a theory.
Yeah.
And those things change throughout history based on testing, based on evidence, right? The problem is when it comes to things like dating, if you don't know the conditions in which things were formed, there's really no way to know what the starting point was.
There
So
is.
how
This
can
is
date
you
it
are
correctly?
now demonstrating the scientific illiteracy that I referred to earlier, because if you had a basic grounding in science, even just a teenager's understanding of this stuff, you wouldn't have to ask such inane questions. So when you said science is proven wrong, it's not science being proven wrong. It's certain ideas that may have been proposed within the domain of science that are then falsified. That's science. That's the job of science. But you also get certain ideas that reach a point where the amount of evidence for them is so huge that you can be confident they're never going to be proven wrong. Shall I give you some examples of those?
Yes, I was actually going to ask, what is your
Yeah.
example of
So-
absolute proof of
yeah.
evolution? Macroevolution, not
Yeah,
micro.
yes, of course. So I'm going to give you some examples of ideas in science for which there is so much evidence we can be confident they will never be proven wrong. One is that the Earth goes round the sun, not the other way round as people used to believe. Another is that illness is caused by germs and bacteria and viruses rather than evil demons and spirits and things like that. Another is that there's a force called gravity which exists in the universe, and it acts on objects with a power which is inversely proportional to the square of their distance apart. That's never going to be proved wrong. So these are ideas. These are
the Bible proves any of those wrong either.
These are ideas. These are ideas in science that have so much evidence for them that we call them theories. Did you know that? That when an idea in science reaches the highest level of confidence it can possibly have, we have a special word for it in science. Now, I think this is one of the worst bits of branding ever. Somebody decided to call the ideas for which we have the most theory, the most evidence, the same word that we call a hunch when someone doesn't really know but they kind of have a guess. It's a tragic piece of marketing on the behalf of science communicators, but nevertheless, this is what it is. So when you hear the word theory in science, it doesn't mean the same thing as when you hear the word theory in normal everyday life. So the theory of gravity, or the theory of germs, or the theory of evolution are ideas for which there is so much evidence, there is essentially no chance now of them being proved wrong. And that is the case.
I would argue that they're not just theories based on their mechanism, but they're theories because they still don't know what the cause of it is. Like we know gravity exists, but we don't know why.
Yeah, well, that might be true, but we know that it exists. We have models that explain exactly how it works, and this is exactly the same with evolution. We know exactly how evolution works. We know exactly how speciation works. Now, you have probably heard about this stuff from an organization like Answers in Genesis, or the Discovery Institute, or a pastor somewhere who read it in a tract somewhere. There's an enormous amount of terrible science ignorance circulating through religious circles.
To the contrary, the most convincing evidence of God actually came from an argument from Neil deGrasse Tyson that he recently had about, again, like I was talking about, fish can't exist without plankton. Nobody can exist without the sun. All of our energy comes from an outside source. We're not a closed system. And you have to have all of these other things in order for every creature to exist. If you don't have grass, you won't have animals.
Right. And that's an argument for God. Why?
Because you have to have all of those things at the same time in order for any of them to be able to progress.
So this is this is called the argument from irreducible complexity, where you're saying that things can't evolve if all the conditions needed for them aren't perfectly in place at the beginning. But anyone who has a basic grasp,
I definitely at least think it's less likely.
Yeah.
Because again, even if you talk about like evolution of bacteria into cells and this, or like when you get your very first creation, whatever you want to consider that is, you still have to have male and female. Yeah. What are the odds that you're going to have the exact same type of DNA that reproduces in a way and also does it in male and female in order to reproduce after that.
Yeah. So as I said, by the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a well-known atheist. So
right.
Yeah. So again, the argument you're making
to me that he doesn't see what he was explaining.
No, it's baffling to me that you've misconstrued him so badly, but also not that baffling. So the argument you're making, as I said, is called an argument against for the argument for irreducible complexity. It was popularized by Michael Behe, who used this argument with respect to bacterial flagellum, and he said that the bacterial flagellum it has to have all the parts there for it to work properly, right? It's a little bacteria thing. It's got a little motor, a little thing that helps it move along, and that without any of those parts, it can't exist. So how could it have evolved, right? Because if one of those parts is missing, it can't happen. And people in their ignorance apply the same argument to other things that we see, like human beings or sexual reproduction or stuff, without realizing that evolution has different pathways to go. That sometimes in evolution, a structure in a body or in an organism starts developing with one apparent sort of use or utility, and then gets co-opted for something else and changes. That's the way that it can happen. An example would be something like flaps of skin under an arm, which end up becoming wings. Right, they confer one benefit, and because they confer one benefit, they don't get selected out of the gene pool, and then eventually they end up providing another benefit, and it looks like that was what they were purposed for.
Okay,
so these arguments were debunked long ago.
When it comes to DNA, there's also no evidence. Like, there's no human DNA that carries the sequencing for wings or scales.
Correct.
So
because we don't have wings or scales. We do have vestigial tails, though.
So
we do have vestigial tails.
But what I'm saying is, then how could you ever go back to saying, well, fish turned into amphibians, turned into birds, turned into this?
Because that's what the evidence shows.
If we had all came from the same beginning and we all carried, like you said, the same DNA, then we would still carry the sequencing for that somewhere hidden.
Yeah.
The issue is when it comes to DNA, everything is similar because we are all made of same chemicals. DNA is a language, and it all comes from the same thing.
More scientific illiteracy. When you have a moment, look up the Dover trial. So the judge in the Dover trial was a Christian. And the judge in the Dover trial, a person of faith, absolutely decimated this line of arguing about irreducible complexity. He explained, I think it was a he, forgive me if I'm misremembering, it might have been a woman, but I think it was a guy. He explained that this was non-scientific, that this was a mischaracterization and a misunderstanding of the science, and that this should never, ever, ever be taught to children in schools, because it's nothing more than rebranded creationism. They were trying to get it taught in schools, teach the controversy, and it's not creationism, it's intelligent design. This was the rebranding that they tried to do. And a Christian judge shot this down because it was so obviously vacuous bullshit. This was in about 2006, 7, 8, something like that. So 20 odd years ago, this was established to be bollocks. And here you are on the internet trumpeting it right now. You literally sound like a creationist tract right now.
What was the proof against it?
That the science explains all of this stuff perfectly adequately, that even a passing acquaintance with the actual science, rather than
scientifically literate, do you mind explaining it to me?
Yeah, as I said to you already, that evolution can cause structures to evolve which were not initially for the purposes that they are later adopted for.
Can you break that down?
Yeah, that as organisms are changing, they change in a way which is essentially random, right? Because the genes mutate randomly, and those random mutations cause what are called different. I'm losing the term now. Basically, the genes are expressed in a way that phenotypical change. Sorry, they cause phenotypical changes, which means that the genes are expressed in the way the bodies are formed and built. So you get organisms which change in a certain way, which doesn't have a particular function, but it doesn't get selected out of the gene pool. And then at some point, those changes take on a use. They become useful. They start helping the organism to survive in another way. They confer some other advantage. And then when you look at it with the benefit of hindsight, it looks like that organism was developing for the purpose of having those changes. But they weren't. They were just random, and they were not selected out of the gene pool.
So in your description, there's no intelligence involved.
None at all.
Random. It didn't mean to happen. It just kind of happened.
Evolution is a blind process. Now, it's not sheer chance, though. This is the other mischaracterization. It's not sheer chance. The genes just get randomly shaken up by mutation. You get random variation which creates random changes in organisms. But the fact is that some of those changes are helpful, and some of them are not helpful. And it's the helpful ones, that cause the organisms to be more likely to survive and pass on those genes. This is the stuff of children's textbooks. This is not even controversial.
So again, though, your argument is that you have some cells, they randomly mutate, and within that random mutation, you end up with two cells that randomly mutated in the same way that would be able to reproduce.
That's not quite how it goes. It's not two cells that randomly mutated in the same way. We've seen sexual reproduction strategies evolve independently across many different species.
What I'm trying to say is, even if you get down to primates, you're telling me that one primate somehow evolved into a human, but you can't just have one. You would have to have two that randomly evolved into a human that were male and female that can mate together. Am I incorrect in that statement?
Yeah. It's not one primate. It's not like one individual doesn't evolve. Are you aware of the fact that evolution is not a thing that happens to individual organisms? It doesn't happen. One person or one creature doesn't evolve.
But where is the link
evolution happens at the level of populations. Do you understand this? I suspect you don't.
I do. But again, one way or the other, you're going to have a primate that has to then have a baby that turns out to be a little bit different. And another primate has to have another baby that has to turn out to be a little bit different in the same way to where their genetics can then make another offspring. I mean, I'm not understanding why you're thinking that this is somehow crazy talk, because that's the way life works. You can't breed a dog and a cat together.
Of course. So you're literally hitting all the scientifically illiterate creationist greatest hits. You can't breed a dog and a cat together. Show me an elephant that gave birth to a zebra. This is not how it works. I have explained to you that sexual reproduction strategies evolved independently across many different species. And your inability to accept this is just because you don't understand it. And it's not your fault for not understanding it. But your lack of an understanding of the relevant science is never going to be evidence for your God. Let's do something different now, because we've been hammering this for a few minutes, right? Curious. So let's do something different. Let's say evolution was proven false tomorrow, right? It's not going to be, by the way. It never will be. There's more chance of gravity being proven false. There's more evidence for evolution than there is for gravity.
In microevolution, like breeding is a thing. Small changes are a thing. I don't.
So then, what's the mechanism that stops that? What's the mechanism that limits the amount of phenotypical change that a population can experience?
Again, I'm not sure what the scientific answer would be, but again, there's obviously
you've just made a claim. No, hang on a second. No, you can't. No. You said you believe in microevolution, but not macroevolution. That means you believe that a certain amount of evolution can take place, but then it hits a barrier that stops. It can't do anymore. So I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you believe that. I'm asking you why you believe that. What is the mechanism that limits the amount of change?
If I have brown hair, I can have a baby with somebody with blonde hair, okay? But I can't have a baby with a dog. So again, within species,
I don't even know what to say.
We can change small things that we are already genetically coded for within our own species, but we cannot ultimately change our species.
Okay, you don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay.
Literally, you just. I mean, I'm trying to be respectful, but the fact that your argument for when I asked you a question, which is what is acting to limit the amount of change that can be in the genotype. And your argument was I can't have a baby with a dog. That just tells us everything we need to know about how much you don't understand. It's not possible for you to understand this stuff. I'm now convinced that you cannot understand this. So with that said, let's say that we grant that evolution is not true. Let's say we give up evolution, right? Is that evidence for a God?
If evolution is not true, is it evidence for a God?
Yeah, you seem to be laboring under the idea that there's only two possibilities, evolution or a magic being. Why?
No, that's because, again, to me, it just makes more sense that there's a lot of intelligence behind everything that exists in the world. You can go with the fine-tuning argument all you want, but things do work together. We are able to eat fruit. We are able to eat vegetables. We're able to eat animals. Everything does coexist and work together. And if you take something away, chances are the system will fail.
How have you ruled out other candidate hypotheses for how we may have come about?
I don't know that there's really been any other candidate possibilities that have been thrown out.
That we're a simulation, that aliens created us, that it's just there are many. That it's just some force of nature.
The alien thing, but then again, you're down a rabbit hole of who created them, you just keep going back.
Yep, which you have with your God too, by the way.
Ultimately, there would have to be something outside of the universe that was able to
outside of the universe
and create.
So not located anywhere.
It's somewhere that I can't. Again, if we are inside the universe, I can't tell you what is outside the universe.
Do you know what's so sad about these conversations is that I just wonder the amount of time you spent thinking about this and looking at ways to argue against established science that you could have spent learning it.
I did that for 40 years.
No, you didn't. Because if you did, you wouldn't be so obviously illiterate about it. I don't believe you. You did not do that. Nobody can be this lacking in knowledge and have been in it for 40 years. Do you know what that noise is? Do you know what that is? That was the inner circle activating the kill switch. It means they've had enough. There's only so much BS that they can listen to in one sitting. I do understand that. But curious, thank you for calling in to demonstrate that you know nothing at all about science. I would recommend you read some books. There are some great books on evolution written for 7-year-olds, and they would give you a good primer and would actually answer some of the questions that you asked today. So thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it. Inner Circle did their job there. There we go. Shocking. It never stops amazing me to hear people who are that completely clueless.
I wasn't able to hear her the entire time.
How come?
I don't know. The video is buggy.
Did you try
dead silence? That's why I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, I thought you were just holding back. Did you go out and back in?
No, I didn't do that because you were in the middle of talking. I didn't know if you'd have to reintroduce me or redo your thing on the video, but it's okay. We'll get the next one. There's a couple in the queue on TikTok.
Chat's saying lucky you.
Yeah,
okay.
I heard.
So we're going to get 5GW in first. A 5GW coming in right now. That was painful. I think I liked it before.
I didn't expect to get in so fast. I'm chewing.
That's okay. You can finish what's in your mouth. I liked it before when we didn't have any callers. Not with respect to you. That last call was painful. So, hello. How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Yeah, we're great, thanks. So welcome in. 5GW Guerrilla Fighter. Our claim is atheism makes more sense. What do you have to say about that?
I think that atheism can't account for the uniformity of nature, an objective standard of ethics, or the intelligibility of reality, because it's fundamental.
Which of those arguments you're rapid firing a Gish Gallop right now? Which of those arguments for God do you want to
reading as well? Don't read. Pick an argument and we'll discuss it. We'll pick one topic and we'll talk about it. But you don't need to read and you don't need to speak really fast. Speaking really fast doesn't make the arguments better. It just makes them harder to follow. So relax, take a breath, and tell us which argument you'd like to talk about, and we will address it with you.
Okay, great. I was trying to give an overhead of my general position, but
Sure.
we can just pick one of those things.
Pick one. Pick which you would think is the best.
Atheism cannot account for an objective standard of ethics.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, so here's a. You said it can't account for what again?
An objective standard of ethics. We
Okay,
agree
an
with you.
objective standard of ethics. Can leprechanism, the lack of belief in leprechauns, account for an objective standard of ethics?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but that doesn't mean leprechauns exist, right?
It does not.
Right. So atheism is just not believing any gods exist. It's not a worldview. It's not a moral system. It's not any. It's just not being convinced a god exists. So why would you expect that to account for something else?
I think most atheists think it's immoral to teach creationism in school.
I do.
So, and what does that have to do with the price of rice in China?
Oh, I know where he's going. He's saying you can't think that anything is right or wrong unless you have an objective standard of ethics. Guess what? Here's the news for you, friend. You don't have an objective standard of ethics either. You just think you do. Want to know why?
Sure.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that why anyone should follow what God thinks is right and wrong?
I think that's a different question.
It's the question that shows that the land you're standing on is currently made of marshmallow. Because what you're going to say is that you need to ground ethics in something objective, and for you that objective thing is a God. But what you don't take into account is that it's entirely subjective for you to pick which God. It's entirely subjective for you to pick which interpretation of that God. It's entirely subjective for you to pick which personal sub-interpretations of that interpretive tradition for that God you like. And then once you get there, it gets even worse, because then you're dealing with your perception, your subjective perception of what the God that you've subjectively chosen subjectively likes. So it's subjective all the way along. Everything you think about morality is subjective. You just call it objective because it feels nice, but it's not objective. There's nothing objective about it at all, which explains perfectly why Bible-believing Christians can be found on both sides of every ethical issue you can think about, because it's not objective.
So, for me, a subjective standard of ethics would be something that originates from oneself.
That subjective just means derived from a mind. A mind.
It does originate from yourself, that you prefer to be told what to do by the deity that you believe exists. Like for example, if Yahweh, Shiva, Thor, it doesn't matter which deity, to me, that deity's rules in terms of good or bad are like arbitrary to me. Like, I don't give a frick. If God says, for example, cutting the toes off of babies is moral, I still consider it immoral because I don't care about being told what to do by a deity. Now, your subjective preference may be to be told what to do by a deity. So we have different preferences. My preference as a foundation for my morality is evaluating how actions affect the well-being of others. So we all start with a subjective preference, something that moves our moral compass. Then we can objectively evaluate, for example, in your case, is this against God's rules? Are these not against God's rules, etc.? And you may be able to objectively evaluate that if your God exists. I objectively evaluate, does this harm the well-being of others, or does it help the well-being of others, etc.? But we both start with a subjective preference to move our moral compass.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're arguing is that moral relativism is fundamentally...
No, moral relativism is the idea that morals are... things are moral or immoral, based on the
place and
morality,
time.
Yeah, the place and time and culture or what have you. Yeah, so I'm not a moral relativist. My morals don't change based on place and time. I care how actions affect the well-being of others, and I evaluate that, and that's my moral compass. You care about doing what you're told by your God, like assuming primarily that's what you care about. So we both have a subjective preference as a moral
compass. Now, yours has 2 layers of subjectivity because you subjectively prefer to defer to God's subjective preference, because something that is objective is mind independent. And if your God cares about how people behave, that is your God expressing a subjective preference.
So in the Christian frame, God is actually constrained by his nature.
And like my actions are constrained by my nature. It's in my nature to care about the well-being of others.
Mm-hmm. So that would be an objective. Good.
Well, I could say the same thing. So basically, saying, because that's sort of an attempted way out that Christians do, is like, no, it's not the mind of God, it's whatever's in God's nature. I can play that game too and say, it's in my nature to be a humanist. It's in my nature to care about the well-being of others. So therefore, it's not coming from my mind, it's coming from my nature. Therefore, my humanism is objective morality. I could just play the same game.
And also, is God powerful enough to change his nature, or is he not able to do that? So his nature was imposed on him, was it? He had no say in what his nature was. Who determined God's nature?
God's nature is natural, just like anything else that's natural.
So who determined it?
Nobody. It's nature.
So it's just a brute fact, right?
Yes.
So brute facts of reality just exist, right?
Exactly.
What do we need a God? What do we need a God for then?
Because without God, again, and I haven't really actually been able to fully explain my position or object to yours, but that having a lawgiver, right, gives you an objective standard to compare your own behavior to, just as with the law of a nation. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have an objective. So you have your preferred standard, and it's not my preferred. Like, I don't give a flying frick what some deity says. So you have your preferred, your personal preference, and you're just by decree saying it's objective. How does it work?
But I am going to give you one thing.
I need a little bit more time to talk. I'm going to need a little bit more time to talk.
All right.
Fair enough. But before you do, I'm going to give you one thing. I'm going to actually grant you one thing, and then I'm going to take it away. So the thing I'm going to grant you is that I like the idea that you say that we should have some measuring, some sort of standard, as you say, by which we can look at an action and say, according to this standard, is it ethical? I like that, right? Because that gives you a structure, doesn't it, for looking at morality. But here's the thing. But here's the thing. We have, but we have that. But we have that too. We have it just as much as you, and ours is actually more meaningful and more measurable and more rooted in reality. So what we do is we just start with one, and I'm going to let you speak. I promise. This is the thing I want you to respond to. Okay. Yeah, we start with, you and I both start with one supposition, like a presupposition. Yours is you love God and whatever he says goes. You want to please him, and whatever he says is defined as being good. So whether that's killing children or whatever, it all automatically becomes good. And deference to God and obedience is your objective, right? That's your standard. That's how you then are able to look at all ethics afterwards and go, does this measure up to the thing that I want to be true? I do the same, and Sean does the same. We actually are operating exactly the same way. My standard is, as Sean said, I don't care what some Bronze Age war deity thinks. My standard is I want to minimize harm and maximize well-being. And then I've got an objective standard, right? This is called an objective teleological basis for ethics, right? I've then got an objective standard where I can look at any action and I can say, according to my goal that I've set, to my values, just like you've got the values of pleasing your big God, I've got the values of minimizing harm and maximizing well-being. Both of us have chosen those values subjectively, but I've now got a lovely objective standard by which I can look at any action. So I can look at something and go, slavery increases harm, wrong. You look at it and go, slavery, God likes it, right, ding. I look at stoning virgin women to death, increases harm, wrong. You look at stoning virgin women to death, God likes it, ding, right. I look at telling men to kill children with swords. I think to myself, look at my objective standard, increases suffering. Oh, that's wrong. I don't like that. You look at it, telling men to kill babies with swords. Look at what your standard pleases God. Oh, ding, right. And this is the pattern that goes on. So while you're busy congratulating yourself for your objective morality, it's actually got you into a pretty crappy place that no one would want to be in. Whereas I'm just getting on with not being a douche.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I wanted to go way back, but I'll answer what you just said, where you were saying it's subjective all the way down, because the first part of that inference chain is really important, and I didn't really get a chance to answer because your other guest was also speaking.
He's not my other guest. He's my co-host.
Oh, excuse me, your co-host. I apologize.
You're good.
And also, what you described as an objective standard, the teleology, those are goals. That is not an articulated standard. How you actually reach those goals is an articulated standard. We can all have noble goals. That's not the same thing as a moral standard.
Your goal is please God. My goal is minimize suffering. Yours is teleological too, my friend.
How do you distinguish between a goal and a standard?
A standard articulates how you execute the goal.
It doesn't. The standard is just.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh dear.
I'm not for that kill switch.
No, I'm not for that kill switch either. We're overriding this one because we're just getting into it. We're going to demonstrate that your claim of objective ethics is not one. But you are speaking, so we'll let you carry on.
Okay. And sorry, chat, I'm not trying to make you mad. And thank you for not kicking me. I hope no one gave gifts for that.
Go ahead.
But yeah, so insofar as an articulable standard is concerned, it's going to be more specific and it's going to prescribe activities and actions to facilitate the overall goal. So in the Christian frame, the overall goal is to enjoy God and love him forever and praise him and do his will. Whereas in your frame, it is what you decided was going to be your goals, right? I didn't set up the goal myself of praising God and serving God and all of those things. That's something outside myself, right? That is qualitatively different than what you described. And there's a whole set of rules that I did not write down that prescribe behavior and method. That's not the case for you.
But you decided that's what you want to do, right? Is to follow and praise God, right?
I decided it was the most rational course of action given what I found in the marketplace of ideas.
Okay, so that's the reason why you decided that's what you want to do, right?
Yes, I applied a rigorous analysis to the primary worldviews.
Okay, so I genuinely don't give a shit about what some God says. So, for example, if God said cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good?
That's a nonsense question.
Great, then you should have no problem answering it because I won't have a good follow-up. If God said cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good?
I wouldn't think it was from God.
Okay, so sorry, the question wasn't would you think it's from God. So basically you're saying God is the standard of good. If God said cutting the toes off of babies, and he said that because it's in his nature to want to cut the toes off of babies, and he said cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good?
That wouldn't be God.
Oh, I'm sorry. The question wasn't would that be God. The question was if God said cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good?
Wait.
So I'm not asking you if like the current God that you believe exists. I didn't ask you if you think that the God that you believe exists would say such a thing. Apparently, he is your objective standard of morality, so it wouldn't matter what he says is good. If he said cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good? Yes or no?
Man, that was some word salad. I need you to try again.
Oh, sorry. Everyone else understood it but you. Okay, so if God said, because God is your objective standard for morality, so if God decided cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good? Yes or no?
That would not be my God. And then you're like, well, it doesn't matter if it's your God.
I'm sorry. Is that a yes or no?
He's not going to answer you. He's not going to answer you.
So this is why this whole like divine command theory crap doesn't work, because when it gets down to it and we start questioning you guys on it, you run from yes or no questions because you realize if you answer it honestly,
it's a false dilemma.
It's not a false dilemma.
It's predicated on a false premise. I don't accept the premise of your question, which is that my God would say that.
It's a hypothetical.
It was a conditional, dude. It was a conditional.
Look, if it's not my God, then why are we talking about them? You're supposed to disprove my God.
It's to demonstrate. It's to demonstrate.
And you literally said, your God said this. You said that. You're like, if you're...
It's to demonstrate where divine command theory gets you. It's to demonstrate how vacuous your claim to any morality here is. That's it. That's why.
You know what I love about being an atheist? I don't have to run from yes or no questions.
It's amazing.
It's a conditional. It's a conditional. I'm not claiming God said cutting the toes off the baby.
Should we demonstrate this? Should we demonstrate this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sean, if someone you really love, think about the person you love most in the world, wanted to set a dog on fire, would you think it was good?
No.
How hard was that? Did you struggle to answer that question at all, Sean?
No, I didn't.
And yet, is it the case that the person you love most in the world would ever, ever, ever set a dog on fire?
No, absolutely not.
They never would. And yet your mind was able, amazingly, to cope with a simple conditional and indulge a hypothetical question for a moment. Remarkable to me that you can't do that. Gorilla?
Well, if we accept the conditional that my God would ever actually give that command.
Nope,
you don't have to. You don't have to accept the conditional.
John just No, you're being dishonest, because John just illustrated that he asked me if the person I love most in the world, who would never set a dog on fire, said setting a dog on fire is good, would I consider it good? And the answer is no. And I'm able to say that even though the person, without accepting the claim that the person I love most in the world would set a dog on fire.
But guess what? We all know why you can't answer it. You can't answer it. You can't answer it because you're scared of where it will lead.
Say no.
Yeah, so here's the problem.
Say no with that conditional.
Yeah, you could say no.
Except that's not actually an aspect of my God. Then sure.
Either yes or no causes problems for your position, which is why you won't answer the question. And if I'm able to answer
yes
or no,
4 times.
Oh, what is your answer?
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me. Oh, well, maybe we were talking over each other. So I said, with the conditional that my God would never do that, then sure, no.
What if your God?
Okay, got it. Hold on. I could go with this. Okay, so if God said cutting the toes off of babies is moral, you would not consider it moral, which means you're not accepting that your God is the arbiter of what's good and bad. It means it's bad independent, and according to your own opinion, it would be bad independent of whatever your God said, right?
No, dude.
Yes. Okay, why would you say no? Why would you say no?
Yeah. Let me explain.
Why would you say no? Go ahead.
Because, as in the other scenario, this is something God would never do.
What about if God told men to kill babies with swords? Should they do it then? Would that be right?
He just weaseled out of the question.
Well, do you want me to answer your question or host's question?
Well, I don't know. So you weaseled out by saying, well, it wouldn't be my God. And so you change the parameters of the question. But anyway, we already know you're not going to answer. So go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the exit that you think you found isn't an exit. Because you say that wouldn't be my God. But that's precisely what God tells people to do in 1 Samuel 15, isn't it? Go and kill babies with swords. That might involve cutting their toes off first. Might. He's asked for less weird things.
God's genocidal commands, which are most certainly in the Bible, yes, are things that only someone with infinite knowledge and foreknowledge could make a call about.
Well, God. Someone might say the same about God telling you to cut the toes off babies. Why? If you're saying this is what Sean was trying to get you to. If you're saying that everything that God does is good and that your objective standard for good is anything that God says, you should be able to say, if God told me to cut the toes off babies, only someone with infinite knowledge would be able to make a call about whether that's right or wrong. I would just have to accept that God would have his reasons, right? Not ours to wonder why. You should not lean on your own understanding there, and you should just say, yes, it would be good. My God is good. He's the measuring stick for all of morality, and you should be a good little God boy and do what he says. It shouldn't be so difficult for you to answer the question. The fact that you're struggling so much to answer it suggests that you realize that you're standing on the precipice of a moral vacuum that you're about to fall into.
Well, and originally the discussion was about whether or not atheism can account for morality. We have transitioned to attacking my worldview, which is fine. We can do that.
But we established early on that atheism doesn't have to account for morality. Atheism is just not believing in a God. And the next thing we established after that was that we have our own framework for accounting for morality, which is subjectively chosen teleological outcomes that we want, like minimizing suffering. There's no accounting needed. The accounting has been done.
Okay, so that was what we were discussing, and then we were discussing whether or not my standard was objective, and then you went into attacking whether my standard is justifiable.
Well, I still want an answer to my question, because you didn't answer it. You weaseled out of it, which I can understand why you would do that. Okay, so if your God, if it was in his nature and he ordered that cutting the toes off of babies is good, would you consider it good? Yes or no? And if you realize that you're in a corner right now, please let us know by not saying yes or no with the very next word out of your mouth.
I did answer your question. It's still no.
Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. Oh, so my question wasn't whether God would do that. It's if you're. So here's why you're not answering the question. You're weaseling out of it, and you're intentionally lying by claiming you answered the question when you actually didn't. Hold on. Was my question was, if you're God, and you're answering it as if it's not your God. So you're not actually answering my question, correct?
I think the reason why we're speaking past each other is because your argument is against divine command theory and not the Christian God specific.
No, it doesn't matter. The question stands on its own. It doesn't matter whether it's what it's addressing. So if your God, not a different God, if your God said cutting the... it doesn't matter what you label it. I don't care. The argument stands on its own. Or the question stands on its own. If your God said cutting the toes off of babies is immoral, would you consider it moral, yes or no?
They've invoked it again.
If my God could do something that they couldn't do, would I believe it was happening? That's what you're asking.
Nope.
All right, that's your second kill switch.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And I have actually just put a vote to the room. And we've got 82% on the TikTok audience saying spare us any more of this, and 11 to 2 on the TikTok side. So
okay, well, look, just real quick before you kick me, I did lie to you. Okay, I deconstructed 9 months ago. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. I had to try.
Nah, that's a massive waste of time. We're not interested.
Yeah. So all right, listen. If you're
yeah.
Sorry, yeah. We had a friend of mine, or a TikTok friend. I don't know him personally in person, but anyway, come on last week in LARP, and then haha at the end. This gentleman did the same thing. There are some TikTok lives where it's kind of like, hey, let's all get together, have some arguments, screw around, joke with each other, what have you. But John puts a lot of effort and into these lives. He takes them very seriously. He's trying to build something, build a deconstruction community, etc. Please take it seriously. Like this isn't a place to like LARP. We want to have real conversations with believers.
It's not helpful because it just wastes everybody's time. You know, it really does. And there's value to be had from having discussions with people who genuinely hold these views. And so having discussions with people who are just pretending to be people who hold these is deceptive and destructive to what we're trying to do. It doesn't help at all. So please don't do it. Please don't. It's really not helpful. Okay, with that said, are we going to get McBaller in next? Poor old Felix, still waiting in the queue. We do have something of a queue now, I'm pleased to say. So what we'll do is we'll be a little bit snappier now. We won't get bogged down in long discussions. I promise. We're going to keep things moving. If you are waiting in the queue, please be patient. I promise we will get to you and we'll get you in. We won't allow conversations to go on for too long. With that said, I'm going to read 5 super chats, and then we're going to get McBaller in, and then we've got Nashon after that, and then we have some people over on the YouTube queue, including poor old Felix, who's still there. That's quite funny, you must admit. Bethel said, new atheism used new tone affair. I don't quite get that, but fair enough. I'm never clever enough to understand. Bethos is super smart. I've realized this. Far above me. F.111. If atheism is a mental disorder, then believers also have a mental disorder due to them not believing in other gods. Big W, John and Sean. Thanks. I completely agree with that. And the idea of someone calling merely not being convinced of somebody else's claims a mental disorder is totally wild. It's why I clipped it to show you. And Herbie Shine, great to see you. You get a lot of comments, atheist channels and pages that say religious belief is a mental health condition. Those comments come from fellow atheists. Yeah. And Bethel said, I am an a-Felixist, not believing him. Fair enough, fair enough. 2 more, and then we've got McBaller in. Bethos said, much better Felix call than yesterday on the hang-up. I know, my favourite bit was, can you hear me? That was the highlight of the argument for me. And Gordon Loves Science, thank you so much for the super chat, Gordon. As always, sadly, I must depart from my favourite stream. I need to pick up my son at the airport very, very early. Unfortunately, I can't go without sleep like John. Wishing all my friends a good evening. Thanks, John, Sean and Mods. Thank you, Gordon. We love having you around. And safe journey to get your son. And I hope that you have wonderful time together with him. I get excited just picking up my son from school, so I can imagine that would be a good thing. Okay, let us get in McBaller Deluxe. Good name. Coming in right now.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Right, so as you know, our claim is atheism makes more sense, and your view on this is?
Yeah, I think atheism is just like, I don't think it makes any sense at all when you account for like this like implicit claim of non-belief, which it just makes no sense.
It isn't an implicit claim of non-belief, it's a literal claim of non-belief. Like, watch me.
Yeah,
I don't believe in a god. There's nothing implicit there. It's
okay.
It's
so you
explicit.
would say that you would say that atheism then is built upon a foundation of non-belief.
It's not built upon a foundation.
Built upon anything. It's just a description.
Just
it's
responding to somebody else's claim. Like if you said to me that that you have a Lamborghini and I said I don't believe you, I'm not building on a foundation of not believing. I just would say you haven't convinced me that you do. Show me the car and I'll believe you.
So, but non-belief and atheism go hand in hand, correct?
Atheism
they don't go hand in hand.
Is non-belief.
Yeah.
It's another word.
Beautiful. Okay, W concession. So I would go ahead and say that because non-belief.
Hold up, it's not a concession. It's not a concession.
Hold on. I was speaking. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and say that because non-belief doesn't exist in reality, this non-belief thingy is just going to be some semantical game that atheists use to weasel their way cowardly out of any burden of proof.
But the thing is, that's delightful, but non-belief does exist in reality. You're demonstrating it right now by demonstrating your claim that atheism doesn't exist. You're saying, does non-belief exist?
Nope.
So do you have a belief?
Not in reality.
Do you have a belief that non-belief exists?
Yes, I do have a belief that non-belief exists. Or
right.
doesn't exist.
So then that would be contrary to your claim that it doesn't exist.
Nope. Do you want to know how? Because belief exists really as a state of the brain. We have all kinds of neurological scans of the brain. This is why
are you saying
that belief exists in reality? What we don't have is a scan of the brain that can point to non-belief existing in the same way.
That's delightful.
Let me ask you a question.
Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
It's one of the most idiotic things I've ever heard in my entire life. But carry on, Sean.
Let me ask you: Are you saying? I'm trying to ask you a question. Are you saying that for any proposition you must either believe it's true or believe it's false? Yes or no?
What does it have to do with neurology, what I brought up?
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question again. Are you saying, I'm trying to clarify your position here, that for any proposition, you either must believe it's true or believe it's false? Is that your position, yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so that is it. All right. Proposition, Sean, have an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. Are you convinced that that's true, or are you convinced that that's false?
No, this isn't going to be substantial anyway, because hold on.
You're going to answer the
I'm going to finish.
question.
I'm going to finish. Thank you. Thank you. So that's not going to be substantial to the conversation, because I can grant that semantically, linguistically, non-belief can be materialized. However, it's not going to help your case, because belief is able to exist in reality.
So answer the question.
Hold on. I was
There's no. Hold on.
I'm going to finish. Thank you.
You're not going to finish. Actually,
I'm going to finish.
You're actually not going to finish.
So because.
Actually, not going to finish. You're actually not going to finish. I think you're a little bit confused about who's in charge here. And guess what? It isn't you. I know it's really shocking. Who's sad that we ticked off Philbro Babble and Crash Out earlier.
Yeah.
Wait, how is this Philbro?
This is Philbro nonsense.
Right, so and you're not going to dominate. You're not going to dominate the conversation. So
what are you talking about?
You claimed that for every proposition, you either must believe it's true or believe it's false. That was your claim. Now you can retract it if you want. That was your claim. I gave a proposition. There's an even number of blades of grass in front of my house, which if you're going to follow your claim, you must either believe it's true or believe it's false. So do you retract your claim?
No, but I can go ahead and
okay, great.
Clarify.
Which one? Is it true or false?
I can go ahead and clarify, because you're doing a false dichotomy here. What I'm saying is that hold on. I'm going to finish. Thank you. Atheism can only be an assent to a proposition. It cannot.
We're going to circle back to the question you're dodging
from a proposition. Non-belief does not exist really.
Okay, great. Great. So
don't weasel. Do you understand what I just said? Come on, be honest. Be totally honest.
I understand what you say. It's just a crock of bullshit.
So respond to it.
Yeah. I'm responding to it by showing.
How is it BS? How is it BS? Please tell me. How about Sean? Speak with.
Yeah. So when you come back up, you don't run shit here. If you decide to come back up, you're not going to.
No, we've dropped him. We've dropped him already.
Okay.
We've dropped him already. Yeah. So again, this guy goes in the same bucket as Matthew. Completely incapable of actually having a conversation. Totally incapable of it. This is what 5-year-olds do when they haven't learned to regulate themselves and they haven't learned to control themselves. What we like to do here is have conversations with grown-ups. We do have an over 18 rule here. Sometimes people come in who are biologically over 18, but mentally they're 4. And that's what we just demonstrated there. So you were trying to make an argument that we don't have neural correlates for not believing something. Well, guess what? We do. We actually do. We actually have fMRI studies that have shown the neural correlates of disbelief. We've shown what happens in the brain when you're contemplating an idea and your brain is not reaching a state of assent with that notion. We actually are familiar with the neural correlates of that, and we are familiar with what that looks like. So your appeal to neurology fails, and your attempt to behave like someone with a mental age larger than 5 also fails. And he's in the queue again. But McBaller, I'm not convinced that you have what it takes to have this conversation, because you comported yourself like a child.
If your ideas stand up to scrutiny, then you have no problem letting the other person speak, not try to dominate the conversation, not whoa, and try to talk over people and overpower the conversation. That is somebody who is not confident that their ideas stand up to scrutiny. So you could have a back and forth, and then you have to answer direct questions. So you claimed every proposition, either you must accept that it's true or accept that it's false. So I asked you about the blades of grass in front of my house. Which one is it? Do you accept that it's true or false? And you realize you are in a stuck position, so you're trying to do this little tap dance around it. So the fact is, you accept neither. You neither believe it's true, nor do you believe it's false. You don't believe. It's a state of not belief that you said doesn't exist.
Yeah, demonstrably false. Bullshit argument.
If you want to let him up, it's up to you, John. I don't think it'll go well. I think he'll keep behaving the same way.
I think he's a child, and McBaller, go away and come back another day once you had a chance to think about how grown-ups have conversations, because you just demonstrated that you're incapable of having one. So let's get in Nashon next. We have spoken to Nashon before. Welcome back, Nashon. Hello.
Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you indeed.
All right.
Yeah.
Y'all want me to just come in, or?
So what would you like to say in response to our claim that atheism makes more sense?
I got a lot of things. I had to take off my audio real quick. Number one, and this is just a thought I want to share, and I think it's on my mind. I'll be on a lot of atheism channels like this. But I feel like atheism is becoming similar to a religion.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I feel like y'all don't want to acknowledge the facts. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. So being explicitly non-religious, disavowing all religious adherents, and not having a single doctrine is like a religion. How?
Because you will see the evidence for God, but because you're so entrenched in the belief of atheism that you stick to the belief of there is no God.
That's ludicrous.
When somebody can literally
if we saw evidence of God, we would have no choice but to be convinced, and we would not be atheists.
No.
Bring it. What's the best you got? Bring it. What's the best you got? Because here's the thing. It could just be that the thing that convinces you doesn't convince us. Yeah. And it's possible we're just more rational and you're not seeing it. Now, I know you think it's the other way around, but bring your best evidence that should convince every single rational person, and we'll talk about it.
So for me, let me get into what God is. All right. So God is a force, and I've talked to John about this before. God is a force that keeps things alive, it animates. It's the life. And I know everybody's heard this before in the Bible, many religions. It's the life that animates things, brings things to life. And you see that in every living thing, that there is something that motivates it, keeps it alive, and keeps it moving and active.
Never mind that you can't demonstrate the existence of this force.
So the reason why it's not demonstrating the existence, because the existence is always a constant. Therefore, it's always in demonstration. You don't need to re-demonstrate it, if that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Or it could be that each individual living thing is sustaining its own life. How did you rule that out?
Okay, so I like that. I like that you brought that up. You said each individual living thing is sustaining its own life.
Yeah.
Okay. How are these things being made up? You got to think of how stuff expands and how new things are created, quote unquote.
Well, how did you rule it out? Like, it's not even required for me to know anything about life or what sustains life. I know some things. I'm not a biologist, but you're making the positive claim that there's some life force out there that's keeping every living thing alive instead of each individual living thing being alive on its own. What is your evidence for that?
Okay, so
it can't be asking me questions about.
Wait. It's the like what you're saying is basically the same thing. The individual, quote unquote, keeps it alive, but behind all of that thing is the same power, if that makes sense.
How do you know that?
So it's an individual power in every single individual living thing.
That's a claim.
The same individual power.
Well, that's a claim. How do you demonstrate that?
All right, so let's look back at the very first act of creation, people say. So when you have the expansion or Big Bang, right? And
you mean the creation of the universe? The Big Bang isn't necessarily the creation of the universe.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I said quote unquote creation.
Okay, so what about why are you bringing up the Big Bang?
So when you think about this. if the universe is a purely physical, if you guys claim that there's no God, there's no out of source, if the universe is a purely physical entity, in the very first beginnings of everything.
What makes you think there's a beginning of everything?
Okay, because it had to start. If in the very first beginning,
you're just repeating the claim.
Listen,
I'm not accepting the premise of your argument. You're saying in the very first beginning of everything, I have no reason to believe there was a beginning of everything. There may have been, I can't falsify it, but it may also be that the universe has always existed, and there was no beginning.
But I'm talking about like the growth and expansion of just living entities overall.
Hang on, dude, you're all over the map. Hang on a second. You can't be talking about the Big Bang and the start of the universe and then flipping immediately to living entities. Pick a lane.
It's all the same.
It's not all the same.
Let me talk it
No,
out.
but it's not all the same. There are billions of years between those events, and they exist in completely distinct domains of science. One is about cosmology and physics. One is about chemistry and biology. So that you can't just lump them all into the same thing and pretend that you're talking about the same phenomenon. They are in fact very, very different. So pick something that you want to talk about, and then we'll examine it.
If he lets me talk about the beginning of the universe, then I can talk about that. How about that?
But you won't be able to establish that it had one.
I won't be able to establish that. But I can establish that there's a God.
You won't be able to establish that either.
This is how. Listen. Let's say that every living thing is made up of cells, correct?
Every living thing is made up of non-living stuff. Did you think about that?
That doesn't add up, and this is why it's not.
Cells aren't living. Is every molecule in your body living?
That's
in fact.
Yeah.
Are any molecules in your body living?
Yes, all
They're
molecules
not.
are living. This
No,
is why.
they're
Let me
not.
explain why. Can I explain why?
They're not.
They're living because molecules have intelligence to
They
create and form into cells.
They don't.
Because
This has gone way off the deep end.
Yeah.
How does a molecule move
Sean,
and create into a cell?
You know what?
How?
We actually happen to have a molecular biologist right here who can answer that question for you. And I promise you, the answer isn't going to be the molecules were intelligent. Welcome in, Dr. Dig.
Hello, darlings.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Dr. Dig, are molecules like smart and stuff? Do they know things? Oh, okay.
Okay, Dr. Dig, how does molecules form into cells through movement, action, and intelligence? Because is it just a pure happen
Do you want me to
chance?
answer?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, you said movement, action, intelligence. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so intelligence implies a mind. Biology doesn't have that. Movement and action are kind of the same thing.
Yes.
So let's collapse that into maybe a better word. Do you have a better word as a descriptor that you want to use?
Bonding.
Like chemical bonds?
Like forming into a cell, combining, growth, expansion.
Okay, those are all different biological processes. So like chemical bonds. Is that can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree on it.
Okay, well, you don't seem to
I'm not
agree with
what?
I was just gonna say maybe we can try to narrow it down into an actually scientific word / process.
Okay. What word would you prefer, Doctor?
I would say maybe chemical bonds. Seems like I think what you're trying to drill down on is like just chemistry.
Okay. So my question is that think about if there was one, the very first cell or molecule that came into existence, that molecule would have to move and bond and form into a cell through other molecules.
Do you know what a protocell is?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we have observed through abiogenesis the formation of rudimentary pieces of the elements that are capable of making life. Through abiogenesis, we found that they are self-forming. And then through further experiments, we found that those self-forming elements are then self-replicating. But things like a eukaryotic cell are, we know based on evolution, those are like cells inside of cells inside of cells. This is not a single event that got to what we recognize as functional cellular life. These are many, many, many evolutionary events that happened that combined evolutionarily favorable forms of like chemosynthesis that happened. It's not there was nothing and then now there's something and it all has cellular walls. And like I think what the problem is you're going like so quickly into and you're bypassing all these really, really important evolutionary checkmarks.
So my base is, because to me it's like a overall understanding. So my basic question is, if these are unliving forces, right? What causes these forces to move in bond, or maybe they mute, what's it called? Mutation. They separate into bigger things. What is causing these inanimate objects to move, form, and bond in over billions of years, creates into intelligent life forces? How do you go from something inanimate that's not living to something that's living without the process of intelligence? I feel like that's impossible.
Okay, so first of all, living is, I am an enormous fan of The Walking Dead, so that might be just like a different form of conversation we have. But what has happened, which our brain, like human brains physically are incapable of understanding large numbers past like, I think it's like a couple million. Our brains physically cannot comprehend what amount of time that is. But essentially, at its base level, what happened is the right ingredients were there. We had enough time, and we had enough electrical energy from our existing environment to catalyze these reactions. So go ahead.
So when you say electrical energy, this electrical energy is still present in our world, right? This electrical energy, we could say, has always been present, because we have to imply, because we have a physical universe, we have to imply that it did get formed together over however many years. These electrical forces, right? Could we not say that it has intelligence, that they have a purpose in doing what they did?
No, because we've replicated the conditions in abiogenesis that led to base amino acids being formed. And those conditions were lightning. Does lightning have intelligence?
It is, when you say lightning, you're saying...
Have you ever seen a thunderstorm?
Yes.
Okay, so when you see a thunderstorm, is that intelligence to you?
Well, Well, because the lightning is attracted to certain points in spaces, one could say that that is intelligence because that's movement. That's towards something. That's not random because lightning attracts its form and it's going to certain points.
So then is Brownian movement intelligent to you?
Is who? I don't know what that is.
Brownian movement.
What does that mean? What is that?
It's the movement of particles in a space.
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay, I think this is probably where we need to draw a line here because we're too far away from being able to have a productive conversation. If you think that lightning heading towards the ground is intelligent, it's unlikely we're going to be able to have a meeting of minds.
Wait a minute,
Nashon.
Sir, John. Lightning is not just heading toward random points in the ground, though.
Yeah.
Lightning is attracted. There's a magnetic process in the lightning.
It's not magnetic. It's not intelligent. It's just physics.
But okay, so just physics.
Do you think that the Earth going around the sun is intelligent?
Yes, highly intelligent.
There you go.
Without a doubt, intelligent.
All right, friend.
Is it not?
No, you need to think about this stuff.
But tell me why it's not.
Because it's just a law. It's just obeying laws of physics. The universe is ordered in a certain way. We have regularity and we have regularity in nature, and we understand that the forces acting on things make them behave in predictable ways. That doesn't mean that they're intelligent. It doesn't mean they have intentionality. It doesn't mean they have awareness. All the hallmarks of intelligence, funnily enough, are absent from the phenomena we're discussing.
Wait a minute, though.
All of them are definitionally unintelligent. So if your idea of God is your evidence for God is that you're looking at all of these things and seeing intelligence, and all the examples you're picking are things that we know are not intelligent, your argument's broken and it's dead out on arrival.
Wait a minute, John, wait a minute. Our human being with all our intelligence cannot consistently do something over the course of 1 billion years. The Earth consistently revolves around the sun.
It's not consistent, it's actually not consistent.
When have we not revolved around the sun?
No,
Never.
It's not consistent in its path. We actually orbit the sun in a non-cylindrical or
what he'd say is it's still the case that we do. Nashon, I'm feeling myself get stupid listening to this argument. This is not sophisticated, my friend. This is I can't impose this on the audience anymore.
You are mistaking basic actions that you've been blessed with since beginning of time to be not intelligent.
Correct. I'm mistaking this conversation to be not intelligent. I'm sorry, I can't take any more of that. Go away and have a think about your approach. This is not a good argument. I can't impose this on people anymore. It's too dumb. I'm not calling you dumb. The argument is dumb. I'm sure you're delightful. You're a nice guy, Nashon, but this argument is too stupid to continue. Thank you, Dr. Dig, for clarifying the chemistry. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
All right.
I just want to say, I think in that exchange, my friend Skog also requested. He's a physicist or a chemist, so I think I don't know if he is as well versed in like religious debates, but he does have a lot of good chemistry knowledge. So if I see him in here and he requests, he might be a good one, and I'll call him up if I see him. So
thanks for that. Okay, appreciate it.
You said
good
Skog,
stuff.
right?
Skog, yeah.
Skog.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave him a follow just for future.
Oh, nice. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Good stuff. Okay. We did have a couple of other callers in the TikTok queue, but they have dropped out. We've got not Jay in there, but we do have to take in Marlon on the YouTube side, and we've got Douglas there as well, who've been waiting a while. So we will do that. We'll bring in Marlon right now. Marlon, are you there? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm there. Can you
hear me?
well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you for your patience. I can even add you so we can all...
And John, I'm going to leave and come back because I don't hear him.
Things up. I'm not a native English speaker, so I may stumble a little bit, but I will do my best. And second thing, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the Bible and the things you said about cutting babies' toes off and stuff like that. I will clear that up. And I'm basically paraphrasing from Arabic or other languages to English, so I may not be 100% whatever. Yeah. So basically, there is no such thing as God said that we have to cut babies' toes off or thumbs.
No, he just said you have to kill them. He just said you have to kill them.
Yeah. No. I'll explain to you step by step. So the main thing is.
Can I just check which God, by the way, before we get into the details? Yeah. Can you clarify?
Christian.
You're Christian. Okay.
Christian.
So, are you denying that God told people to hang on? Are you denying that God told people to kill babies?
I'm not denying or disdenying. I'm gonna go through all the things what happened, and very quickly, very shortly. And if you have any question, I would elaborate. So the first thing about cutting thumbs and toes, and back in the days, kings used to cut the thumbs and toes of other kings to humiliate them and to not be able for them to wield swords. So the Israelites got the king of the Canaanites, and they cut his thumbs and his toes and he said that he used to do that for more than 70 years, as I remember. Kings that he did get he overtook. So that's the first thing. It's the Israelite. It's not God said do this.
Hang on a second. Okay, we're gonna stop there because we're not here to listen to a lecture. So I'm gonna address what you're saying. So first of all, the cutting the toes off is just an example I came up with from my own sick and twisted head a few weeks ago, and I was using it as an example of something depraved that someone might do. I wasn't suggesting for a moment that the cutting the toes off was specifically a biblical thing. What is a biblical thing is in 1 Samuel, right? When the Israelites are specifically commanded to go and attack the Amalekites, correct?
Yes.
And we know the reason for this attack. Are you familiar with the reason?
Sure.
Okay, so it's a revenge attack, isn't it?
It's not a revenge attack as if you want to specify it, like we can say this was that, this was to protect, or this is a debate that will not.
Well, it is a revenge attack because it is a revenge attack specifically because the Amalekites had attacked the Israelites as they were coming out of Egypt, hadn't they? 400 years before. 400 years before. So this command from God to go and kill the Amalekites, including all the children, specifically specified the children. For anyone who hasn't seen this verse, it says do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant. So this is an explicit command, an explicit command to kill children, including babies, as a revenge attack for something that none of those people had participated in. So this would be the equivalent. This would be the equivalent. I am, but I'm just speaking right now, and then you can respond.
Yes.
So this would be the equivalent of me going over to Germany and killing a bunch of children because some German people 80 years ago did some things to my ancestors.
Okay. So what the thing about the Amalekites? The Amalekites came from the Jewish, from the Abrahamic lineage, if you want to talk about it. And there was Amaleki. He was a child of one of the people who was conceived from one of their slaves back in the day. And he made a sect or a cult to be against the Israelites. And they used to pray means like lion and his prey. They used to prey on the Israelites when they were at their weakest.
It almost sounds like you're building an argument to justify men killing children. You're not doing that, are you?
I'm not arguing. I'm explaining at this point of the time what happened, and then I'm gonna explain more what God told us later on about what He used to say, why He said this. So not why He said this, that this is not acceptable anymore.
I got you. And you're going to explain the babies that they were ordered to kill, what the babies, because I'm curious what the babies did wrong. You're going to explain that, right?
I'm not saying anything that's good about this. I'm not denying that this is killing babies is bad.
So let's save some time because nobody's interested in a history lecture. Nobody's interested in a history lecture. So let's agree. Let's agree that this behavior was bad. Let's agree that this behavior is bad. Let's also agree that the behavior in the book of Numbers, you're familiar with Numbers 31, aren't you? What did Moses tell the Israelites to do?
Let me do my point. To be honest with you, I'm having problems remembering, so I don't want to.
Well, I'll tell you. He told them to go and kill all the Midianites, and kill all the young male children, and then kill all the women who weren't virgins, but all the young girls the soldiers should keep for themselves. So is that also something that we can agree is not right?
Of course, it's not right. But
okay, so now your argument is going to be that God had that.
I won't repeat the yes at the
time. Your argument is going to be that this was contrary to God's will, correct?
Of course.
Yeah.
But he said that in that time. But there is something I have to say that I agree with you guys. That's not like if you want to say will, but it's mainly the act of God and what He wants us to be. So you are aware that we say Old Testament or Old Covenant and New Covenant. Correct?
Forget about Jesus for a moment. We'll get to Jesus later because this is you're trying to cut out.
That's completely. He said all what you did before. All the things that I said, I will not repair. I will let you.
Yeah, sucks for all the babies who got killed, doesn't it? Yeah, lovely. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the problem with the argument you're making. Look at Proverbs 15:3. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, keeping watch on the evil and the good. So we know that whilst all of these things are going on, whilst Moses is telling the Israelite soldiers to rape little girls, God is watching. What else does God have to say? Well, look over here in Jeremiah. God says, "For my eyes are on all their ways. They are not hidden from my presence, nor is their iniquity concealed from my sight." This is confirming that God is fully aware of what everybody is doing. And it gets even worse. Exactly. It gets even worse. Amos 3:2, "You only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities." This is God assuring us all that people who do things that He doesn't approve of are being watched and are going to be adequately punished.
Exactly.
Did God punish Moses for his war crimes?
He punished every prophet who did wrong.
What did God do to Moses to punish him?
Just I have to Google it. I don't remember.
You have to Google it. God didn't punish Moses for any of this. Moses is like the venerated hero. Moses is like the Superman of the Old Testament. He's cool. He's not Superman. Maybe he's Robin to God's Batman. But Moses is not a.
No, it's not like that. Like we're going through Bible study. If we want to study the Bible, that's not my forte. But I'm just explaining in the like. First of all, I'm not. You said that they're cutting babies' toes. That's he never said that.
I've never implied that he did. I've never implied that he did. Forget about the baby's toes. I said to you at the beginning of the conversation. That's my sick and twisted idea of something that God might one day command people to do. So far we've looked at all of this immoral behavior, and you're here to justify it.
I'm not justifying anything. This is the thing. If you see from what I talk, I'm not justifying. I said I didn't want to go and justify because this is not something that I agree on that used to be done in the old days from that part of time where there was pagans, cannibalism, blah, 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 all the other stuff. And also about the Amalekites, where they used to prey on the Israelites, and he told them, eradicate them because they are preying on the weak, not on the warriors. So do I say this is true? No. Why? Because in the new covenant, Jesus told me to love my enemies. In the new covenant, Jesus told me to never hate, to never think about lust, to never think bad about someone. Like right now, I'm not thinking bad about you. This is what Jesus taught me later on. And he said, not forget, understand what happened, and understand that I am the new covenant.
I'm trying to give you space to speak because people in the chat are asking me to let you speak. It's agonizing to let you say all of this bullshit and not respond to it. The Amalekites were not a clear and present danger to the Israelites. This was not a self-defense. No.
Imagine watching a movie. Imagine watching a movie.
I'm so sorry. I'm having people in the chat saying, please let him speak, but I can't just let this pass because it's too much. And you speak for a minute or 2 minutes, then I've got to go back over everything you said that was nonsense and try and remember it all and try and address it all. The attack on the Amalekites was not self-defense. The Amalekites, God was angry with them for something that they had done centuries before. This was not self-defense. They were not a clear and present danger to the Israelites. That is just revisionism and bollocks. And when Jesus comes along later and starts telling people to love their enemies, that doesn't get him off the hook for all the atrocities he committed before he had his Jesus hat on.
I said it's not getting. That was bad. I understand. We have to study on everything. That will take. Like I need to get my preacher to explain what happened and that. I don't want to go through that. I understand this is bad, and I agree with you. I agree that hurting any soul is bad, and this is why.
But your God loves it. But you say you agree with me about it, but your God loves it.
Exactly. No.
No.
Why? Because in the new covenant,
the new covenant is not like a magic spell to get rid of all the moral horror that God said.
Truly the Bible, if you read the Bible and understand the steps and how the prophecies work, this will change your view in a way.
I have read the Bible, and this stuff.
Imagine it as fact.
No, it doesn't work.
Read it as you are reading the story.
Why does the Bible say the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction then? Why would Jesus be delighted in Deuteronomy 28? Haven't you read the Bible?
Okay, so you're going to the Old Covenant, which has more and more depth into it.
Let me ask you a question. Are any of God's actions in the Old Testament immoral?
There's some immoral and some to prepare the rest of the prophecies.
Okay, and some immoral. So God in the Old Testament does some immoral things.
For our understanding, and not
no. I'm not saying for our understanding. I'm saying point blank. Period. Are some of God's actions in the Old Testament immoral?
Okay, so if you
not from our perspective or weaselly things, just
from our perspective.
Not I said not the weaselly language. Either so. Are any of God's actions immoral in the Old Testament, period?
Like you are asking me that if God is immoral. So I will
just some of, or some of, like, I'm not asking for an overall assessment of God. Are some of his actions in the Old Testament immoral?
You cannot use this word for me, for the understanding.
I did.
I'm not denying.
Yeah.
For our perspective, let me speak.
From your perspective,
like you're just trapping me. I understand.
Well, no. If the question, so here's the thing: if a question's a trap, that's a problem with your position, not with the question.
No.
If answering, hold on. If answering a question honestly is a trap, that means that's a hole in your position.
I understand.
Yeah. So just give the honest answer. Are some of God's actions in the Old Testament immoral?
I would let you have it and say yes, some.
Okay.
But at the same time, this is very shallow. We're still very shallow on on what was going on and the understanding of the thing.
Well, that sounds like you're saying there's excuses for it that make it not immoral. It's either immoral or it's not.
Okay, so I will explain to you in a quick and the other way. So God gave us free will to decide what's good and bad. He not gave us conscience, or we developed conscience, or we evolved to have conscience different than any other being that we know of. You will say maybe aliens, maybe parallel universe. I understand what you think about, or I don't have a problem. But he gave us and he provided us with, or we were provided, or we happen to have conscience and stuff that other beings don't have, correct?
What is no, I mean, I don't believe that.
I'm coming to the point.
We as human beings have a conscience, but I don't believe God has. So
I didn't say that. I said maybe you believe in evolution, or
yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. So
other beings, than other animals. It's not similar.
I feel like we're going down a rabbit hole here.
No, it's not a rabbit hole.
This is all over the place. This is all over the place.
Yeah. So yeah, it sounds like because basically
to provide an example that this is shallow. Why it's shallow? Because you have to understand the whole thing before saying about is this right, is this wrong. I was saying God provide us. Let me speak. God provide us consciousness and free will. I'm saying this from a Christian point of view. I'm not saying from your point of view. You believe that we have conscience and we have will. So it's a choice of the people to make evil or good, regardless of God.
Okay, so you're saying the answer is shallow, but it's your answer. So either hold on. I asked you if you according to your morality, if you agree that some of God's actions in the Old Testament are immoral, and you said yes, and you said, but this is shallow. It's your answer. Yeah. So you're saying your own answer is shallow. So if you have a rich understanding that says it's not none of his actions are immoral, then say that.
No. The main thing, the point I'm trying to make, that we decide if we want to make evil or good, and everyone has free will. Depending on the situation there, what was happening and what things were going on, it's not an excuse.
Okay. All right. So we agree the God of the Old Testament does some immoral things.
Okay. So if you want to, how do you say, rectify someone, sometimes you may use force. This is what we're going through.
In sum and total,
not an excuse.
All right. I feel like you're double speaking here. So if in sum and total, when you factor all the circumstances in, when you factor in everything, your opinion, unless you want to change it, is that the God of the Old Testament does some things that are immoral. Do you still hold to that?
For our understanding right now, if you want to just take this passage, yes. If you want to understand the whole thing,
you say our. I'm asking you your opinion. So in your opinion, the God of the Old Testament is immoral, and we agree with you.
Yeah, and invoking the new covenant as if that's like a magic wand, that Jesus comes along later and starts saying a few nice things about forgiveness and charity, and that he's therefore absolved of his support for slavery and genocide and horrific misogyny. It doesn't work like that. This isn't how it works.
In the new covenant?
Yeah, in the new covenant. It doesn't work like that. If somebody's a psychopath in the morning and they're charming in the afternoon, We don't forgive them for being a psychopath in the morning. We hold them morally accountable. This is why we went after Nazi war criminals decades after the fact. I'm sure they were lovely old grandfathers by that point, bouncing their grandchildren on their knees and being delightful. But they still oversaw the operation of the camps and shepherded people into the ovens, right? So we are not going to forgive God for his behavior just because he came along later with a nicer countenance.
It's not us. Like I will tell you bluntly what we think. So what we think is God himself became a man to show us the way. And that's not a magic wand. That's God himself coming to earth for us. And
I'm delighted. That's beautiful. It's completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant as to the point. It's completely irrelevant. The reason why it's completely irrelevant is that God commanded all of this genocide and all of this cruelty and all of this slavery and all of this misogyny and all of this suffering and all of this mass murder. And then he came along and did some other things. And we're supposed to think that the other things are so charming and delightful that we forget about all the other horrendous shit that he commanded and did himself. That's just not how it works. There's no other domain where that would be acceptable.
I understand your point of view, but the only to understand what's going on and to not even me, for you to see why we say that, why we still believe, why we're so narrow-minded at believing this, if you believe it's nonsense, is for you to actually read and understand everything, especially from the gospel.
It seems like I've read it more than you have, my friend.
No, you didn't read it as well because.
Well, you're claiming that Moses got his comeuppance from God because he was freelancing against God's wishes. I showed you all the verses that show that God is actually not permitting people to do that. God is not shy to permit people to punish people. For transgressions.
I would love to be able. I know my English is not bad, but I would love to be able to debate you. And I'm having trouble to finding my words.
Well,
so,
look, I'm sure that you're.
Remember everything that I have to say. That's my position. But the main.
I respect your English. I think your English is great. I think your English is great, and I admire the fact that you're bilingual. I greatly respect you for that. But I think your hermeneutics suck.
Sorry?
Your hermeneutics suck.
Hermeneutics? What's that?
Religious arguments.
For you.
For me, because personally, the fact that you're prepared to forgive God for all of this. I mean, first of all, we don't have any reason to think that this God even exists. But you're prepared to give him a pass for all of this horrendous stuff. You came in wanting to explain and recontextualize the commands to kill children. You have singularly failed to do that.
Okay, so about the Amalekites, you have to go deeper in that because I'm 1000% sure that they used to pray when the Israelites were weak, when they see a kid or a woman or a old guy, he used to be alone, they will pray on him and take him. So he ordered for their eradication.
It was a revenge attack.
Kill the Amalekite babies?
Those babies were not a significant danger. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. We don't go to war against people's children. If people are a clear and present danger, then that provides a mandate for self-defense. Self-defense does not involve going and killing animals and babies. That is fucking depraved. You should be ashamed of yourself for trying to justify it. And as for the Midianites in Numbers 31, it's even more fun than that, because you've got the rape of children immediately after that.
Let me ask you a question. If, let's say, you were in a town and there's another town beside you. Your town was living peacefully and everything was good. In the town beside you, there was a group of people that were a cult. And they were having a belief that when they see a weak one or someone, it's not justifying, but I'm trying to make it's not moral or immoral. No, both of them are immoral if you want to speak about my point of view. Like revenge is not good.
No,
And he
to
said
answer your
that in the New
question,
Covenant.
no, I wouldn't go
But
next door into the town and
Yeah.
kill the babies of the cult.
No,
No, I
not
would
kill
not
the
do
baby.
that.
Okay,
And
imagine
rape
these
the young
people-
girls, by the way. I wouldn't do that
Yes,
either.
imagine these people for years and years and years. They will prey
There's
on the
no
weak.
scenario.
They will kill.
No scenario.
Yes. No, it's the same scenario. This is the scenario that happened.
No. I'm saying there's no scenario you can come up with where I would go into a town and kill every single man, woman, child, baby, and animal. That you
Yep.
cannot come up with a scenario
Yep.
where I would do that.
Yep, and I guess those Israelite soldiers just had absolutely no choice
I
but to screw the young Midianite girls as well, right? Absolutely no choice. Sometimes you just got to rape the kids, right?
Sorry?
Sometimes you just have to rape the children, don't you?
No.
No.
I'm
In Numbers
against,
31, read it, dude.
especially children,
Have you read it?
Especially children, I'm personally against.
Have you read it?
This is not like yes, we are on the same wave.
Right.
On the
So
immoral stuff. I understand that. I already.
Could God have intervened to stop them doing it? I want a yes or a no, or we're done.
Yes or no? Yes, it was immoral.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I asked, could God have intervened to save those children? Could he have done it? Is he powerful enough to have stopped them doing it?
Yes.
Did he stop them doing it?
No.
Therefore, he wanted them to do it. QED. That's the case. That's it. There's nothing more to talk about. He could have stopped them. He didn't stop them. He's well known for stopping people. He's well known for intervening in situations where he doesn't want people to do things. In that particular situation, he chose not to intervene because he was happy to watch them rape children, kill people, genocide, and child rape. Totally fine. And you're okay with it. Because he came along later and said, give to charity.
Okay. So with this, I told you already. You are the main point of what happened is I'm not making excuses, but it's not how you see it, because how you see it has a lot of underlinement, and the underlinement is they came from them. They were from Jews, and this happened. Was he able to stop them? The main thing is that we believe that how Satan was one of the
now we get Satan.
It doesn't have a reason, but it has a prophecy that as an example for something that will even happen later.
Yeah, because the only way that God can make his examples and demonstrate his worth is by allowing children to be raped and killed. We've got it. I think we've probably heard enough of this. I don't really want to hear this nonsense anymore. It's pretty disgusting. Yeah, I think you dropped down. There we go.
We got one in the TikTok queue.
Okay, so we will do that. That was pathetic. I'm really sorry. I know I got a bit salty there, but the cope is just ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. And I won't have the revisionism of saying that the Israelites had to go and kill those Amalekite babies because they were such an imminent threat. Absolutely horrendous. This is the logic of ISIS. That the innocents are all fair game. Okay, we are going to get Trevono in next. I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We have a fair amount of them here, so I've just got to read a few before they get too far behind. So while Curious was on with us earlier, we got Alopena said, Christ before Jesus is going to whip that argument of I have studied the Bible back to where it came from. If they did, then they would be like, what the fuck is this book? Unless they have heavy daddy coping mechanism issues. I'm definitely going to get hold of that book. So thank you for the recommend. I really appreciate it. And Tim Davis had said, new bingo square. That just like your opinion, man. Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. We're definitely going for a 5x5 bingo next time, by the way. I know we've got 3 calls on the bingo waiting now. Trevono, I promise we'll get you in. 3 more super chats and we'll have you in. Bethos said, Tim, quoted it wrong. Dude said, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man. That's true. That is a valid correction. Thank you for clarifying that, Bethos. It's the little details. Little details. Bethos also said, macroevolution is microevolution over a longer time. I always want to ask people when they go, I believe in micro, but not macro. You have to be able to then explain what is the force that comes into operation to limit the amount of change, genetic change that can happen in a population, to like put up a wall so it can't change anymore. Because if it changes anymore, it's going to be too different from what it used to be. It's idiotic. And anyone who says that is signaling to you that they don't know the first thing about what they're talking about.
And underused question, but whenever the topic comes up, that is an underutilized question.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there. I think that's a really important question to ask.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've never had a satisfactory answer from it. These are the same people who think that the term kind means something in biology. And Bethel said theory is from Greek, theoria, looking, observation. There we go. And last one for now, before we get Trevono in. Bacon and Bush, thank you for the super chat. Scientific illiteracy personified has the capacity to repeat words taken directly from AIG. These are all about poor old Curious. There's a couple more for Curious pertaining to Curious's call. We'll get to them a little bit later. Let's get our next guest in. It's going to be Trevono coming in right now. Hi, Trevono. How are you?
Pretty good, man. What about you?
We are very well indeed, thank you. You need to turn the speaker off, though.
Is disconnected.
There you go. That's better. Welcome back. So our claim is atheism makes more sense. What's your response to that? And by the way, hi to the Joel raid. Joel, we love you, man.
So I guess my question would be, why don't you believe in God? Like, why do you think atheism makes sense? Actually, why do you how did there not being a creator, higher power make sense to you?
Well, it's basically just a lack of evidence and the fact that we don't need a God to explain anything, and any claims that people make as to the explanatory power of God are just wishful thinking, because God is not ever an explanation for anything. What people tend to do is they find some area that we don't yet understand, right? We used to use God to explain thunder and lightning. We don't need to do that anymore because we understand that they're natural phenomena. And so they find some other thing that we don't quite understand, and they inject God into there, and they go, aha, this is what you need a God to explain. And then they pretend that thing's been explained by saying God did it, but actually they haven't explained anything. They've just stuck a sort of a fairy tale in the gap in our knowledge and pretend that they've explained something. It doesn't explain anything, and there's no evidence for it. And that's why I think it makes more sense to decline to accept those explanations.
Okay, so what's your definition of God?
I mean, everyone has their own, right? But I would say most people think that God is some kind of very, very or infinitely powerful creator mind that is responsible for the origins of everything and supervises what goes on a day-to-day basis, and possibly has some kind of plan. Is that fair?
Okay, is that what you believe, though? I mean, I get that that's what most people believe. I want to know what you like. What do you think?
Well, I don't think any God concepts are coherent at all. So it's not for me to tell you what God involves. It's for you. If you are a believer in a God, then you can tell me what properties you think God has and what the evidence is for it.
It's kind of like if we said we don't believe in superheroes. And there are tons of superheroes out there in superhero land, from DC to Marvel to indie comics to going all the way back, right? And someone comes to us and says, well, describe this superhero that you don't believe in. Well, anything that qualifies as a superhero, we don't believe exists. And the same thing with gods. Like, there's tons of God concepts out there, from Thor to Zeus to Shiva to Yahweh and on and on. We don't believe any of them exist. That's all. So if you believe a God exists, so we ask you, please describe which God you believe exists. Maybe there's multiple, probably not. Most people are monotheists here. But yeah, we ask you, like, which God do you believe exists? And then more importantly, why? What's your reasoning for believing in this God? And then we have the discussion from there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I see how that was kind of a smart question now that I think about it. But yeah, I got you. So my belief of God I believe it's basically just a higher power or force or energy that is responsible for human life and basically everything we see. Like I know how some people say it's like religion. Basically, it says there's like this higher creator that controls everything and is involved with daily life and stuff like that. And I believe religion is really the reason why most people are atheists, because I've watched a couple of your debates and all these religious people come up, and I guess, like, I mean, all your arguments for God seems like you blame it on man. Like, do you see what I'm like?
Well, yeah. So you believe the God you believe exists isn't like tied to any particular religion, but it created the universe, correct?
Yeah, I'm not religious, but I believe there is a higher power.
No. Okay, got you. A higher power created the universe. Is this power? This power is a thinking agent, I presume, right?
I mean, I guess you would say. I wouldn't say it's like thinking, like, because like how I look at God, like I don't even know how I could personally describe it. Like, because I mean, I don't think it's like a person or like it's a.
Does it think about things? Does it make decisions? Does it have agency? I'm not asking if it's like a human mind, but because if it's not a thinking agent, we don't consider it a God. I don't necessarily believe that there is a creator of the universe, but if you're just saying some non-thinking force created the universe, that could just be some thing in science that we don't understand in theory, and we wouldn't consider that a God. At minimum, a God has a mind and makes decisions, at least what we would call a God.
Siri keeps coming on. Like, when I say it's not thinking, like, don't want to say things, because like you just said, like, we can't understand the God. So, like, I can't understand God or what he's capable of or what he does or even what he is.
Okay, so you just think something created the universe. What makes you think I guess we can roll with that unless John objects.
Well, I would just want to ask a quick question: is on what basis have you ruled out that all of these things that, like the universe and life and people and other forms of living stuff, for what reason and on what basis have you ruled out that these things could just have come about by natural processes?
That's exactly what I was about to ask.
You seem to have just eliminated that out as being not possible. Why?
I'm sorry, can you dumb that question down a little bit?
Yeah. So the world is full of things that we used to explain by gods and spirits, right? Earthquakes, thunder, illness, failed crops, all of those things. People insisted that the only explanation for those things was gods and spirits. And now we know that they have natural explanations. So what you're doing is you're just looking at some of the things that we don't necessarily fully understand yet, like why does anything exist? And where has all of life come from? And you're saying because you don't have an answer yet to that you can understand, you're going to do the same thing that people used to do when they explained thunder and lightning and earthquakes and illness, appeal to spirits and gods. But why are you doing that? Why are you not open to the possibility that this could be just like the earthquakes and the thunder and the failed crops and the illness, and it just turns out like all of those other things, literally thousands of things that used to be explained by reference to magic that have natural explanations. Why are you not accepting that all of these things could just have natural explanations too?
Okay, I see what you're saying. So like when you say natural, like things that happen naturally, like earthquakes, all this stuff, like, because when you say everything, like science, for example, you say it has a reason or explanation for all these things. But like how Earth was created, they say the Big Bang, right? Like that doesn't really explain. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is get to the first point before we get to the Big Bang, because the Big Bang is going to take us down like a whole nother thing. But about the whole natural thing, I believe it is natural in the sense of God or that higher power made it.
But that's the point. But that's the point. Hang on a second. The moment you say higher power, you're introducing something in to your explanation that is unwarranted, because you have no evidence that there is a higher power. So that's the thing that's under question. So you can't use that as the justification for your beliefs, because that is the belief that we're questioning, right? So that's the point I'm making. Is like, we don't need to say, when it starts raining, we don't need to say the only thing that can explain this rain is a higher power. We understand how the water cycle works. And we understand that moisture moves around and is held in the sky and then condenses. It condenses into droplets of water, and because of gravity, those droplets fall down to the ground, and it's fully explained. Rain is fully explained. It's not a mystery.
Okay, but who constructed that process to happen?
There isn't a who. It's just
what?
It's just how it works.
It just happened.
Yeah, it just happens. We understand how this works.
Trevor,
that's kind of.
Trevor, do you understand how? And if you don't, it's okay. I'm not trying to like trap you. Do you understand, for example, how lightning and thunder work? What causes them?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I know some of the sky. I don't know.
I only have a rudimentary understanding myself, so I'm not trying to flex here. But it's static electricity. Like if you drag your feet across the carpet and you ever like touch someone and you zap your sister or something like that, that's static electricity. Well, water droplets rub against each other, cause static electricity, and then that causes lightning and thunder. So the point I'm getting at is there was a time when we couldn't explain it, right? So you understand, we like at one point human beings did not know what causes lightning and thunder, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it rational for certain people to say, hey, Thor, the god of thunder, must be causing lightning and thunder? Do you agree that that was not rational?
Do I think it was not? I mean, if they didn't have any other, I mean, back then, I honestly don't. I could see how anybody could think of anything. To be honest,
being understandable and being rational. Like human beings are flawed thinkers, so it's understandable that people anthropomorphize crap and like come up with gods. But what I'm asking is was it rational? Or so here, option one, so we have this situation. We don't understand what causes lightning and thunder. This is awesome power. Light comes from the sky and destroys things and makes a loud crack, and it's awestruck into us. But the thing is, there was a perfectly natural explanation, and people said, we don't know what causes that. Therefore, like, it must be the god of thunder. But that's not a rational way of thinking. When you don't know something, you stay at I don't know. So you're asking a lot of questions. Well, what causes this? And do you have an explanation for that? And even if we don't, that is not a rational reason to invoke gods. And every time we've done that and discovered the explanation, it never was a god, ever. The gods are batting zero. When we discover, like we actually validate, okay, we know the cause of this, it's never turned out to be a god ever. And you're taking the gaps in your knowledge. Some of the stuff we may know. We know how planets form. We know like a fair amount about the Big Bang. There's a lot we don't know. But you're taking like areas we don't know, and they just seem, you're incredulous to these, like, this is so amazing. And then you're like throwing gods at it. Why not just say, I don't know, and then just like say, work to find out, take some science classes. Maybe you'll be the one to discover some of these explanations, but
yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying for sure. And I guess my main, objective not even objective, but my main reason for still believing in God or a higher power is because, like, basically what I was trying to get at, because, like, if you look at how everything is set up, like the nature, the anatomy of nature of us, of humans, how our brains, for example, like how advanced those things are, those things don't just happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
how do you know? What do you mean? Well, first of all, they don't just happen.
When I say it doesn't just happen, I mean it doesn't happen for no reason. Like, do you think life is meaningless? Like, do you think we were just put here and life was made for no reason?
How do you? So it could be that life was, again, you don't know how life got here. You don't know how consciousness arrives. You're doing it again. You're saying, I don't know, therefore God. Are you not?
I mean, honestly, if you want me to be completely honest with you, how consciousness arrive isn't even, like, I don't even think that matters. Like, what we should even be searching for. My whole reason why I believe there's a higher power. My whole, like, because Like, if humans were made,
you
right?
brought it up. So okay, so I just want to make clear. You brought up consciousness. Consciousness is not the reason you believe in God.
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's
because consciousness
human
is a
life and
product.
everything.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm
So
basically just saying consciousness gives us purpose. Like, it makes us think. It helps us critically think.
Yeah. So it's a survival trait.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I feel like we were put here for a reason, though, and I feel like something or someone that was like higher power put us here for that reason.
Are you familiar with logical fallacies?
Yeah.
Do you know what they are?
Yeah, it's like when you believe in keep what?
Yeah, so it's when you make it when you make you can make internal logical fallacies too. Like you can believe things based on fallacies, and logical fallacies are just broken logic. When they're arguments you make either to others or to yourself that if you use a fallacy, it doesn't mean that your claim is necessarily false, but it means it has not been shown to be true. So here's an argument for this is called argument from incredulity, also known as the appeal to personal incredulity, is a logical fallacy where someone concludes that a claim must be false simply because they find it difficult to believe, imagine, or understand. So what you're saying here is it's difficult for you to believe, imagine, or understand how life can come about from non-life without some sort of involvement of a God, right?
I guess you could say that, but aren't you kind of doing the same thing with God?
No, because I'm not claiming no gods exist. I'm just saying I have not seen sufficient.
He doesn't exist, but
no, we're not claiming that. We're not claiming that. Pay attention there.
You don't claim he doesn't exist. Isn't that what atheists are? That God doesn't exist.
Atheism is not the claim that God doesn't exist. It's just a refusal to accept the claim that he does, and that is totally different. And we won't go into all the blades of grass stuff again here, but just it's a very, very different state. We're not making a positive claim. We're not making any claim. Okay. We're just saying we hear somebody else's claim and we don't think they provided enough evidence to make us accept it. That's it.
Well, I'm not going to lie. That kind of makes me look at atheists a little bit different. I didn't really know that was the...
There are atheists who will go that extra step and then say, I believe God doesn't, there are no gods. There are atheists who say that, but that's not the minimum requirement to be an atheist. The minimum requirement to be an atheist is just to say, I have not been convinced of these claims that other people are making about gods. It's a much more gentle claim, isn't it? And so we stay in a place of open-mindedness to say, look, I'm open-minded. Maybe there is a God. Maybe there's a magical being who made everything. Or maybe all of reality is a simulation inside another simulation, inside another simulation, in an endless loop of, not loop, but an endless nest of simulations. Or maybe we were made by clever aliens. Or maybe I'm just a brain being kept alive in a vat and all of you guys are just figments of my imagination. Because any experience I could ever have would be fully compatible with that. We don't know. So we just stay in a more cautious place. You could call it humility. It's a bit humble. We just say we don't know. And we're not pretending to have the answers. And that's a more sensible place to be. And then what we say is the time to believe something and accept it is when there's good evidence for it. Not when we can't imagine how it would have happened another way or anything like that. Those aren't good reasons for believing things. So that's why we are where we are. Make sense?
Okay, for sure. Well, all right, yeah, for sure. So you're into science and stuff like that, right?
Science is just a tool.
So,
it's just a method.
I'm not personally, I haven't looked that much into it, but you heard of astral projection?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
So what?
It's bullshit. It's woo-woo. It's just nonsense. It's magic stories. Yeah, it's just magic stories. It's people pretending they can do things and they can travel to other places and see other things. And then whenever you try to test whether they actually can in conditions where they can't delude themselves or others, suddenly the ability vanishes. It's just nonsense. It's exactly the same category as people who believe they can read minds or move objects or any of that kind of stuff. It's just not a thing. It's nonsense.
He's got.
I'm not gonna lie, you're breaking up a whole lot, but I kind of get what you're getting at. So I mean, but that, like, doesn't like scientists and CIA, don't they literally do studies on all of this stuff?
They do, and when they do the studies on them, they
So,
find
like,
out
the studies are just bullshit?
they find out that there's nothing going on there. Yeah, it's all BS.
Trevo, reality itself is amazing enough. I mean, the cosmos, the neutron stars, like biology, quantum mechanics. There's so much cool stuff in actual reality. There's no reason to, introduce like astral projection or psychics or any of the woo-woo stuff that doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Just enjoy reality, because reality is cool enough on its own.
Yeah. Well said, John. Very, very well said. I've always found it a bit gluttonous and greedy to look at this incredible world around us. It's images from the Hubble Deep Space Field and all of this amazing stuff that we see going on, and exploring the structures of matter and these amazing new particles that are being found, and how absolutely amazing reality is, and go, that's not amazing enough for me. I need more. I need magic on top of it as well. I need magical disembodied minds that make things happen, because reality on its own is not enough for me. That's always struck me as a kind of ugly gluttony. And you don't need to do that. You sound like a thoughtful fellow. Give this stuff some thought, and give your own beliefs some thought, and pay attention to whether there's really, really evidence there, or whether you're just believing things because they kind of sound cool.
All right, for sure, man. I appreciate it. Definitely give me something to think about.
Nice talking to you, Trevano. Good for you, man.
You too, man. Appreciate it.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Thanks, man.
You too.
What a fine fellow. Nice guy. Look, yeah. I've got huge respect for anyone who's open-minded. He asked questions, and he listened to the answers, and he engaged thoughtfully. Can't say more than that. What a decent showing.
Yeah, I give him a follow, hoping he'll come back to us with more ideas or thoughts, new thoughts and things to run by us.
Okay, we are going to get Douglas in on the YouTube queue in just a moment. I'm going to read 4 super chats, and then we'll get Douglas in. I'm trying to not get too far behind. Core MD Tyson likely making point how connected life is due to evolution. Tyson, I don't know who Tyson was. I'm a bit lost there. That was while Curious was on. We're still having conversations about Curious. This was also while Curious was on. To me, therefore, it must be. Yeah, that's it. To me, therefore, it must be. She was clueless, bless her. Bethos said, DNA molecule decoding itself has a lot of evolution traces. This 100% convinced me. If there were no fossils, DNA analysis alone is proof. I've always said that.
That's true.
You could disregard the entire fossil evidence, and the evolution, the evidence from genetics on its own is so completely. It's done. It's not up for debate. It's ridiculous that anyone would think differently. And Tim said, curiously wasn't. She was more like a see and say those things that would go, the cow says moo, but for creationist argument. Yeah, I know. It's hard not to be personal sometimes, but that was a vacuous hole of stupidity. Bethel said, Curious had me lose more brain cells than a bender. I know, I felt myself getting dumber listening to her yap on. It was pretty unbearable. Okay, let us get in, as promised, Douglas. We will bring in Douglas right now. Hopefully the audio's all going to work. Let's see. Douglas, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, Douglas. How are you?
How old am I? I am 36.
No, I didn't say how old, but thank you for telling us that. I asked, how are you?
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Good. Well, welcome in. Feel free to let us know what you think about our claim that atheism makes more sense.
Okay, so I was recently watching an Alex O'Connor video on YouTube.
Yep. I'm actually going to turn your... Forgive me, Douglas. So sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to turn your camera off because it's crackling, and sometimes that's a bandwidth issue. Turn
my camera off?
Yeah, I'm just going to do that. In fact, if you can, I can do it like this, I think. Hang on. Is that working? No, it's not working. Perhaps you could turn your... Oh, there we go. like that. It just might help. It might help the audio to not be so bad because it was crackling. So yeah, you were watching an Alex O'Connor interview.
Yes, about consciousness, and it got me to thinking about the source of consciousness, and that kind of obviously you kind of dabble into theistic waters once you go that way. I would identify as agnostics, but I have a pendulum swing between theism and atheism periodically.
It's yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like maybe this isn't the right show for you to be calling in because we're really the audience are here to listen to us debate rather than just kind of talk about.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to debate. Like I'm debating the concept of like the correspondence between theism and atheism. Like atheism could work, but also theism could work.
What do you mean by could work? Either
Like,
there is a God
as a description for the source of creation, you could describe it atheistically or theistically based on the concept of, which is what I was trying to develop. This is a proposition I just recently came up with the idea. Arithmetic happening is God.
Well, no. I mean, to me, like if I call Diet Coke God, I'm no longer an atheist.
Also, I'm so sorry, Douglas, but the sound is pretty intolerable. It must be an issue with the connection your end because we're hearing Sean absolutely fine and he's connecting on the same platform. So I don't know if it's a signal problem, but it's quite hard to listen to. I thought it might be improved by switching off the video, but it isn't. I'm not sure why that's happening.
Let me see if I can put my headphones in, if that'll make any difference.
You could try, but it sounds like a connection issue rather than a...
Because my phone speaker might be really shitty. I've been having some issues with that.
Give it a try, and then we'll see. I find myself concerned about both the audio quality and the topic of the argument, because mathematics is God is not necessarily something that anyone is here to listen to. How about that?
I've got an explanation for it. It's a better system.
Still crackling.
At some other point.
I'm going to turn echo cancellation off. I haven't got my noise gate on, but try that now.
Test your audio.
Test your audio.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Check 1 2.
Yeah, it's worse. Yeah.
So it's pretty bad. Okay,
yeah.
maybe I'll just call in.
I would say give us a call
and try again.
Yeah, do that. Okay. Thanks, Douglas. Thanks.
Or if you have TikTok, come in on the TikTok side. That one usually works pretty good.
Or come in on TikTok, but yeah, a lot of people don't have it, of course. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Joel. Appreciate that. Yeah, sometimes it does that. It gets really crackly and horrible, and I don't know why. But you know, Sean sounds okay on the same platform, so it's got to be something his end, hasn't it? Really. Hilariously, we have 3 other callers waiting in line on the video Ninja call queue, and they are all Felix. Oh, bless him. He really, 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 really wants to come back. That's hilarious. And we've got Nashon wanting to come back in, but I just think that argument of rain falls to the ground because it's intelligent, and lightning strikes because it's intelligent, and planets go around the sun because they're intelligent is not something that anybody wants to hear. Nashon, you need to come up with a different argument that doesn't prove God because it just meaningless. It in itself. Sometimes an argument can be full of true statements which don't quite do the job of establishing that which they are purposed to establish. This isn't even that. This is false statements that don't do the job establishing that which they are purposed to establish, which is even harder to listen to. So I would urge you to rethink your position and come back again if you think that there's evidence for a deity which is something more than look how clever everything is. Okay, We've got Papo. It looks like Papo in the queue, but slightly skeptical about this. Let's see. Papo, are you there? That looks like a not to me. How about that? Papo, are you there?
Yo.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
It's me. It's me.
Who is me?
It's me, Felix.
It's
That's
Felix.
my nickname.
Well, I think that's a little bit disingenuous of you to have come back under another name. But now that you're here, I'm going to put Felix in the box, and I'm going to remove the other 4 instances of you from the call queue. Got to say, you're obviously very keen. Are you going to make a better argument than "Can you hear me?" or there is one contingent thing, therefore a God exists? This is your opportunity to make that argument now. Or not.
I got silence.
Yeah. Okay, well, blew it. Bluffed his way in. He paid off someone on the door and bluffed his way in and then didn't deliver. So there we go. There we go.
Spent a lot of time waiting too.
Really did, yeah. Wild. So Tim Davidson said, wind turbines hate jazz. They're big metal fans. Oh, Tim. Apropos nothing at all, but we love you so much for it. Absolutely brilliant. Bethos said, Tim Davidson, F that joke was bad. It was good. Yeah, it was pretty great. And Jason Ray says, I believe the caller is just playing games. Denial, this was while Gorilla was on, 5G Gorilla. That was quite hard to listen to at times as well. And Jason also said, just like I said earlier, he's just playing games. Yeah, of course. And Espresso Jack, great to see you, friend. This is my last taxation without representation. We won our Revolutionary War in the chat. Democracy was correct on the YouTube side. Happy 4th. Yes, it is almost July 4th. Not quite. What a year to be having it. Evil Banana Wind, I do love that name so much. Thank you for the super chat. Absolute low tier rhetoric from McBaller Deluxe. Yeah, he was low tier indeed. And Tim Davidson said, play a game. When Christians make a claim, just follow it up with, in my pants. There's a power to life in my pants. Creation needs a creator in my pants. I think that would probably be quite dialectically effective, considering the quality of some of the guests we have. Now, speaking of guests who are of questionable character, we've got Matt Theorem back in the queue again. Now, last time Matt was here, he tried to have a conversation with us about physics. And we explained to him that the views about physics that he gets from physicists, that the conclusions he draws about those views aren't supported by the physicists. And then he demonstrated himself to be incapable of having an adult conversation without over-talking all the time, and we had to remove him. And I asked him to, and he wanted to come back in, and we refused. So he's come back again, and I'm going to say maybe this is the day that Matt Theorem has learnt, finally, to have an adult conversation and not habitually overtalk and habitually interrupt and not listen and not be adequately responsive to what's going on. So we're going to test my hypothesis. I don't have an enormous amount of confidence about this, but let's see what happens.
Hello.
Hi, Matt. Welcome back. Have you learned how to be a grown-up, Matt?
Yeah, I learned a lot. The Copenhagen survey only responded from a single conference, not all physicists worldwide. The survey found that many respondents think the Big Bang Theory does not by itself tell us whether time had an absolute beginning. So it's not it surveyed 85 respondents from a single conference, not all physicists worldwide. And the authors explicitly caution against. Actually, in the paper, they caution against taking it as a consensus.
That's how surveys. That's how surveys
go to the paper,
work.
And it says.
That's how surveys work. Surveys don't. In general, when you do a survey like who are you voting for, this and that, it's a proportion of a particular population.
That's not true.
So
that's not true. Do you know how surveys work?
If you vote for like the president, the whole world in America can do it.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. It's a sampling. It's a sampling. So the issue, the issue
are a sample.
Yeah, the issue.
And it says in the
Matthew,
paper not to take it as a scientific consensus. By the way, go to the paper and I'll show you where it says that. Go ahead.
Sure.
Let's see.
There is. The point is,
the paper itself says don't take it as a scientific consensus.
Okay.
It cautions against.
You got to stop. You got to stop talking over.
Go to the paper then. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, John. I'm just going to get rid. Do you want to keep him? Because I'm just going to get rid of him because he can't have it.
You're just mad that you're wrong. That's not my fault.
Okay. So anyway, I'm not going to get into a mute war with you. If you can't handle, if you're so afraid of your own ideas that you can't have a back and forth where we calmly, I talk, I pause, you talk. If you're afraid of that, you're afraid of your own position.
Yeah.
So,
how long did he last?
Is that
2 minutes? He's knocking on the door again.
Yeah. So
I don't think it's worth it. I don't think he's capable of actually having a conversation. He just can't control himself. He's like a little puppy with a hard-on humping furniture. He just can't. He can't control himself. So we'll leave that there. Go away again, Matt, and try harder. It's not actually about what you're saying. It's about how insufferable you are as a human being, incapable of engaging in a conversation. You could even be right, but the way you conduct yourself in the conversation makes you impossible to speak to and unpleasant to deal with. And that's something that you have to live with. I don't have to live with it because I go out into the world and I have normal conversations with people. We have them with callers all the time. We have them with callers with whom we have disagreements. Look at our call a couple ago, where we had a different view of things. None of us had to be riding the mute button like a psycho. It's just this is the thing you need to learn about yourself, Matthew. You are an immature child, and you're playing with the grown-ups now. And nobody's interested in that kind of infantile behavior. It's a shame because, maybe you had some valid points to make, but you made such a complete dinkum of yourself. Nobody will get to hear them.
And also he completely missed the point. The point isn't that it's the consensus among scientists or among cosmologists that the Big Bang wasn't the beginning. It's just that there is no consensus. That was the point. And if there was a consensus that the Big Bang was the beginning of time, you're not going to be able to grab a random sample of 80 physicists and have 68% of them say it's not necessarily that it says nothing about whether it was the beginning of time. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So what you said is so basically you have 17% that said, in their opinion, it's the absolute beginning of time, and 68% that said, in their opinion, and they're not claiming to know, it's not the beginning of time. So that's a huge disparity. And if there was a consensus, you can't grab 80 physicists and have that result. That's statistically not going to happen.
Yeah. It's a schoolboy error, basically, just a schoolboy error, misunderstanding. Why do you think they did that survey? They did that survey to sample the people there. This is how surveys work. A survey is not only valid if you ask every single person in the entire world. This is how it works.
That's crazy.
When people do political polling, they don't poll everyone in the country. They take 1,000 people and they see if there's a statistical variation, if there's a statistical weighting, or rather the distribution, rather, is the word I was looking for. I'm sorry. Within those 1,000 people, sufficient that you can extrapolate from that. They don't say that the entire polling industry would be completely irrelevant if you had to ask everyone in the country. That's what an election is. Anyway, let's get Mamak in next. Matthew, go away and learn something. It's pathetic. What a pathetic showing My hypothesis was soundly disproved. Mamak, how are you?
Yep.
Yep, I guess that's a question. That's an answer. Fair enough. We're saying
I was wondering
that
if that was him.
no, I don't think so. Hopefully, it's not. I don't think it is. Maybe we'll find it is. But what do you think about our claim?
Mamak, you have a bad echo going on your side. You got to fix your audio somehow.
Nope. Okay. Or maybe he's trying. Teacupped while he tries. Let's see.
Yeah, the audio is pretty bad.
Yeah. We give him 5 seconds. There we go. How's that?
Good.
Better. Okay, can I just check how old you are?
18.
Okay, you're 18. What year were you born?
2006.
Okay. And
that would make you 2000. That would make you at minimum 19.
No, I haven't had my birthday yet.
Yeah, if you haven't had your birthday, once you have your birthday, you'll turn 20. 2006, this is 2026. The math is pretty simple. So that means this year you turn 20, which means the oldest, the youngest you could possibly be is 19, right? Did you just caught in a fibby?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we don't speak to children. Sorry about that. Okay. That's a shame. I wonder what he was going to say. But we don't speak. We don't debate with other people's children. So Douglas is back. We can check on Douglas's signal and see if it's less crackly now. Richie Screaming Silence said, "If atheism is a religion, can we call Sean daddy? I mean father." I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm given my age, Gramps might even be appropriate. But.
I don't think you're in Gramps territory just yet. Inspired by the Sea, good to see you as well. Dr. Dig's voice is so calming. Love it. Well, there you go. And Alapenope says, "Forgive me, Sean, for I have sinned. That'll be 3 Hail Puffs and a $20 donation." Fair enough. Thank you very much. And Bethos says, "Sean gracing us with a mukbang stream." Yeah, you've had dinner, haven't you, Sean?
I don't know what mukbang means, but I appreciate it.
Food related.
Oh, okay.
And Bethos also said, "Caller does not know Brownian movement." Yeah, this was Nashon. I mean, to be fair, Nashon is a young fellow who hasn't spent much time studying science. Otherwise, he wouldn't think that lightning was intelligent. And Evil Banana Win said, "My new favourite Johnism, go away and have a think." I do say that quite a lot, don't I? I do. I catch myself using the same phrases again. It's not a contrivance. I don't design it that way. Maybe I just have limited imagination and limited scope for expressing myself, and so I rely on the same phrases over and over. Maybe I need to change it up a bit. But I do find myself saying that quite a lot. And Bethel said, "Marlon seems like a good person with mind poisoned." This was while Marlon was on. Yeah, fair enough. I think there are a lot of good people with their minds poisoned. I think that's kind of the point. What we're doing here is trying to create an environment for legitimizing not poisoning minds. Joel actually just raided John's stream. What a goat. I know, we have Joel here with some friends. It's always better when Joel is in the house. Always, always, always.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bethel said, "I retract my Marlon statement. He is twisted." That also happens. Start off normal, end up twisted. Bit of both. And Tim said, "Hooters not starting their own food delivery service called Knockers is just criminal corporate mismanagement." Oh, Tim. Oh, can I say that's excellent. That's excellent.
Jesus, that's like double entendre everything.
It's excellent. It's excellent. Okay. Tim is the just undisputed king of the jokes around here. Single white male seeks all-powerful God for loving relationship and long walks on the beach. Apparently, he'll carry you. The footstep story.
Yeah.
I love that. Very good, very good, very good. And Bethel said, Higher Power is a Coldplay song, not an argument. Yeah, I like Coldplay. I do like Coldplay. I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but Chris Martin is very capable.
I'll look him up.
Lightning and Thunder, Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragons are also a good band. In fact, I probably like them more than I like Coldplay. And Alapanope also said, bro, superpositioning here. That was while Douglas was on. Douglas, who was back in the YouTube queue a moment ago with a better signal, but has now left. So maybe the signal wasn't as good as I thought. Maybe not.
Screaming Silence is incredulous that I've heard of Coldplay. I'm not sure who they are. I'm sorry, man. I'm old. I don't know if are they an older band or group?
Well, it depends what we mean by older. I mean, they have been around for a while, but I don't think of.
I'm 52. Is that a good excuse? That's what I want to know. Do I have a good excuse going there?
No, I mean, no, not really, because Coldplay were kind of. They were the biggest. I mean, they're massive, but they were already big 25 years ago. So
okay. Yeah. All right, fair enough.
No excuse, but you know,
and it could be. I hear their song and I'm like, I know who they are. I'm terrible with names of bands and names of songs and stuff like that.
You definitely would have heard some. Yeah, I definitely would have heard some. And yeah, the lead singer was married to Gwyneth Paltrow for some period of time, but is no longer.
Okay.
Probably a good thing. And Jamnik says it took 5 minutes to walk to the bar, but 2 hours to get back. The difference was staggering. Competition for Tim in the house. The dad jokes are just raining down tonight. Raining down. And Real Jiffy Cones, I'm sorry, Daddy, I've been naughty. For the last time, it's forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. That's for you, Sean. The daddy. And finally, for now, Evil Banana Wind. Methinks theists think Brownian movement equals Brown movement. The mind boggles, doesn't it? The mind boggles what these people think, but who knows? Who knows? Right. Well, I have to say, the call queues are currently empty. It was jumping a little bit ago. There were a few in there. Felix is still knocking on the door again. What is wrong with him? As Papo, yeah. What is wrong with that guy? He can't make Felix. I'm going to tell you something. You can't make an argument. I don't think you could make an argument, Felix, if your very life depended on it. I'm forced to conclude this because every time I've heard you try to make an argument, it's been so bad that I don't think I could have made a worse argument if I'd put unlimited effort into doing so. So I must conclude that you're providing the best arguments you can and they're just not very good. Maybe think of something else to do. Let's get Douglas back in. Hopefully the signal might be a bit better. I'm still unsure about whether this is really debate territory, but let's have a look and see. Douglas, you're back. How's your audio now?
What do you think?
That sounds much better. Much better.
Very good.
Okay. So where were we on your claim against atheism making more sense?
Correct. So if we were to propose that arithmetic is an equivalence to this is kind of a semantics argument, honestly. That's why I'm saying it's a corresponding type thing. It's like atheism and theism.
I'd say we already have a word for arithmetic, and if you look up the normative definition of God and the normative definition of arithmetic, they're completely different things. Words don't have intrinsic meanings. You could call it. It's just why do it?
Okay, well here's at least my why I thought the way that I thought is mathematics is also a happening. It's not completely
metaphysical. It's also physical. Like cells divide and multiply. That is an example of mathematics happening.
Mathematics are abstract facts about how reality functions. So, for example, if you have something that's a perfect sphere, its circumference will be approximately 3.14 or exactly pi, which I can't obviously state in terms of numbers.
Correct.
The circumference will be pi times more than the diameter. That's just an abstract fact of reality. And then, like, so 2 + 2 = 4 is just definitionally 4. Like, the definition of 4 is a quantity equal to 2 plus 2 or 2 times 2. Like, I don't see how those are actual physical things. They're just abstract facts about how reality functions. And I don't know how we get to that, from that to a thinking agent who is normatively what somebody would call a god.
Okay, I got you. I was thinking about how math would be expressed as mind as well, like how you could.
It's not like the definition of mind and the definition of math are, if normative definitions, they're not remotely the same thing. Like,
all right,
a mind is like, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Mathematics could explain mind, but it's not mind. Is that what we're saying?
It might be able to explain aspects of the mind. It could be that, I'm just spitballing here, if you have 30% mix, I mean, I'm just throwing, like, the two aren't really tied, and like, we're not getting to a god.
Got you. Okay. Well, I guess because it was triggered by the concept of consciousness.
It sounds like you like want there, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds like you want to be able to call something God, so you're coming up with concepts and things that, like, this can be a god.
Yeah.
When it could just be, hey man, we live in a godless universe, and at least by any normative definition. Now, some people, hey man, God is love, or God is energy, or God is, the universe.
Yeah, I got
itself.
you.
Yeah. So, but like, is it a thinking agent? At minimum, like, I think it requires more because John's a thinking agent, but John's not a god, unless you're speaking metaphorically.
Yeah, I got you. I think that, like, it's I'm saying that it's the correspondence between it is a god and it isn't a god. Like,
what do you mean by that?
Like, you could describe it as purely natural, or you could describe it as something that exists outside of nature, because mathematics have a physical and metaphysical property to it.
Yeah,
like, the practice of mathematics.
But I consider abstract facts of reality, for example, the laws of logic, to be an integral part of the natural world. Like,
okay,
they're not
so it would
just
be atheistic. It would just
it would still be
there's no
so
God necessary.
Yeah, things that are conceptual, things that are abstract, like abstract facts, are still a part of the universe. Like, the universe isn't just physical things. There are facts about those physical things, like the example I gave, where we have spherical shaped things, and those spherical shaped things are approximately 3.14 times greater in circumference than they are in diameter.
Yes, I got you. Okay, so I guess the best summary of my thinking pattern here is that maybe arithmetic can be a descriptive factor of why you don't need a god at all, to a almost exactly precise extent, because it explains basically everything that is physical or metaphysical.
I'm not sure that arithmetic,
because you can make
it almost sounds like you're saying arithmetic can, well, you're not saying disproves. I'm not sure if arithmetic does that or not. What I would say is just, it's not like, I love that you're thinking deeply about these things, but like, I'll tell you, we have some great atheist cookies in the back. Just enjoy it, and
Very good.
Yeah, just welcome to the club. You know, we got T-shirts. We got we're hanging out with all the cool kids in school now.
Yeah,
right on. Yeah, I got you. Like, okay, two little concepts real quick, and then I'll be out of your hairs. Like the concept of creation versus creator. Mathematics, I think, can explain the concept of creation. It can be a creative force without a source. It is the source.
Well,
like it is in time because it is time.
I don't know that math in itself can like create things. Math is just a description of how things relate to each other. But we're kind of going.
Okay,
off.
I got you. That's
yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I was cooking up. I just wanted to see how that would play.
Hey, call back on Friday. There's a good chance I won't be here, but John for sure will. And yeah, you run some more ideas by John.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks for coming in,
fun
Douglas.
chatting with you guys.
Thanks for improving.
Thank you for your awesome intellects.
No problem. Thank you for improving your sound. It's much better. Thanks, Douglas.
Thank you. No problem.
Take it easy.
Y'all take care.
And you. Bye-bye. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, so we are... Poor old Felix is still there. It's hilarious. We can try and get Satnam in. Satnam, you keep on popping into the queue and then out again. Are we going to bring you in?
Yes.
There we go.
Hello.
Hi, Satnam. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hello.
So my objection is that we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, and I think it's better to put a immaterial God in there without form, and it created the universe. It caused the universe to happen. Like so everything so it was immaterial. It was the first thing in the world, right?
No.
And it created everything.
No, so the best thing to put before the Big Bang is the words "I don't know," because right now all the Big Bang says is that the universe was in a hot, dense. The observable portion of the universe was in a hot, dense state, and there was a rapid expansion. Doesn't say how it got there. Doesn't say what existed before. It could be that the universe always existed. We don't know, and in the absence of sufficient reason or to justify an explanation, I don't know is the only rational answer.
Why is it God not the rational answer?
Because God is a story that you're importing into the space where I don't know ought to live.
Yeah, you provide sufficient evidence for God. You provide evidence that your God caused the Big Bang.
Is there sufficient evidence for theism or atheism?
But atheism isn't making any claims at all. There's no evidence required to take the position of recognizing that someone else hasn't provided any evidence for their story.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of arguments, you know, like okay, but what I would say is I focus on metaphysics, so I would say that what caused the Big Bang would be the biggest one, and
that's a God of the gaps. You're saying we don't know what caused the Big Bang, therefore God did it. That's literally a textbook God of the gaps fallacy.
God did it. So
no,
we're not making that claim.
No.
Did you notice?
I literally said
neither of us have made a claim about this.
What did I say is the best thing? Hold on. What was my answer? What did I respond to you with is the best explanation for what was before the Big Bang?
Don't know.
Correct. But and now, so it's not no God. It's not anything. It's just we don't know. And that's where I remain until sufficient evidence for an explanation presents itself.
Okay. So, let's say it's not going to be present itself in a few hundred years. Okay. Would you still not believe in God?
If no evidence, until I get sufficient evidence for God, I will not believe in God. I will be unable to believe in God. So if that happens next week, then I'll be a theist next week. If that happens 100 years from now, I'll be in the grave and probably a skeleton by then.
But you guys have no objection to an immaterial God. You have no objection to that.
My only objection is there's no evidence for it.
It's like me saying, do you have an objection to fairies?
Okay, so well, you don't know what caused everything in the universe.
But what?
See.
Hang on. Do you have an
That's a
objection?
different thing.
Do you have an objection to fairies?
No, I don't.
So you're
Well,
totally
yeah, I
fine.
do,
You're
actually.
totally fine about there being fairies.
No. I mean, I do because
So
they're
you
not
do.
real.
Right, but on what basis are you saying fairies aren't real?
Because they're made up.
Why? How do you know this?
Because they're not. There's no evidence for them.
Right. Now he gets it. Because there's no
Okay,
evidence for them, what you do is you don't know that they don't exist. You can't prove that they don't exist, but because there's no evidence for them, you assume the default position that we assume with respect to all things, which is that we withhold belief in them until there's evidence for them. Once that evidence is forthcoming, then you go ahead, Sean.
You should have done the applause. As soon as he said there's no evidence for them, the applause sound would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. But you nailed it, right? You wait while there's no evidence for something, you withhold belief, and once there's evidence, then that's the time to start accepting it or believing it. Here's the big thing for you to contemplate, is that there is no more evidence for any god than there is for fairies. They have both exactly the same amount of evidence, which is none.
Okay, and there's no evidence for the Big Bang being a boo fact. Many physicists actually believe there was something before the Big Bang. It was a survey.
Yeah. All we can say is we don't know. We agree. We completely agree. We're not making any claims about the Big Bang. We are not making any claims about the Big Bang.
I'm talking about metaphysics. So
that's fine.
Doesn't matter what.
You brought up the Big Bang.
You apply logic to everything, including metaphysics. So, do you agree that the time to believe something is when there is sufficient evidence to believe it, and not a moment before? Do you agree with that principle?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I apply it to everything, including God. You should too.
But except for God, except for what caused the Big Bang, because I believe God did, because he's all powerful, he could do anything he wanted.
You might as well talk about his facial hair as well. Now you're starting to give him, now you're using pronouns and giving him attributes. He's all powerful. He can do anything he wants. Slow down, Tiger. Slow down, Tiger. You haven't even demonstrated. I don't think so. You haven't even demonstrated that there's anything there. Now you're already assigning attributes to it. You haven't earned that.
Immaterial thing, it doesn't make sense.
Why should we think that there's an immaterial universe engineer? That's preposterous.
Okay. Hold on.
Is that it?
Okay. All right. Someone's saying in the comments, invoking metaphysics means nothing. You haven't gotten a degree.
Don't worry about the comments. Don't worry about the comments.
While you're talking to us, then focus. If you're finished talking to us, you can go back and deal with the comments. But we're not going to do both.
I can say God is material.
You can say whatever you want, but you have to demonstrate that there's a reason for it. Otherwise, you might as well tell us about the clothing he wears and what's his favorite pizza toppings are. This is all just pulling stuff out of your own backside. No one's interested. Provide some evidence for your claims, if you have any. And if you don't have any, then reflect on how silly it is to make claims for which you have no evidence. Those are the only options. Which one will it be?
Well, I mean, I don't have evidence, so I shouldn't say anything.
Well, it's not about what you say, it's about what you believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't you believe that? I mean, you agreed that the time to believe something, if you want to be rational, is only when there's sufficient evidence, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be most important to apply those things that will impact your life the most? Like, for example, if you're going to dedicate your life to a god, and I don't know how religious you are, but questions like the biggest questions, like God exists, wouldn't that even be the most important to apply those sound principles so you're not believing the wrong things?
Yeah, I would.
All right. So right now you acknowledge that you're believing in God with insufficient evidence. Shouldn't you withhold belief and just say, you're not saying there's no God, you're just saying I don't know, and then just waiting for the evidence to come about if it ever does?
Yeah, I should do that.
You should, because look,
there's a lot of consequences with the God.
Good for you. I want you to read this. The super chat's just come in about this, and I'm offering this to you as an opportunity to reflect, right? So this is not to diss you or anything, but just for you to reflect. So Zeitgeist Omega has said, and Shadow Slays will get you in next. Zeitgeist Omega has said, Satnam's argument is a textbook example of special pleading up to 11. This is what's going on. You're taking liberties. You're taking liberties with ideas here and asserting things that aren't earned.
Okay, all right. I agree with you.
Good for you.
Awesome.
Good for you. Thanks for coming in. Got another super chat. Thanks, Satnam. Another super chat here from Superb Ace, who says, "Is John objectively handsome?" I don't think I am. I think I've been sitting in this chair for 6 hours and 42 minutes. I'm probably looking a bit haggard today, but I appreciate it a lot.
I'd say John's a 7, but that British accent makes him an 8.
Oh, that's very charitable. That's very charitable. Thank you very much for the message and the super chat. And Evil Banana Win says Sean has been hiding underneath a Doug if he doesn't know Coldplay.
Oh, jeez. I'm never going to live this down.
You may not, but I mean, they may possibly have been the biggest band in the world for some number of years. But there we are. It happens. Right. He's still there. Felix is still there. You got to give it, God forbid he's been there
hours.
Right? Yeah. God forbid he spends his Thursday night doing anything else. Right? Just hanging on to come in and make more crappy arguments. It's pretty remarkable. Okay, let's see what we have got. Is it getting late? It is getting quite late. I'm still having fun though. I'm good to keep on going for a little bit longer. If anybody wants to come up, we did have someone popped into the TikTok queue and then immediately disappeared when I name checked them and said we'd get them in a minute. Where are they? Let me see if they're still in. Are they still here? Or have they run away and gone somewhere else? Maybe they've gone away.
I see no one.
Yeah, there was someone in for just a moment, but you never know when people are serious or coming in by accident as well. Happens sometimes. It's easy to do on TikTok. Shadow Slays is still there. Shadow Slays, would you like to come up? Because you were in the queue for a moment, for a minute or so, and then you disappeared. Was that just a mistake? I'm going to guess maybe it was, because you're not here right now. So call queues are empty if you want to come and speak to us. I'll be winding up the show fairly soon, so if you're thinking about it, now's your moment. Come along and say, "Oh, my mistake." No worries, friend. No problem at all. I got you. That's all good. I thought I'd seen you before, but that's all good. Absolutely fine. Rage Room with Robin says, I might be in a minority here, but I have a soft spot for Felix. Hey, I'm happy to give Felix another go. I mean, it's always vaguely amusing. Shall we do that? Let's try it. Unfortunately, Felix often has problems with his arguments, or with his arguments and or his audio. Both are subject to worrying fluctuations in quality. Let's see what happens. Felix, are you there? I think we're having a problem, aren't we? Give him one last try. Have a look at his microphone. It is Yeti. Now let's give you on that microphone. Felix, are you there? I guess maybe not. Okay. Well, we tried. We tried to get Felix in. I can try one final thing. We can try that and see if that microphone works. You've got a couple of audio devices. The software is pretty amazing because it manages to interrogate the other person's machine, tell us what audio interface they have or what headphones or microphone. Are you there, Felix? No. Okay. Well, can't say we didn't try, can you? Cannot say we didn't try. I wonder if I had, while we're waiting for anyone else to come in, there were a couple of other good messages. I have to give a shout out, of course, to Jim Castleberry on YouTube, who keeps on maintaining. Here's his latest one. Debate me here, John. This is in the YouTube comments. Stop cowering and running away from all my questions. So I don't get into debates in the YouTube comments because we do debates here. And every time Jim Castleberry talks about how much I'm running away from his comments, I do the same thing, which is just send him the link and say, we're on tonight. Come and talk to us. We would be lovely to talk to you. And he refuses to do it every time. So nobody was cowering apart from you, Jim. I would be absolutely delighted. I've said from the beginning, if I see your name in the queue, I'm going to jump you up to the front. That's how excited I'd be to speak to you. After all, Jim is one of the channel's most enthusiastic supporters. I don't think I've put a video on YouTube that he hasn't commented on in weeks. So I really, really appreciate the fact that Jim is now essentially working for me for free as a sort of unpaid marketing intern, an algorithmic foot soldier, if you will. I really appreciate your dedication, Jim, but we'd love to talk to you too. So stop being a coward and come and talk to us, or stop making silly comments if you don't want to keep on being laughed at. That would be another option too. Here's another one that someone said. Where is it? Over here. Joseph said, I have a question for you. Who gives life to everything from the first human to exist, and why do people die? What caused it? What happens when we die? Why is Earth a home to humans and other living things? What formed it? Why is everything intentional? It's not random. It's perfect. No error. The clouds never chose by their nature to be up and majorly help everything else exist by providing rain. You know, and we wonder why people are walking away from faith and religion. You know, with arguments like that, you know, I find it surprising that more people aren't signing up. I mean, it's pretty compelling. I'm not really sure what to say to that other than, you know, good on you. And, you know, why be bothered by things like grammar? Grammar's for losers, I suppose. And that's a long one. We don't need to read that. That's too long. I do collect these. While I'm going through the comments, if I spot one that I think will be funny, I just grab it. You cannot breathe without God's permission. Well, I'm not sure how we test that. Not sure how we test that. And, you know, atheist creators don't cover other religions much. I'm not sure if that's really true. I think there are atheist creators that cover lots of religions. I mean, I guess we focus on the religions that are predominant in the areas where we live, or the cultures that we involve ourselves in.
Or the ones that call in. We don't screen them.
Or the ones that call in.
We take mostly Christians, our fair share of Muslims, so it's not like they're rare, and then a whole bunch of woo-woo people. I'm pretty sure we've gotten at least one or two Hindus here or there. Yeah, we just, whoever calls in, we don't screen them out.
Not at all.
So
not at all. Let's see, what else have we got? I've got a few here. Some of them are a bit long, so I'm trying to not do the really long ones. From Enthusiastic Tent, it's stupid that you're offended by something you don't believe in. What evil does teaching about hell create? It stops you from sinning so much. Too many lost opportunities to sin. Well, it's interesting that. So what evil does teaching about hell create? That's kind of the whole point, isn't it? The evil that it creates is massive amounts of traumatic religious stress and PTSD in millions of people, and children who are brainwashed by their parents and told that they're going to be tortured if they don't think the right things, and that someone in the Middle East was killed a couple of thousand years ago and in some way it's their fault. That's the evil that it creates. And Imagine terrifying children with stories of a place that God created specifically for torturing people. That's what hell is for. It's for torturing people. It's God's torture chamber. And he's going to send you there if if your mind isn't aligned just right forever.
And you just, even if you don't get sent there and you're saved, you deserve it. You're so bad you deserve that eternal torment.
Yeah.
That's how bad you are. But he's going to show you mercy. He's not going to give you the awful thing that you deserve for being such a wretch.
It is so, that's such a horrible thing, isn't it? It's so like anti-human, that whole thing of like children are born just deserving to be punished because that's how God made us. What a horrible way to look at reality. Okay, we've got looks like philosopher's kidney stone over here. Let's bring them in. Hi there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's an awful lot of background noise, though. I can try and deal with a bit of it. The noise suppression is on. That's with the noise suppression on. But yeah, we can hear you, and it seems a little better now.
Sorry, I had a fan going. Is this better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Quite the name.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome in. What would you like to say?
Well, I'm not really sure if I count as opposition, but I do believe in most sciences. I would move the God label, if you will. I might be labeled an atomist, mostly atheist otherwise. But my primary belief system is reincarnation.
Reincarnation? So, what makes you think that reincarnation is a thing?
Can you elaborate? Because reincarnation can mean a few different things. Do you mean like I have a soul and when I die, my soul will be reborn into another future human? Or can you describe reincarnation? The type you believe?
Well, I think there's two stages to reincarnation. I think I split them into the micro reincarnation and the macro reincarnation. As far as the micro goes, I believe that time moves forward. And a lot of discussions that I've seen online that you...
well, time does move forward. That's not evolution. I mean that's not reincarnation. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it's just that. Anyways, a lot of discussions you guys like to bring up is the something from nothing argument, or for any gods really. But I believe that consciousness is something, so you can't really get nothing from something either. So I think that consciousness kind of just moves somewhere else after death. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sounds like this is probably not the kind of conversation that everyone's tuning in to listen to. But yeah, appreciate you coming up though. Thanks, friend.
Have a good night.
And you. Take care. Thanks. All right. Yeah, I think that's probably not what's required right now. I think that I'm going to start easing things towards the end. It is approaching 5 a.m. here, and unless we've got a James there. That's not the normal James from TikTok because he wouldn't be on the YouTube queue. We can try James and see what James is saying. Hi, James.
Hello.
How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, we're fabulous, thank you. So our claim is that atheism makes more sense. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I guess atheism makes more sense. Kind of like, what do you mean by that? I guess what's your groundwork for thinking it makes more sense?
That it's more sensible.
Than, say Christianity, because I'm a Christian.
Yeah. Okay, you're a Christian. So it's more sensible because there's no evidence that Christianity is true. So holding a position where we don't assert that it's true makes more sense because it's sensible to go where the evidence is, and there's no evidence for Christianity.
Okay, so would you say there's no evidence for Christianity or theism in general, or you think there's evidence that's not convincing?
I would say there are things that people present as evidence, but then they're not reliable. They're not good evidence. Like they're poor. They're insufficient. They're fallacious arguments or personal testimonies about someone's private personal experience, or fallacious arguments or false historic claims, and all of that doesn't get you to a point where one is justified in accepting these things. So I think everybody who calls themselves a Christian is holding those beliefs for bad reasons.
Okay, so theism more broadly, I guess, if we're going to work our way back. So
Sure.
you could just random, famous arguments. You got the teleological, cosmological, fine-tuning. You think those are just not evidence at all, or just poor evidence?
They're fallacious arguments. All of them are fallacious arguments.
Interesting. So, for instance, the famous, why is there something rather than nothing? What would be your...
I would say that question can be asked of a God equally. Why is there a God rather than no God? And any answer that you would give to that question can then be applied to the universe itself. Done.
Okay, so I guess rephrase that one more time.
Yeah, sure. So any question that you would ask, if I said, why is there a God rather than no God? Then as you begin to answer that question, just apply whatever answer you're giving to the universe and you'll see you don't need a God.
Okay. So, for instance, with the God question, I think there's a little bit of a difference between definitionally God and a universe. So I think there'd be certain aspects of my answer that wouldn't be applicable to one or the other. Like, for instance, if I said, why does God exist rather than not God? I said it's logically embedded in the definition that he's eternal, all-powerful, which includes things like, omnipresent, omniscience, all the shebang, which couldn't apply to an eternal.
The universe could be eternal.
Yeah,
or it could be eternal, but it wouldn't be omniscient. And
it doesn't need to be.
That's just you beginning to ascribe characteristics to this creature that you have not provided any evidence for yet. You can't just start wishing him into existence by giving him but you're just assigning him attributes that would necessitate his existence without earning them.
And my answer to why is there something rather than nothing would be, I don't know. It could just be a brute fact of reality that the universe always existed. I'm not claiming it to be the case, but my answer is I don't know. If you're going to posit, well, the reason the universe exists is because my God created it, I would say, cool story. Where's your evidence for that?
Right. So you don't think that existence itself begs the question of why?
No, yeah, sure, it does. It's not necessarily a theological why. What's the cause? Is there a cause? Is the universe eternal? These are all fair questions, but my answer is I don't know until someone provides sufficient evidence for an answer to these questions. So if you're claiming to answer them, the onus is on you to demonstrate that your answer is actually correct. If you don't, then I'm not rationally justified to believe your claim.
Right. So, okay. So for that, someone could say, I guess from a logical standpoint, evidence would be something like the contingent argument. So if we worked our way back from why is there something rather than nothing, we could say something along the lines of, because since we have something, right, we know something exists, we are living, we can see the world, that's contingent upon something before it, right? You obviously are familiar with it.
Yeah.
You take that back, there has to be a first uncaused cause.
Why?
What's your why does there have to be a first cause?
Because something doesn't come from nothing.
Well, you're correct. If there's no first cause, then you don't have a situation where something came from nothing.
There has been no coming from anything. There has just always been. Yeah. There was no point where there was nothing for anything to
observation.
But lots of fundamental questions are counterintuitive. Relativity is counterintuitive. Quantum mechanics is counterintuitive. What makes you think what makes you think that the answers to the deepest questions about reality are going to be intuitive and are going to chime with our experiences as hominids scuttling around on a particular little planet over here in a particular spot in space? That seems incredibly entitled to think that.
All the examples you gave are things that are already within an observable known universe, and the example that I'm bringing is what came before that, right? So I think they're like slightly categorically different there.
But what's your? I'm still waiting. Like, what's your argument that that you can't
my
have
argument is
hold
that
on, hold on. You go ahead.
Sorry, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, my argument is that it's logically necessary for there to be a cause if anything exists, and that the only
That's a
suitable
claim.
answer to that is some sort of all-powerful being.
That's a claim. You're merely asserting. So if you have a universe that has an infinite time arrow into the past, your first argument was something can't come from nothing. But if you have if the universe always existed, you don't have a situation where something came from nothing, and so now you're saying.
What do you mean by universe when you say that?
All that exists.
So
the set of all things is
the universe is just a description of the things that inhabit it, right?
Yeah, yeah. So it's the set of all things.
But when we look at that set of all things, we know they all came from something before it.
Yes, correct. And then, but you haven't provided any actual logical argument for why something you can't have an infinite number of some things that came before it. In other words, an infinite time arrow into the past. In fact, cosmologists, like the people who actually study this stuff, many of them believe that the universe is infinite in the past. Nobody knows, but there's cosmological models for it, and it has not been falsified, at least by cosmology. I mean, you could try to falsify it with philosophy, but you haven't done it yet.
Well, okay, so infinite universe, it lacks like creative power though. Like, so let's say the universe was infinite. How does the processes happen then? Because like the whole idea of evolution is like we came from a simpler form, right?
It's not evolution.
Far enough, there's going to be a form that's too simple to go forward.
Yeah. I mean, evolution is yeah. I mean, evolution. I mean, one moment we're talking about cosmology, suddenly we talk about
evolution.
Yeah. I mean, look. The thing is, the universe can be unbounded. It can be of infinite age, and it can be the case that within that there are things that happen, some of which lead to other things happening, and some of those things involve the reconfiguration of existing matter into forms that we call significant, because nothing is really created, right? Things are just recombined. Energy changes into mass, and lumps of mass are arranged into new configurations. The atoms in you used to be atoms in the sun too, right? It's all the same stuff, just being reconfigured. So somewhere in all of that shuffling
makes total sense.
Yeah, so somewhere in all that shuffling and reconfiguration, you get planets and organic molecules and self-replicators and evolution and humans.
Yeah, so that can work theoretically, and I understand the logic there, but that only applies to like physical, natural things, right?
Yeah.
And if we're talking about something rather than nothing, that includes non-natural things, metaphysical things, which I think earlier you said you thought those were natural as well.
You mean like abstract facts, like the laws of logic?
Yeah, well, that like things like time, concepts like consciousness, love.
But hang on, we're all over the place, because if we're making a list that includes time and love, we're in a tricky place, because time is essentially a property.
Right, they're slightly different, yeah.
Yeah, because time is, depending on how you define time, you could define it in a sort of Einsteinian way as being sort of a part of a three dimensions of space and one of time, and it's like where everything is and when and stuff like that. Or you could define time as just the sequencing of events, which is a bit more general and less mathematical, but still helpful. And love is just an emotion that beings feel towards other beings.
Chemicals.
It's caused by chemicals largely, and none of this stuff is a problem. And it feels to me like these types of arguments are insisting on a problem which hasn't been demonstrated to be a problem, and then trying to sell the solution. So the insisting on the problem is, you need to be able to explain all of this stuff. Well, we don't need to be able to explain it. It just is. I'm prepared to just say the universe just is. There's got to be some point. You would agree with me that there's some point where you reach a terminus in the, well, why that? Because of this. Well, why that? Because of this. And eventually, the one that you like as a terminus is some sort of magic mind that makes universes. Well, I don't go there. I get off that bus one step before. And I'm happy to say, at some point, there's a terminus which is reality just is what it is.
Right. I mean, I guess you could come to that, but I guess it's something to do with practicality as well. Like, so there is abstract, like for instance, infinite universe, very abstract, multiverse, very abstract. And there's legitimate scientific and, philosophical
I
arguments
wouldn't
that
say
can be
those
made
are
there.
abstract.
Well,
Like
abstract in the sense that it's separate from the normal observables, right? And when we're talking about an experience from day to day, there's pretty strong grounds to be like, okay, since we observe everything being contingent on something else,
yeah,
it makes logical sense. And from what we can observe, right, that there was a probably first cause beginning.
No, it doesn't follow that. If you're watching, we're observing things, this causing this, causing this, causing this, causing this.
It's like the chicken and egg thing.
Yeah, well, so yeah, we're examining, we see a chain of causes, and like, we have no problem with it going back 10 to the 50 years ago, but like suddenly like infinite into the past is a problem. I don't see a problem with an infinite regress of like this causing this and this causing this and this causing this. And I have yet to hear it. What's your actual argument that cannot be the case?
Yeah. I think if you keep going back, it becomes like philosophically impossible. Like actual infinity doesn't
You're just
exist.
repeating the claim. So
right.
What I think is happening here is
actual infinity extending backwards in time is impossible, right?
No, based on what?
The definition of like infinity, like.
Well, I think what's happening here is, it's like it baffles your mind. It's hard for you to imagine, and you can't imagine infinity, like an infinitely large thing, including a span of time. Like your brain, it's like you're incredulous to it. It's literally a personal incredulity of yours, and so
right. Okay,
you don't believe it's true based on personal incredulity. But that's
I'm
a fallacy.
having a hard time explaining myself. But what I mean by this is like, if the universe was infinite, it would require like an infinite number of moments to have already passed to reach the present. But it's infinity, so we'll never reach the present. But we are in the present.
Yeah, that's only if you begin infinity in the past, which wouldn't happen because there's no beginning. Like, do you have a problem conceptually with the universe being infinite in size? Let's forget about time for a minute.
Yeah, because it's like it's expanding, so it's not infinite size.
Well, no, that's not the whole universe. There's an event horizon, like what we can observe expanding. What we can observe is expanding, but that doesn't mean the universe is finite in size. Like, what would be at the end if there's a wall there, for example? That wall and what's beyond the wall would still be part of the universe, right?
No, the wall, there would be nothing there.
What do you mean nothing? So, okay, so you travel in one direction. What stops you?
Well, you wouldn't be able to reach the end because it's expanding so fast.
But if it's finite, there is an end you can reach. So I'm saying you travel far enough in what direction? What stops you?
Well, probably some form of gravity. Like scientifically, from what I've read.
Gravity. But we're just talking about spatially. Like,
okay, so throw all physics and everything to the side. Just theoretically, since the universe is expanding, I reach the end. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is, I guess you have a problem with a finite, it being finite or infinite in size too. But then like anything that you call the quote unquote end, and whatever's beyond that end would be considered part of the universe. So it's kind of really odd to me that it could be finite in size, but it was to illustrate because most people don't have a problem with the universe being infinite in size.
Well, I don't theoretically, but I'm just saying from what we know.
So basically, if the time arrow goes infinite in the past, we just merely exist on a particular timeline. There's no like beginning or end. It could go infinite into the future too.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand it theoretically. I just don't find it its
Yeah,
grounds be particularly convincing.
you're personally incredulous to the idea.
I feel like maybe we're going both ways with the incredulous there, but I know, totally understand. All respect.
Well, I'm not making a claim that it is infinite.
Well,
I'm
you're
just
making the
saying
claim
I
to the
can't rule
counter
it
by
out.
disagreeing with me.
Well, no, I'm saying I cannot rule out that it goes infinite into the past, and you're saying you can. I'm not claiming it's infinite.
We often find ourselves in this dynamic where we're saying we don't accept the claim that someone else is making, and then they confuse that with us making the negation of their claim. We're not actually saying that. We're not asserting an infinitely old universe. We're saying that you can't rule one out, and until you can rule one out, you can't make a deductive argument based on the assumption that it's not there.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I guess the argument that I would say to that would be, I think there's better evidence to posit the idea of a first cause than the infinite universe, given the problems with its theory.
And I'm saying there's no evidence for either, and so we just say I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like I don't know is a bit of a cop out though, because for instance,
what are the contents of my right pocket?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Oh my God, that's such a cop out. Or is
And
that like an actual?
I want to say something else about I don't know. So I don't know is quite I don't know is quite often framed as a sort of liminal phase between having one view and having another view. Like it's an unstable condition to be in. That I don't know suggests that a resolution is required from I don't know into some other state of thinking about something. But actually, I don't know is a valid epistemic stop on the line. You can stop and you can be there and you can stay there always. It's absolutely fine. If the available evidence
depends on the nature of the question.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there are some things that that you would want to hurry up and get to some kind of answer, but there are questions for which I don't know is a perfectly acceptable place to remain and for it to be the destination.
So you don't know, let's say, okay, so I guess from a Christian standpoint, you don't know why we're here. You think you're comfortable in sitting in that position. We're like, okay, we don't know.
Yeah,
because that's sort of what the
I'm more
contingent argument pushes toward.
I'm more comfortable saying I don't know than making shit up. Like there are always going to be things we don't know. There's always going to be gaps in our knowledge. And when you say I don't know, that leaves you a placeholder for discovery, for like, I want to look into that because I want to know what's actually true, not what I want to believe is true, or just filling in an explanation just because I feel I don't know, sort of a cop out. Sometimes I don't know is the only rational answer. Like you gave the only, when I asked you the contents of my right pocket, you gave the only rational answer you could give, which is I have no idea, which is another way of saying I don't know. That's the only rational answer. If you had just made some shit up, like that would have been irrational on your part. And I want to be rational in my beliefs.
Right. But let's say, for instance, I knew you personally, right? And a bunch of people knew you personally. And everyone's experience was that you always had a Jolly Rancher in your right pocket.
Yeah.
Right. And when we observe the world, you always have a Jolly Rancher in your right pocket. And then I posit, I think that you probably have a Jolly Rancher in your right pocket. Right. Or you had a Jolly Rancher in your pocket, last week. That's not a terrible claim to make.
Well, then in your analogy, if you have sufficient evidence for a thing, then you can claim that thing. But what I'm trying to get at is that sometimes you were kind of
evidence to posit the idea that since
I don't know, something's happening. You breaking up.
Everything we observe, there must be a cause to our observable universe.
Okay, so the point
does that work like logically? I'm saying, like, do you think that's a fair assessment?
I couldn't hear a lot of. I was talking because I thought you were done.
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sorry, you cut out. I was talking over you, I guess.
Yeah, you were. Yeah, so start over.
Well, I guess I don't know what was I saying when you lost me?
Well, what I was making the point that because you called I don't know a cop out, and I was making the point that sometimes I don't know if in the absence of sufficient evidence for an explanation, I don't know is the only rational thing you can say. And it's a placeholder for like actually gaining knowledge and gaining the real information instead of just making shit up.
No, I get that. And as I said before, it's like it depends on the nature of the I don't know. Like
yeah. And now if you're claiming, hey, you should know because there's all this great evidence for a thing, then that's a discussion we have. But like you're talking about like you're criticizing us for like saying I don't know to one of the greatest questions like in the universe, like why is there something rather than nothing. It's like I'm sort of incredulous that you would even like criticize that. Like,
and
that's
God
the only
doesn't
honest
and
answer
God
that we
doesn't
have.
explain that question, by the way, because
God doesn't explain the question.
No, it doesn't, because why is there something rather than nothing would easily be extended to include the God you're invoking to answer the question. So then you're just saying, well, maybe God has some properties which make God necessary. Or we could say, well, maybe the universe has some properties which make the universe necessary, and God is not required.
I guess my only counter to that would be based on the definition of those two separate things, one that works and one that doesn't.
Only because you've given God the property of being necessary, and you've arbitrarily assigned the universe the property of not being necessary. Saying if you get to claim that immunity from the question of why exist rather than not exist for God, then I can invoke the same for reality, and your God is doing absolutely nothing.
Right, but pre-existence and eternality isn't logically embedded in the definition of universe. Because the universe is just the description of the
I'm not making the claim. I'm not making the claim. I'm just saying I could.
Well, you're saying it's equally applicable, though, to get both God and the universe, which is not.
It is.
Not definitionally, though.
Well, I mean, I don't know about definitionally, but some people have a definition of a God that has different properties. You're just taking your favorite idea of a God, giving it all the properties that you want it to have, and then assuming that it does have those properties and that it has some explanatory power as a result. This is sort of like a bit like the ontological argument of saying that God, if a perfect being exists, it must have the property of existence, and then poof, into existence God pops. It's just a silly word game, really.
I think that's a dumb argument. No.
Yeah, you can't define God into existence.
Right. Well, I'm using the definition that's understood of the all-powerful being as a basis for the conversation, not necessarily to prove that he exists. But I'm saying if he did exist, the properties he would necessarily have would have to be
it could be that the universe is in itself necessary, and I'm not saying it is. I'm saying these are questions that nobody knows at this point, including you.
So I guess you guys are more comfortable with saying the universe might, you don't know, but might have the properties to make it necessary, rather than something with definitionally would have the creative capabilities.
I'm not so arrogant that like the biggest questions in the universe, like why is there something rather than nothing, that I have the answers to those things.
Well, neither do I in a cosmic sense. I would claim I do, but in a day-to-day sense, of course not.
Well, I mean, you're claiming the universe had a beginning and God created it. So that is a claim you're making about like one of the ultimates of reality. And from my standpoint, I don't have nearly enough information to answer that question. You're claiming it's God, and at least so far, I haven't heard like an actual good argument that it is God, or even that the universe had a beginning.
Okay. No, I appreciate the counters. This is good. I just hopped on here, to just totally randomly. I guess another question I sort of had to jump off you guys, if you have the time, was you guys mentioned I was playing a video game earlier and I was listening to you guys actually, and I heard one of the guys talk about I don't know which one of you it was, about the like lightning god and people and ancient people ascribing that to
Thor,
the god of lightning, or Thor, like God of the gaps argument. Can you reiterate what you guys were saying with that?
So basically, the God of the gaps fallacy is it's a type of argument from personal incredulity. You can Google that if you don't already know what it is. You sound like you might, but it's a variation of it that basically says, I don't know or understand how this thing happens. I don't have an explanation for this. We can't explain it. Therefore, God did it.
Okay.
That's it. That's it in a nutshell. And we've done that. Mankind has a long storied history of doing that with things that we don't understand.
Yeah, for sure. No, so I agree with that being a God of the gaps, like 100%. But the funny thing about that is that like I would still say that same thing in reference to God, just on a categorically different level. Right.
So you would do God of the gaps.
No. For instance, if in ancient world I didn't know what made lightning, I said, oh, it's the god of lightning who makes lightning, right?
Yeah.
Now I'd be like, no, it's static electricity and it's storms, clouds, blah blah blah, all this stuff that causes electricity and lightning.
Yeah.
But that's one half of the coin of explanatory power. That's like a natural, be like, hey, this is the scientific process that we observe in the atmosphere that does this. That's one explanation. Like for instance,
it's the explanation.
Well, so for instance, if I bought flowers for my girlfriend, right, and I walk up to her and I gave her flowers, but she was a chemist, right, and I'm like, hey, I got these flowers for you. She takes them and she dissects them and finds out their chemical properties and everything. That one purpose of her receiving the flowers was like there's two ways you can look at, I guess, the action. One is to break it down into its scientific components, which is a like scientific, observable, empirical angle, and the other one is the motive of receiving the flowers.
Yeah, you have to. The other one's a teleological why.
Right.
Like, why did she get the flowers? But you
right,
have
and I
to,
think that was a terrible example off the top of my head. But I think
no, I get what you're saying. But like, if you're going to claim that there's a teleological why, you have the burden of proof. That you're basically, that's just a reiteration of the God claim. Why is there something rather than nothing from a teleological sense? That's the thing you're trying to prove, is that that why is an even coherent question from a teleological standpoint, that there is like an intended purpose from a thinking agent.
Right. So like the lightning thing, because there's the question of the why, and then there's like the why, like the deeper why.
There might not be a teleological. I see no reason to believe there's a teleological why. Static electricity causes lightning and thunder.
But why doesn't it cause snow?
Well, then you just get in more intricacies of science, like what causes this, what causes that, what causes that. Eventually, you get to something like, hey, we don't know the answer to that, and it's so far it's never been God. But we're kind of running late here. Are you good, John? Or
well, it runs into the fine tuning, which we don't have to get into. But I was going to say roughly along the lines of this, and I'll close.
We'll do fine tuning next time.
Yeah. Feel free to call us back to do fine tuning.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Yeah, I just hopped on, and you guys are good communicators, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, James. Nice talking to you. Keep well.
Have a good one.
And you, thanks. Okay, I think that is about it for us. We've been having some interesting fisticuffs over in the YouTube chat with a disagreeable person, but he's been dealt with. Now, reported by multiple people. He was actually making physical threats. It was delightful. There we are. Albeit very thinly veiled, but he's now been removed. So, yeah, there we go. I had fun. Felix is still in the queue, and what he's showing me in the queue, I wish I could show it to you, is he's got the playback of last night's show on the line going, and that's what he's playing back while he's sitting there in the queue.
So bad.
Hoping to come back in. Oh, Felix, bless you. You are kind of cute in a funny kind of way, and also horrific. Thank you, everyone. I had fun. This was good. We had a good mix. It got very, very quiet in the middle, and then it kind of picked up again. I think I would definitely like to thank Joel for bringing people in. I think we had we might have had a bit of a Justin raid at some point as well. So huge thank you to everyone who was involved with that, and of course to Justin. You guys are great. Thank you very, very much for being around and being here. I very much appreciate it. Am I missing a super chat? I hope I'm not. I'm seeing one. What was that? Oh no, that's an old one. That's fine. I was worried that I'd missed one, but I had not. We will be back, I believe, on Saturday night. I think that's right. But tomorrow we will be back for the after hours show, which will be at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. UK time. And on that show, anyone can call in about anything. It's not a debate show. We will not be doing any debates tomorrow. It's just a hangout, and we just talk about stuff. You can ask us about stuff. Any questions for Sean you have, any questions for me about anything, doesn't have to be to do with religion or belief or anything like that. So I look forward to that very, very much. That'll be tomorrow. Then we're back on Saturday for the regular debate show on Saturday night. And then on Sunday, it'll be pretty late. I'll be doing Skeptic Haven with John Gleeson, Godless Engineer. I can't remember the time, but it's pretty late. Certainly if you're in the UK, it's pretty late. But there we are. So a couple of things to check before we close up shop. We must look at the bingo. There were a couple of extra calls on here. Let's just see what we're thinking about them. So Ash Wild called Fine-Tuned Universe for Curious. I'm going to allow that because why not? Because why not? And Ash Wild also called Crash Out for Guerrilla Fighter. I can't remember if Guerrilla Fighter crashed out, but of course we're going to allow it anyway because why not? And Ash Wild is an absolute, that's going to hurt, an absolute demon on the bingo. Also called Everybody Knows God Exists for Nashon. And I don't know if he actually said that. Nashon was sort of saying he thinks God exists and that God's existence can be inferred from what he saw as intelligence in the way that like matter works and lightning knows where to go and stuff like that. I don't think he necessarily said everyone knows. But hey, what should we do? I mean, we all know Ash is probably going to win it anyway because that's how it kind of looks. I'm not sure. I'm going to be fairer, and I'm not going to allow that because I don't think that Nashon actually made that argument saying everyone knows. So I'm going to be fair as much as I want to hand it over. I'm not going to do that. And that means that today's winner is actually PVG. So PVG dethrones Ash for today on the bingo. Well done, PVG. Lovely to have you back in the bingo again. We missed you, and you are very, very good at it. PVG with 9 legitimate calls. Ash coming in on second place with 5, and Mike with 3, and Pastor Ferry in fourth place with 1 call. Thank you, everyone, for doing that on the bingo. That's awesome. And then the last thing we need to do, of course, is to look at today's leaderboard of calls. I know we weren't probably very, very big on the caller rating today. Let's have a look at what we have. So according to the votes that did come in, the best call today came in was from Trevono. I agree. Trevono was delightful. And the worst call with a score of 0 was Felix. But still, at least his arguments are strong. I love that. I particularly loved the "Can you hear me" being an improvement over his arguments. That was my favourite part of Felix's call, was when he started just saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" Brilliant stuff. So thank you for that, everyone. And have I forgotten anything else? I don't think I have. I always forget things at the end because I'm so rattled after 7 hours of doing this stuff. 7.5, in fact. I think that's it. So I won't drag it out any longer. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. And inner circle names, are they still coming across?
Yeah, they're coming along. I've run them a few times, so I try to just do it periodically as we go. So
I got you.
They have displayed, but yeah, I think we won't worry about that too much. Thank you, mods, of course, wonderful mods and wonderful friends. The fact that you guys turn up time and time again, it means so much. So thank you very, very much. You are all awesome, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. It won't be long.